Good morning, Teddy House. What's going on, everybody? Russell got the belt again, back to back jacks.
2 days in a row. Let's go, Russell.
What is happening?
Come on. Oh, there we go.
Michigan Wolverine just figuring out Ticketmaster is the biggest scam in the history of the world. Let us charge you fees. Oh, you would like to sell your tickets through us back? Okay, we'll charge you fees again, and we'll charge the people who buy your tickets fees. What's going on, David?
What up, gang? Oh my God, I'm all over the place. 30 seconds. Oh my God, I forgot my headphones. What a fucking mess, dude. Woosah. Here we go. Or is it?
Or is it?
This is weird. I forgot my headphones in my locker. So I'm going to run to go get them at some point during this segment, James. I'm going to have you talk, and I'm going to go run out and get those out of my locker. I did manage to get a snack out of the locker of Snactitude.
Yep.
But I did not grab my headphones. I've been here for about an hour and a half. And the one thing I need to hear my own damn program, I have forgotten. Alas, we will get that figured out. Just like the Kings figured out the Los Angeles Lakers this season, a 120-107 win last night for Sacramento. They complete the season sweep over the Los Angeles Lakers. And there is so much to dive into here. But I think the thing for me is there's because there's two things with the Lakers, right? There's a rivalry here from Sacramento. Whether the Lakers see it as such is whatever.
Well, Kyle, in order to have a rivalry,
you know, a great point.
The other team has to actually win every once in a while.
It's a really good point by you.
Kings are 7-1 over the last 2 seasons against the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah, they've dominated, and I think that is more a sign of this is the Kings. We've asked them all year, like, take care of business against worse teams, and that's what the Lakers are. The star power may be greater in Los Angeles, and the Laker uniform may also, what is it, forum blue and gold or whatever it is. The purple and gold colors are always going to carry a cachet that outside of Boston, no other team is ever going to really have. The Spurs were dominant for a long time. The Heat have been really good for what feels like 2 decades. The Warriors have had their run. Nobody is touching what it means to play for the Lakers and to be a Los Angeles Laker.
Mm-hmm.
But strip all that, and the Lakers are just a very mid to bad basketball team.
I totally agree. They're a collection of players. They're not a team.
Yeah, and the Kings have rightfully dominated this year.
Yeah, and you talk about the cachet of the Lakers. I think it's still alive. Like the officials, 17 of 22 from the free throw line for the Los Angeles Lakers last night, 9 of 12 for the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
The team that dominated, that took the ball to the hole,
mm-hmm.
that beat you up, they go to the free throw line 12 times.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how many times De'Aaron Fox has to get fouled. Domantas Sabonis has to get hit in the head. Just the lack of respect. But that's why I keep telling everybody, if you finish in the 7th spot and you got to go through the Lakers and the Warriors to get into the playoffs through the play-in, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Like the fact that the Kings moved to number 6 last night, that's huge.
It's a big deal.
But also that you just put your thumb on the Lakers
They're
and
done.
you just pushed them down further.
Yeah.
That's what you had to do here, and the Kings were able to take care of business.
Yeah, maybe the Lakers sneak up and snag that 8 spot from the Mavs. We'll talk about the Mavs a little bit later. The fact that they were the Lakers may do that is fine, but the fact that the Kings pushed them out of potentially the 7, potentially the 6 is great news. That's just one less team to worry about. And I mean, could they mathematically get there still? Could the Lakers pass Sacramento? Yeah, mathematically they definitely could. But it would take a sizable losing streak from the Kings, which we really haven't seen at any point this year.
Or last year.
Yep. Or a sizable winning streak from the Lakers, which I don't necessarily see happening down the stretch here. And those two things happening concurrently, I definitely don't see.
Well, here's the deal, Kyle. The Lakers have 15 games left on their schedule. That's it. The Kings are down to 17. The Kings are ahead 4 games in the loss column, but now they own the season series, which they already had as of last week. So the Lakers would have to be 5 games better than the Kings in 17 games, and they only have 15 games to make up those 5 games. So let's just say that the Lakers go 15-0. That would mean that the Kings would have to they'd have to go 12-5 or worse. And sure, the Kings could lose that, but the fact that the Lakers have to go 15-0 for that to be a potential thing. So let's say the Lakers go 10-5, it's over. You know, the Kings have 17 games. I mean, there's no way that they're only gonna win a handful of games. There's just no way. So yeah, I don't think that there is a way for the Lakers to jump up and snake bite the Kings.
Not realistically.
Not in the top. Well, I mean, it's just where do the Kings finish? That's going to be the question. Yeah. And whether you avoid a play-in.
Yeah. I was stunned last night because I just always LeBron has had double-digit points in something like 1,029 straight games.
Wow.
Just an outrageous number of games. That's a lot of games to play, period. That's 12 years of games.
Yeah, we talk about like Harrison Barnes' like consecutive game streak. Is it like 250 games?
Yeah, which is a long time. That's a very impressive streak, no doubt.
Yes,
but 1,000-something games with double digits.
So
I think I've just taken for granted. And then he checks in the late in the third quarter. Was it? I think he checked in late in the third quarter, and he only had 8 points still. It was like, I'm sorry, what?
He was a non-factor until like a 2-minute block in the fourth quarter.
Like usually I have a really good feel for when a player is just a non-factor, right?
Yeah.
Like especially, I mean, we'll talk about this guy later, but Harrison Barnes, very much a factor last night. But you can feel when Harrison Barnes is not doing stuff. Last night, I did not realize that with LeBron. If you had said when he checked in at that point, if somebody had just gone like, hey, how many's LeBron got tonight? I'm like, I don't know, 15, 16, something like that.
Yeah.
And no, 8. Just did nothing.
No, he did nothing, but he finishes with 18 points, 9 assists, and 13 rebounds.
So outrageous, dude.
Yeah.
Just a ridiculous player.
I mean, he just like wanders into a near triple-double.
And you see, you wonder where the aging is with him. And it's nights like last night where the game was out of hand and he decides to take over. He had those back-to-back plays where he goes in and dunks it and shows like, wow, that does not look like a 39-year-old.
Yeah.
But he used to do that for 38 minutes a night. And now you might get it in a 3-minute stretch here and a 4-minute stretch here, but it's never, he can't, especially this late in the year. I just don't think he can or wants to go dominate a game for 35, 36 minutes, whether because he physically can or can't. I don't know. I'm not putting anything past him at this point, but he's very much looking into later April.
Well, but you have to actually make it to later April. If he's looking to later April, I mean, he might be talking about like what type of tacos they're having on Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, man.
Like, not who they're playing, because
Yeah.
later April, this team might not, and
They're
rightfully, they shouldn't be in.
They're just not good, man.
They're not. It's just a collection of players. It's just a bunch of dudes that don't fit together.
Austin Reeves is fine. He is an NBA player for sure, but he's okay.
And he was so good early on in that game, but my goodness, like he's tough to watch.
He's just when he can't grift fouls, he's a very replacement level NBA player.
Yeah,
and maybe a little above replacement level. I don't want to disparage the guy, but he's just not this superstar in the making that everybody thought he was last year. At least Laker fans thought he was last year. D'Angelo Russell has never been. This is where it's tough. Like on an NBA court, he can play, right? He's obviously an NBA player, and he's been in the league a long time, and he's going to be in the league a long time. But how many times have you looked at a team with D'Angelo Russell on it and been like, dangerous? That's a dangerous team. Not that many times. LeBron's 39 years old. Anthony Davis is whatever Anthony Davis is at this point.
Yeah.
Like Rui Hachimura is fine. Taurean Prince is fine.
Yeah.
But these are all guys they're relying on to be star level players, and they're just not.
Well, Rui is a really, really good scorer, but he doesn't play any defense at all. He doesn't rebound. He doesn't pass the ball.
Which is insane because his body type is like, that is a prototypical 3-and-D wing.
Oh, he just doesn't care.
And he doesn't do
No, he doesn't care. Like, that's the problem, though. You surround, if you're going to surround those two stars,
mm-hmm.
you need 3-and-D players. It's
mm-hmm.
simple.
Mm-hmm.
You need a ball handler, and you need 3-and-D players.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need Rui Hachimura. You don't need Christian Wood. You don't need D'Angelo Russell.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys don't make sense. Even Austin Reeves. Like, sure. Austin Reeves could play as, if you wanted to have him as your point guard and bring the ball up every time.
Mm-hmm.
And he can shoot and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But the fact that you don't have anyone surrounding those guys who are defensive players or who space the floor for them.
Yeah.
Just like, that's why when we talk about, the design of the Kings, yes, whether you love what's happening or not, the design is right, except for you need tweaks. You need more defensive players, more 3-and-D players to go with some of these guys, but not quite like what you need with the Lakers. So the Lakers is very simple. They've oversaturated their roster with low budget guys that they have to bring in,
mm-hmm.
because they have no cap space. And then those low budget guys have a good season, and then they pay them way too much. And, and again, I don't want to say like these are horrible players, but these are players that are known around the league as scorers or as guys who aren't winners.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't surround LeBron James with a bunch of guys who aren't winners and expect him to just carry them to victory every night.
I think here's the thing. I think this Lakers roster with 2012 LeBron James is probably fine.
Yeah, maybe.
It's probably really good. But on a night-to-night basis, he and Anthony Davis need more than what they're getting. And you just mentioned the construction of the Kings. You see what the system is. Defensively, are they great every night? Although they've been the last 2 nights very, very good on that end. Defensively, are they great? No. But there is an offensive system, and the pieces all work. The whole is greater than the sum of the parts.
Yep.
And they get production. With the Lakers, what's the system? What's the plan? They don't play defense, and their offense is reliant on, hey, can Austin Reeves get hot? Is D'Lo hot tonight? Is D'Lo a hot guy
just
tonight?
Launch and hit a bunch of...
Is D'Lo the hot guy?
Yeah.
LeBron, can you carry it for 10 minutes? AD, can you go for 30? What do you have? 35, 30, 35, 25, 5 and 5 or whatever it was the other night?
Yeah.
Just an outrageous. Can you do that every night?
Yeah. That's what they've come down to. It really is. It's strange to watch,
mm-hmm.
but you also have to look. Domantas Sabonis is 27. De'Aaron Fox is 26. It's okay for those two to play 35 minutes a night.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
LeBron James is 39 and playing the same exact minutes, 35.2 minutes per game. Like, and it's out of necessity.
And like heavy minutes. He can't take possessions off where it's like, yeah, he was on the floor for 35 minutes, but really he was, standing in the corner, guarding a 3-and-D wing. And then on offense, he's kind of meandering on the perimeter and just orchestrating and this and that. Like, no, man, he's playing a lot of really productive minutes, and it's incredible. And he is, I mean, establishing himself as if he hadn't already, the greatest player to ever suit up in the NBA.
Yeah.
But I mean, to what end? Because
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
wild.
much right now.
No, it's wild.
It's
Like,
not much
I
right
don't know what the plan is here, but it's probably for him to play a couple more years with the Lakers and keep doing the same thing.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Yeah. All right, we'll have a ton of Kings-Lakers stuff for you. A huge win for Sacramento last night. We will dive into that. We've got some 49ers updates for you. And there were some Deebo Samuel Ravens trade rumors out there, and the Ravens GM got asked about it today.
Good stuff,
And
Kyle.
really, really good sound there. We'll play that for you coming up as well. But before all of that, we got to get to 6 quick thoughts from last night. We'll get what James Ham thought of the Kings win over the Lakers coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Blair, I'm going to go get my headphones.
Go grab those headphones.
Amateur hour over here.
All righty. What's going on, Chatty House? My favorite moment of last night was when we had Keegan Murray stand in and take a charge from LeBron. And LeBron was so baffled that he got called for a charge that was so blatant. You saw Keegan Murray read the entire play. He knew exactly where LeBron was going. He knew LeBron was going to pass it, but he stood in and he got absolutely crushed. And then LeBron keeps just like looking up at the scoreboard, and then the camera inside the arena just is pan down on LeBron's face. So the only thing he's looking up and seeing is himself looking up at the scoreboard like, where's the replay? What happened?
Are you talking about the Keegan one?
Yes.
What was he talking about?
It was brilliant, though, because inside the arena
Right.
was nothing but LeBron looking at their camera like he's waiting for the scoreboard to replay, and they won't do it. They just keep showing him, which was spectacular.
Dude, he was 100% like live. That was a charge.
It was easy. It was an easy call.
It wasn't even because when they showed the replay, because everybody knows how the Lakers get officiated. Like, oh man, like this is going to be one of those ones. Like, well, his left shoulder flinched when and I'm just gearing up. And then they show the replay and it's like, oh, he never moved. He was standing there the entire time.
Yeah, I was watching him on the play like, oh no,
he got to that spot.
He's waiting.
The whole time.
Twice he did it in the game where he got crushed. Yeah, really spectacular. And LeBron last night
September 6th
played 40 minutes. Is that my phone?
No, that was my headphones.
Oh. All right.
You ever gone to an event and been super underdressed?
I try not to, but every once in a while.
But like, has that ever happened to you?
Yeah.
Has that ever happened to you?
Yeah.
Said I think you should leave line. He does this super specific, insane scenario and goes, has that ever happened to you? It's really funny. Anyways, that's how I felt that entire segment without my headphones.
Oh yeah.
Like hearing you not in my headphones was like, this isn't right.
Yeah. Like you forgot your pants and you're just wandering around in your boxers. Like, what's happening?
Done that, but
no.
I went to go pick up my suit last night for my friend's wedding.
Oh yeah.
Being underdressed. And I was trying it on. I ended up, long story short, I usually order my suits from this online site.
Yep.
And I ordered the same suit I had for a different friend's wedding, which I tried on, fits. I get this suit, does not fit. Like the shoulders are weird, the length is weird. So I'm like, all right, like, but not the length, like anyways. So I didn't have time to send it back and do that whole rigmarole so I was like, all right, just got to go to Men's Warehouse. Shout out Men's Warehouse. Got me all fixed up. But I go to try on my suit last night and I try it on. I go out and I look. I'm like, everything's great. Tailoring looks great. Thanks, guys. I go back in. I throw my shirt on, my cardigan. I hang up my suit. and my hand was on the door to go walking out just in my underwear. Like hand on, I was like, oh my God. Like, what? I lost my mind for a minute.
It's amazing.
I think I was just really glad I had a suit.
All right.
Oh, we're talking about it. We're talking about it. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Spraying hot guys.
Spray.
Kings did a nice job on the hot guys last night.
Guys.
Sports are weird, man.
Sports are weird.
If you're not a sports person and you hear people talking sports, like if you were not in tune with the Sacramento, like not even the Sacramento, just sports.
Yeah.
You're I don't know, you're into the arts and you've gone to museums and you majored in history and you're just like, yeah, I've never had time for sports. It's just not my bag.
I've done all of the things that you just said, except for I'm into sports.
Yeah, no, but right. So, but being into art in the way that we're into sports.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Like you can tell me what a Degas looks like. Like I got nothing for you. But imagine you bring that person to Golden One Center and you're like, hey, you're going to sit in Mike Brown's press conference. This is where the coach interviews with the media after the game. That person's like, great. And Mike Brown's like, we got 20 sprays last night. You're like, he's like, and we have to do better closing out on the hot guys. They're like, that's an athlete thing?
What is happening?
Just going down the roster.
And then he combines them.
Just going down the roster. This guy's a 4. This guy's a 3. This guy's a 10. Straight time. Got to close out. Just a weird thing. It's just the language is crazy.
The language is crazy.
When you get right down to it. All right. What's not crazy? It's 6 quick thoughts. Let's get to them.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
6 quick thoughts could be sponsored by you. Reach out if you own a business or you work for a business that would like to sponsor this segment.
That's right.
We do it after every single Kings game. It is James Ham's 6 quick thoughts. You can also find those on Twitter and also subscribe to the Kings Beat, kingsbeat.com, and subscribe to the Kings Beat podcast wherever you get your podcasts. And get tapped in with 6 quick thoughts. Starts right now. Number 1.
More, please. Keegan Murray came out firing against the Lakers after missing Tuesday's win over the Bucks. He looked refreshed, hitting 5 of 9 from long range on his way to 19 points and 11 rebounds. This type of activity is what the Kings need from Murray down the stretch.
I don't know if you remember me saying this 2 shows ago.
2 shows. Okay.
When we were wondering if Keegan Murray was going to play on Tuesday night or not.
Okay.
And I said, maybe a day off would do him some good.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Maybe getting a night off, just rest, kick your feet up, chill out, woosah, get locked back in, and he did, man. This is, we've talked about the importance of Keegan Murray for this year, but if that's the type of Keegan Murray performance offensively and defensively, but particularly offensively, where you're going, okay, now that's it. Not these nights where he's going 3 for 8.
Yeah.
Last night was it. That was great.
I think so too. And if you look at the way, like his defensive presence, everything about him, he's just growing. And you want to see what he looks like in 2 years and 3 years. That's what you fully want to see, how he develops as a player and what his end is.
Yeah. Number 2.
Make your case. The Kings came into the night 5-0 when Keon Ellis started. He settled into the role again with Kevin Huerter missing the game with a right leg contusion. Keon didn't disappoint at all. 3 of 5 from deep on his way to 14 points and 3 steals. His defense was incredible, Kyle. Incredible. I feel like we might discuss this more later.
But I'm the idiot for asking Mike Brown if Keon Ellis should start. Okay.
Oh,
but I'm the idiot.
Right. Well, I mean, I've made this point before. There are, so people always say there are no stupid questions. Okay, so first of all, there are stupid questions.
There are definitely stupid questions.
Kyle, there are stupid questions. There are stupid people who ask questions, and on occasion, there are stupid people who ask stupid questions. So, your question was not stupid. It's the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
And it was asked again last night.
Twice.
And it was asked again. It'll be asked again in pregame. It'll be asked again if he's not starting on Saturday.
I know it, man. I know it.
Brilliant.
It'll be
question.
asked again if he doesn't start Saturday and they lose.
Yeah. Well, it's sometimes a good bit, but,
I don't know.
my response is always, if you don't like the questions that are asked, maybe you show up and ask the questions yourself.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe you actually show up and do the job.
That's what I'm saying.
Amen. Let's go.
Number 3.
Domantas Sabonis continued his domination of Anthony Davis. My favorite part of the night was all of the photoshops of Anthony Davis as a baby being held by Domantas Sabonis. Sabonis is 10-0 all time. Wow, I typos everywhere in my 6 quick thoughts.
I tried to fix some of them.
Oh my gosh, I'm all over the place last night. I was exhausted, just so everyone knows. Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
James wrote, just to let everybody in on the joke, because like you said, you're typing these, it's late. You're on the second night of a back-to-back.
Beat up.
And again, this is an easy typo to make. We have Sabonis. Domas Sabonis.
Oh no.
Sabins.
He had his 48th. Sabonis had his 48th consecutive double-double. 23rd triple-double, 17 points, 19 rebounds, 10 assists, and clearly he has a third child, which is named Anthony Davis.
Jason Tim from Hoops Tonight brought this up.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis tried to bulk up for whatever reason. A guy whose key trait was his athleticism and his ability to fly around defensively, and he's now bulked up and still can't hang with a center who is a bull in a china shop.
Yeah.
He doesn't have an answer, dude.
I just hope that when all NBA voters vote on this exact question, who makes the all NBA team, Domantas Sabonis and his 23 triple doubles and 60,
it'll probably be closer to 30,
63 double doubles on the season, 63 or 64, to go with the streak and everything else. And the 10-0, understand who's a better player, who's a more impactful player. I don't care what it is.
That's funny.
I want voters to actually vote on who wins basketball games and who doesn't. Who plays every night and who doesn't? Come on.
We have a lot to get to. We're gonna put a pin in the Sabonis conversation for a second. And I wanna talk about that very thing. So I'm gonna write down Sabonis All NBA, and we'll get to that in the next segment. Number 4.
Slow start. De'Aaron Fox started the game 1 of 7 from the field. He finished 9 of 20, chipped in 7 assists, 21 points. He wasn't incredible, but he was good.
Yeah. That's what he's not going to be remarkable every single night.
Yeah.
That's just impossible. But what separates the good play? Jordan Poole that's a bad example. Help me out. Give me a Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine can be great on any given night when he's healthy. But it's the off nights and how are you impacting the game when you're not, shooting it that well? And De'Aaron over the last couple of years has done a really, really nice job of when he is not putting the ball in the basket, still impacting the game, whether it's defensively, whether it's setting up teammates, whether it's grabbing a tough rebound, just making winning plays. He is a great, great player.
Yes.
Number 5.
Two-way. Harrison Barnes battled AD and LeBron from start to finish. He held his own on the defensive end and then hit one 3-point shot after another.
Everything.
7-11 from deep, 23 points, including 12 in the fourth quarter. He won that game in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
He broke their spirit.
Every time the Lakers made a little run,
boom,
bucket,
boom,
bucket,
boom,
bucket.
Over LeBron, over AD.
Didn't
matter. Just nothing but net.
Nope. It was awesome. Really good to see. He might be the Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game.
It might
TBD.
be. It might be.
We'll let you know next segment.
Number 6. Sweep. Yeah, that's crazy. The Kings improved to 11 games over 500. They swept the Lakers in the season series 4-0, 7-1 over the last 2 seasons, and it keeps going. The last like 5 years, they've actually done really well against the Lakers for whatever reason. Yeah, it's
The
not a
Lakers haven't
rivalry.
been that good, man.
It's not a rivalry if only one team wins, Kyle.
It's a great point.
Just
It's just
saying.
a quadra-annual,
Something like that.
just a 4 times a year meeting. an annual matchup. Let's talk about that Sabonis All NBA thing. I want to get to that, and we got to talk about Keon Ellis as well. Excellent again last night. You just mentioned it in 6 quick thoughts. 6-0 the Kings are when he's in the starting lineup. We got to talk about it. We'll hear from Mike Brown next as well on ESPN 1320.
Man,
Clear. Sorry.
I was so exhausted last night. I thought I was gonna fall asleep in the final.
I was honestly pretty impressed that as much of the rundown was done as
I just started throwing it in.
3.5, by the way.
Holy cow, I had a lot of errors. Sorry, people out there who read 6 quick thoughts. The Sabonis one is spectacular, though.
It reminds me of have you heard the John Travolta announcing Idina Menzel
No,
winning an award? Or not winning an award. She was going to perform. Yeah, and he goes, you know who Idina Menzel is, right?
I don't think
She
so.
plays Elsa in Frozen.
Oh, okay, got it.
I think she's on Broadway, just great singer,
Yep.
great performer. And he goes, ladies and gentlemen, the wickedly talented Adele Dazeem. Not her name at all.
Oh, just made something up. Threw it out
on
there.
the fly. Ladies and gentlemen, the wickedly talented Daryl Sabonis. I am not going to the game on Saturday. I am in my friend's wedding. Shout out to the homie Wade, by the way. I don't think he listens, or he definitely doesn't watch because of work. But Wade has been, you know, when you're in high school and you just kind of you have your big group of friends in high school, and then everybody kind of goes their separate ways, and you might see him if you're in your hometown or whatever. You might see him around and say what's up, but for the most part, you just kind of, at least that was my experience. Wade is one of those people who's from high school that it's been like, I'm glad he stuck around in my life.
All right.
Yeah. Good dude.
Yeah, I have a couple of those still.
Yeah. Then there's those people that you see them like at the gym and they're like, bro, what's that? We should get a beer sometime. Ooh.
Yeah, no.
We have not seen each other in 15 years for a reason, my
And
guy.
there's probably a reason for that. Yeah. And then you get in the cycle where like the person you did not like at all, you run into all the time. And they're different. They've grown up and you're like,
right.
I'm
petty.
I am.
I'm petty as fuck though, dude.
Yeah.
Like I don't care that it was 19 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, no. You didn't give me the time of day.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you want to know what I'm doing on the radio? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, now all of a sudden we're cool. And I know, like you said, that's just the person's grown up. They've probably forgotten being shitty to me.
Yeah.
But
that's funny.
But I'm like, no. Kyle remembers.
Hey, everybody, hit the thumbs up for us if you don't mind. Yeah.
Wow. Rondale Moore being traded to Atlanta for Desmond Ritter.
Oh.
Player for player swap in the NFL is different.
That's rare.
So yeah, no, not going to the game on Saturday.
That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, this is a weird thing. I don't know what the plan is with Desmond Ritter for them.
For who? Who traded for him?
The Cardinals.
Oh, well.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Got a player-for-player swap in the NFL. The Atlanta Falcons are trading quarterback Desmond Ridder to the Arizona Cardinals in exchange for wide receiver Rondale Moore. Just an odd, very weird in the NFL to see player-for-player trades.
Yeah, that is strange.
And I also don't know, I get why the Falcons would do that. They just got Kirk Cousins. Rondale Moore is a little bit of like a gadget player, do everything type of weapon. You bring him in and you put him with Kyle Pitts and with Drake London and with Bijan Robinson. Like, that's just a good, like, okay, I get it. I get that mix. I don't get the Desmond Ridder thing for the Cardinals. Insurance policy for Kyler Murray, I guess.
Well, he is hurt all the time.
Yeah. I don't know.
Just never really understood if you have a running quarterback that you don't back him up with another running quarterback.
Desmond Ridder can move.
Not like that,
not like
though.
not like Kyler, but there's not that many dudes that move like Kyler.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think I guess it works.
What if they traded
John
for-
Poles brings up a great point here. It gives some insight. If you're into the Arizona Cardinals and into their drafting, I think they picked 4th.
Probably.
He said Arizona must be drafting Marvin Harrison Jr. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I think they should trade for Justin Fields and just have 2 little quarterbacks and sometimes do a 2 quarterback set.
Justin Fields is huge, though.
Yeah.
They'd have a little quarterback and a big quarterback.
Yeah. I don't know. That'd be fun.
At some point, it feels like the NFL's trending that way. We're going to get some weird 2 quarterbacks on the field because one of them also, like Taysom Hill type of player,
Yeah.
where he's not a quarterback, but definitely capable of throwing it. I don't
Just totally disrespect the running back position all the way till it's gone.
know. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, we're not even going to have a running back. We're just going to have 2 quarterbacks.
You know what's funny?
Forget you guys.
This offseason, it's been, running backs have been changing teams, right? All the running backs who were on their 1-year deals or finishing their deals that didn't get extended or were on the franchise tag or whatever it is. All of them changed teams and we've got all this movement. Everyone's like, wow, the running back market. It's like, they're still not getting paid.
No.
There's still, the whole issue was that running backs are not getting paid, not that people weren't going to. So yeah, if you can go get Tony Pollard for $8 million a year or whatever he got, like, yeah, you'll take that. But you're not going to sign Tony Pollard to top of the running back market money.
No,
or any running back for that matter.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, we do need to have Faraz Siddiqui in here to help break down all of this stuff, because for fantasy football players, I don't even understand. Like, all the running back movement is wild. We're talking like 8 starting running backs have changed teams.
Yeah.
Like it's going to be wild draft day. The guy in your fantasy league who never preps, who shows up with a book that clearly has never been opened and doesn't even have a pen and has to ask if anyone has a pen, that guy is going to have no idea that Tony Pollard is in Tennessee, or that, that Josh Jacobs is with the Packers, or Aaron Jones is with the Vikings.
Yeah. DeAndre Swift now with the Bears.
Yeah, I just keeps going though. I mean, Austin Eckler is with the Commanders, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
2-year deal for him, I believe.
Yeah, and then we've got
Derrick Henry to the Ravens.
That's right. Gus Edwards to
Saquon to the Eagles.
Chargers. Saquon to the Eagles. Look at us pulling stuff out of our brains. Wow.
Those are all the major ones?
I think so.
Did you say Antonio Gibson to
where did Patriots?
Patriots. That sounds right.
I think it is right.
That sounds right.
Oh, that's wild. Yeah. I feel like we just had like a Harry Potter moment where we like pulled the memory out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how that happened.
Go drop
I'm running on fumes here,
drop
man.
it in the pensive.
That's right.
So last segment we talked about Domantas Sabonis and his All NBA chances, and you talked about how you're hoping that voters take into account his domination of Anthony Davis and all the triple doubles and this and that. I actually think that this is where Sabonis. So there's 2 factors at play here. One, remember, this is the year they're starting no positions in All NBA.
Oh yeah.
If voters decide that the 15 best players in the league are all point guards,
yeah,
then it could be 15 point guards or the 3 All NBA teams. So
Tough.
that's I think that I don't know if that helps or hurts Sabonis, but I think it might ultimately hurt him depending on how the league how voters kind of wind up looking at this. But hang on. This is where I actually think missing the All-Star team could help him with All NBA. And I think the same might go for De'Aaron Fox. Because when you look at, and maybe it's not on the Get Up or whatever ESPN show you have on, maybe it's not a discussion point on there. But when you go and you read anything about, and now you read anything about Domantas Sabonis nationally, there's always a note in there about how he was snubbed from the All-Star team. And I think that has permeated the consciousness of the NBA writer and NBA voter enough. And the fact that he's now on the heels and knock on wood, going to break Kevin Love's record for double-doubles since the merger, consecutive double-doubles since the merger.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to lead the league in triple-doubles. He said he's at 23 right now. He'll probably wind up at 30 or close to it. I think those are all the things where people are going to go, oh my God. League leader in triple-doubles, broke Kevin Love's consecutive double-double record.
League leader in rebounds
for the second consecutive year, and somehow
fifth in assists.
Yeah, he's gonna be damn near averaging a triple-double.
Oh yeah,
and he's going to have not made the All-Star team. I think that's something that voters are going to definitely take into account. And I think the 10-0 against Anthony Davis thing is a big enough deal as well. I think doing that on ESPN probably helps quite a bit in a spot where everybody's going, okay, it's Laker time. This is late. They're turning it on. They're turning it up. I was listening to a podcast and they do a little like betting. This is brought to you by such and such, and I'm taking this and this. And it was an old podcast. And the guy went, I'm taking the Lakers -3 at Sacramento. They're turning on. They're going to go get some revenge. And I'm taking D'Angelo Russell, 20 plus points. Like that was the perception. The Lakers are going to go in and do that. And you have Sabonis go out and have a triple double and stuff Anthony Davis in a locker for a 10th consecutive time. I do think that is going to be a factor when it comes to all NBA voting.
I hope so. Yeah, and I also hope that whoever it was that had that podcast that was telling people to place those bets, like that people don't actually subscribe to him.
For what it's worth, it's a like basketball talk podcast. They just have a sponsored little read, and in the read they say, I like this game and I like this prop.
Yeah, and I would just tell you, like, when I do prize picks, don't follow my prize picks. I'm horrible at it. Like, I'm having a good time, but I'm horrible at it.
I got to tell you, Keon Ellis shutting down Dame hurt the other night.
Yeah.
I got to tell you.
Yeah.
Should we start doing a segment about prize picks? They gotta pay us first.
Yeah, if they want to sponsor us, for sure. They want to sponsor the show. They do sponsor the Kings Beat.
Yeah, sponsor Kansas City Chronicles.
Yeah.
Come on. Now we're together. This just makes sense.
It does.
Come on, prize.
Synergy.
We'll do whole segments doing picks.
Yeah.
We'll get the Chatty House in on it.
I totally agree.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to start doing this on a daily basis without a sponsor. I'm not going to do a read or anything.
Oh.
But I'm going to survey the Chatty House for a prize picks entry.
Oh. That's sketch, man. I don't know.
Oh, I'm super in. There's no way it's going to be worse than whatever I do.
Wow.
All right. Mark that down. 11:30 segment. Chatty House, buckle up. You're making a prize picks entry for me.
Okay.
Anyways. Domantas Sabonis, all NBA. Your thoughts?
I mean, it doesn't, like, it's such a no-brainer. And it's funny. I'm always in the media room and people are like, yeah, well, I would vote for him, but, I don't have a vote. That's what I hear all the time. Well, I don't have a vote. But then there are people in the room that do have a vote. And you're looking at them like, hey, are you watching what's happening here? And it's, I don't know what else to make of it. Like, he's one of the most dominant players in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Every single night, dominant.
Every night.
Doesn't miss a game.
I'm going to go find his worst game of the year.
Puts up a triple-double almost every single game. And it's crazy to watch. And it's effortless. It's not effortless, though. Because this guy is in there battling with everybody.
It looks easy.
Well, the numbers just show up. You're looking, it's the end of the first quarter, and he's at 7, 7, and 4. And you're like, oh, he's going to have another triple-double.
Yeah. This first quarter.
Last night, he almost didn't have a triple-double. Like, it got a little dicey. He got an assist late on a spray 3. He got a rebound and a flip out to Harrison Barnes, a hot guy, for a spray
He
three.
sprayed the hot guy. Nice.
Yes.
Okay, Domas. His 4 worst games of the year. And this is according to Basketball Reference's game score.
Okay.
So I don't know exactly how it's calculated, but typically when you sort by that and you start kind of going through the numbers, you're like, okay, this makes sense. All 4 games, double-digit losses. 2 against Houston, 1 against New Orleans, 1 against the Clippers.
Okay.
All in November, mind you. His 4 worst games of the year by game score. I'll give you 11 points, 15 rebounds, 4 assists, 10 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, 8-8-5, and 11-5-3.
Okay.
Those are his worst games of the year. Do you know how many players would take 11-5-3 as their worst game of the season?
Oh yeah.
Like most of them.
No, I mean, and it's just a consistency that we've seen. You know,
Right.
I think that might be the biggest thing. Like he opened the season, the 3 games in October. He averaged 17.7, 15 rebounds, 5.7 assists.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's 18.9, 10.9, and 7.2. Then we get to the month of December. Like this is the meat of the season. Every single month, 20.3, 20.8, 20, 21.4.
Man.
Rebounds, 13.1, 14.5, 13.8, 16.9. He's averaging 16.9 rebounds per game in the month of March in 7 games. 7.2 assists, 8.2, 9 assists, 10.2, and 8.4. In the month of February, the dude averaged 20, 13.8, and 10.2. Triple-double. Yeah,
Man.
like what we're seeing from him is just spectacular. His 3-point shooting. I mean, we talked about this. The month of January, he shot 71.4% from 3.
I refuse to give him credit for his 3-point shooting. I need
Because he
more
wa-
of them, dude.
because he
I
wants
need a
for
higher
more.
volume, bro.
I get it.
That's not to disparage him. That is me going like, hey, man, help.
Yeah, he does need more. I know he's only got 70 3-point attempts on the year.
1.1 a game, which is right in line. He's literally, he was 1.1 a game and 0.4 makes last year. He's at 1.1 a game and 0.4 makes this year. He's also shooting the exact same percentage from the field as he did last year.
Crazy. He's also quietly got up to 70% from the free throw line.
Look at him go.
Yeah, good for you, Domas.
Look at him go. Yeah, man. I don't know how you're going to make him all NBA last year, 3rd team, and then this year say no when he's better.
Well, that and it's not just 3rd team. He made all NBA and was the Fox was 11th in voting and Sabonis was 12th.
Mm-hmm.
So he wasn't even like the scraggler at the end
Mhm.
of the all NBA voting.
Yeah, he was just his position put him at 3rd.
Yeah, and then when you factor in that Joel Embiid is not eligible, I mean that's big.
Mhm.
When you factor in, and then if there's no positions, that Donovan Mitchell's not eligible now.
Mm-hmm.
And there's going to be more. By the time we get to the end of the season, it's possible that Devin Booker, it's possible. Well, there's a lot of guys that could miss too many games and not be eligible for all NBA.
Yeah, man,
Yeah, he's really good. It's fun to watch.
really good player. So, and I think just to kind of get back to my original point, I think him missing the All-Star game might actually wind up helping him.
It might.
Where people are like, okay, that was ridiculous. This dude's 1st team All NBA or 2nd team, whatever they think he is.
Well, I think you're gonna have you can make the same case for Fox. I mean, he's
Mhm.
averaging 27.2. Last year, he averaged 25.3.
Mm-hmm.
He's 2nd in the league or 3rd in the league in steals.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's one of the best closers in the game,
Mm-hmm.
and you're gonna have to consider him as well.
Yeah, I do wonder if any or how much of it will depend on where Sacramento finishes.
Yeah.
Like if they fall apart a little bit here down the stretch and they finish as the 8th seed, I think it's gonna be really hard to have 2 All NBA dudes.
Oh,
But-
yeah.
But if they climb up and wind up beating the Clippers, or
4 or
not
5?
beating the Clippers, but catching the Clippers, are 3.5 back now,
Mhm.
and they get to that 4 seed in a West that features the Clippers and in a Pacific division that features the Clippers. You've got
Lakers,
the Lakers, the Warriors, which again
Suns.
are not, as we've established, not great teams, But I saw somebody from a Denver media person yesterday. Like, what's it say about the Nuggets that they're, I think, 13-0 against the Heat, Celtics, Warriors, and Lakers? It's like, well, 3 of those teams aren't very good.
Yeah.
3 of those teams are just okay.
Well, they're also 1-3 against the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
Just saying. What does that say?
I don't know.
I don't know
But
either.
That doesn't help that guy's agenda.
No.
Yeah, the Lakers 9 seed, Warriors 10 seed, Heat 8 seed. Like, come on, man.
Well, I think the other thing too, people need to watch for. You got the Knicks on Saturday. Saturday is going to be a really tough game.
Saturday is going to be tough, dude.
The Knicks are tough. They just got OG Anunoby back, and he's playing really well, and so that's going to be tough. But then Memphis, Toronto, Washington, Orlando, a beat up Philadelphia team, the Mavericks twice, the Jazz. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games after the Knicks game. That could be the moment, Kyle. That could be the moment we've been waiting for, where the Kings go on a run and put their stamp on this season.
I'm not getting bamboozled.
You're still not.
Nope.
No,
no, you can't.
I agree.
I mean, it's not to say they cannot go on a run. They absolutely can. If they play the rest of the season the way they have played the last 2 nights. How many games they have left? 15?
17.
17? If they play the rest of the year like they have the last 2 nights, they could go like 13-4.
Okay.
There are not that many teams on their schedule who are going to beat them when they're playing as well as they have against the Bucks, and then again last night against the Lakers.
Yeah. There's a stretch after that where you got Clippers, Knicks, Celtics. Knicks, Celtics back-to-back on the road.
Ouch.
Nets, I don't fear, but Thunder, Pelicans, Suns. And that will probably decide where they finish in the standings.
Yeah.
Unless you just go crazy right here and, again, find a way to beat the Knicks.
Okay, so call it 12-5 if they keep playing as well as they've played.
Okay.
That's on the table. But the problem is
that's 50 wins, Kyle.
Yeah, great.
Okay.
The problem is I have no faith that they're gonna. What was that? What was the stretch? It's Knicks and then what? Say it again.
It's Knicks, Celtics, Nets.
No. Coming up. It's like Toronto, Washington.
We go Knicks and then home against the Grizzlies.
Okay.
At Raptors, at Wizards, at Magic. Then you have Philly, Dallas, Utah.
Okay, let's stop at Philly. That's a 5-game stretch where you have Memphis,
Raptors,
Wizards,
Magic, Sixers.
I have as much faith as them going 5-0 in that stretch as I do them going like 2-3.
Well, that and the problem is you can see them losing to the Raptors, beating the Wizards, beating the Magic, losing to the Sixers. And so like you can see 3-2, and you can see 3-2 with like a really, really ugly 3-2 where it's like, what happened?
Yeah, right.
How are you gonna the Memphis Grizzlies sitting there? If you can't beat the Memphis Grizzlies by 23 at home, then like what's going on here? Yeah. I mean, Memphis literally their injury report looks like the receipt you get at a CVS.
They lost at home to Charlotte last night.
Yeah.
They got smoked at home in Charlotte last night.
Well, I mean, like
at home by Charlotte.
It's tough. Their injury problems are nuts.
But no doubt. This is not to say like here's the deal with the Grizzlies. Ja is going to come back, and the Grizzlies are going to be a 50-win team again. They're going to make a couple of moves. They're going to cruise, and they're going to be fine. Like the Grizzlies are going to be around. But right now, for what we're talking about with the Kings, that's a team that the Kings should dog walk. But I have despite the last 2 nights, have been incredible. It's been the best 2 nights consecutively of the year for the Kings by a wide margin. I
agree.
They played great against the Bucks, but how many times have we been like, man, they played great, and then they face plant, or they played great and they lost, and then like, oh hey, they snuck out a win the next night. This was 2 all-around dominant performances, one against the number 2 seed in the East, and another against a Lakers team that had been playing better lately.
Well, really, it's against 2 teams with great players as well.
Yeah.
like
Stars.
but stars of stars,
Yes.
like generational talents.
Yes.
And the fact that you were able to survive 2 games one against Giannis, one against LeBron, that's stunning.
Yeah, and not even just survive. Take it to those teams.
Oh yeah.
And be the flat out better team on both nights.
Yes.
We're not coming in here going, oh, they got lucky against the, oh boy. They're lucky that Day missed that shot. Like, no, man, they just housed them.
Yep.
And then they did the same thing last night. That's awesome. And I'm taking nothing away from them.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, if they play like that the rest of the way, they're going to win 50 plus games.
Yeah.
The problem is, and the reason I will still not be bamboozled, is because the prospect of losing to Memphis or losing to Toronto or losing to Brooklyn or pick a winnable game left on their schedule, it's way too high still.
It's just sitting there. Yeah. I did get to hang out with Harry Giles last night.
How was that?
It was great. He just kind of hung out on the sidelines and talked to me and Deuce Mason for a while, maybe like 10 minutes.
Wow.
Just kind of
cool.
Chilling in pregame. It was good to see him. He's such a good kid, such a good spirit.
This might be the wrong time, but we're just firing it off. Here we go. The relationship that Kings fans and media have with Harry Giles, and what Harry Giles has just kind of meant to Sacramento, and the fact that he comes back with the Nets, right? Was when he first came back this year.
Came back with the Nets,
and in comes out of the tunnel and gets a ovation when he comes out of the tunnel.
Yeah,
checks in last night, gets an ovation, hangs out with media on the sideline before the game, chatting about that, and he didn't do anything. He didn't. It's not to. I'm not. This is not. This is a bigger point. I'm not knocking Harry Giles, but let's be real for a second. He didn't do anything here. He was supposed to be. He was a draft pick, and if he had gotten healthy, he was this great passer and this super high upside player that he just never got to realize that potential. Didn't have the opportunity to realize it because of the injury stuff, and he's trying to battle his way back in, and everybody's rooting for him. But he still has that relationship because that's what fans want out of their players. He busted his ass to try and help this team, and he never said a bad word about the city. The fact that he has this relationship is the reason that when people start booing a little bit and the players get all pissy about it, I cannot back the players because it's so easy to have a great relationship with these fans.
Oh yeah.
And hey, if they're mad, it's like, man, you must have done something, because it's not, if you try super hard, people are going to love you here.
Oh, totally. And Harry Giles, maybe more than any player that I've ever seen, was able to like harness the fans, like he embrace the love of the fans in a way that was unique. Like I really wish, I wish that this would have happened for, strangely, it's Chris Webber. Like Chris Webber is known like the fans love Chris Webber, but they don't embrace him in the same way. And for me, it's one of those things where if Chris could have ever captured this, if he would have opened himself up to allow the fans in like Harry did.
Yeah.
And like, look, you're right. Harry Giles did very little with the Sacramento Kings. I mean, he played a total of 104 games. He averaged 7 points, 3.9 assists. He never really broke in and like stayed in the rotation. The knee injuries just was nonstop. And it's a little bit of a cautionary tale. It's about someone that you wish, sort of the what could have been, the dream of what Harry Giles could have been as a player. And I mean, but look, this is a kid who blew an ACL when he was 15. He blew a second ACL when he was 17. And then he had another surgery at Duke because when you have bilateral like ACL tears, like you always have to have a cleanup on the first one because you mess your gait up with the second one. And so it messes. So, and then he tore an ACL a couple of years ago, like 2 years ago again. And this is just one of those things where like we were robbed of what could have been a really, really cool story and a really cool player. But that doesn't mean he can't be a really cool human being that like stands out as someone that you want to pull for.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you can cheer on a guy on the Lakers, that tells you something.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. For
that's
Sacramento Kings fans. Yeah.
And all of that you just said, that's why he's still in the league. if Harry Giles was a jerk and not a person people liked being around, he wouldn't have an NBA jersey on right now.
Yeah,
But
just
people want him to succeed because he's a great dude.
just a good dude. I mean, he showed up for Game 7 and sat with Versailles courtside. Like, good for him. Yeah,
shout out to Harry Giles. Glad he's still
chasing his
there.
dream. Yeah.
All right, we got scoreboard watching to do. We still got to talk about Keon Ellis, and I have a fun game to play. Also, we got some Niners notes for you. Tons of stuff coming up in the second hour. Don't touch that dial on ESPN 1320. Clear. Oh, son of a... I think we did 4 hours. I think we did 4 hours one day when I was on the radio out here several years ago on Garrett Temple saying that Harry Giles was the best passer on the Kings.
Oh, yeah. I love Garrett Temple. Garrett Temple's my dude.
Garrett Temple opened my eyes to how much NBA players nap.
Oh, I know Domas is a big nap dude.
Same.
Brian, I haven't got to see a lot of Slauson. Like he's a crazy athlete, but not like in a different way. Like when he's got a lane to go dunk, he can do some crazy stuff. But I haven't he didn't stand out in a sea of players trying to get buckets in Stockton. And I also there's some things he needs to clean up a little bit. Like I've heard that he is unbearable with the officials. Like he is a guy who is like chirping all game. Like but he's actually really nice every time I see him. He's always very pleasant and he's feisty.
Hey, Ramsey, I was interning this day. I was in the studio for that.
I did a Race in America podcast with Garrett Temple. Me, Garrett Temple, and Doug Christie sat down and did a long podcast during the Stephon Clark stuff in Sacramento.
Yeah, Garrett's great with that stuff.
He is good. Yeah, just a genuinely good guy with a good story who worked his way into the league. Do we have This is Polo L. Travis Outlaw and Chima Monecki, two super good dudes. Like Chima Monecki is very, very smart, very, very bright kid. And just like I think he would be a really good commentator when he retires, whenever that is, from playing in Europe. But just a really bright guy. And Travis Outlaw, like whatever happened to Travis Outlaw, it's like he tripped and fell and forgot how to shoot a 3-point shot when he was in Sacramento.
30 seconds.
It was horrible. I think Travis Outlaw missed his first 28 threes to open a season. Something like that. It was wild. So yeah, I get it. People, every former king is a King's legend. Well, not everybody. Jason Terry, Spencer Ross.
Here we go. Hour number two. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're taking you right up to noon. Then we will hand it off to D'Lo and KC. I believe D'Lo will be in with us, hanging out in about 40-ish minutes, 40 or 45 minutes.
Okay.
He's going to hang out with us today. Keon Ellis. Very good again last night. 14 points, 3 of 5 from beyond the arc, 8 deflections, Mike Brown said after the game.
Yeah.
Keon had 8 deflections, 3
steals.
steals. That is why he is our Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game. I was going to do this at the end of the segment, but I was going to forget if I did that. So we're giving away a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate, and we are entering you for a chance to win a Sacramento Kings jersey. All you have to do is go to ESPN1320.com. Oh, excuse me. Keon is not the Jiffy Lube Fast Break.
I was like, he was yesterday's
Whoops,
Fast Break player.
That was yesterday.
Yep.
We'll get to Keon in a second. He was not your Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game. Harrison Barnes was.
Harrison Barnes. Go
to ESPN1320.com. You're going to go to the contest page. It is right there front and center. You click on that, and you're going to enter the code word HB. HB is what we're looking for Harrison Barnes. 23 points last night, 7 of 11 from beyond the arc, 12 fourth quarter points, and knocked down every key three that kept the Lakers from really ever getting back in that game last night.
Yeah, it was like dagger.
Huge
dagger.
shot after huge shot for Harrison.
Yeah, absolutely
That was great to
spectacular.
see.
His confidence was like just like, wow, like what is happening? And again, it leaves you thinking, like, why do we not see that more often? Like, but hey, there's only one ball, Kyle.
I guess. I don't know. He's just it's less about, and I don't think it's a coincidence that a starter has been out the last 2 games and Harrison Barnes has been really good offensively the last 2 games.
Yeah.
But I do think that there are more opportunities for him to be effective like that. And maybe it's because Keon Ellis isn't as offensively, what's the word I'm looking for? Offense-minded?
Offensively, like aggressive or doesn't demand shots. Like Keon Ellis is perfectly, if he averaged 8 shots a game for his career, he'd be, as a starter, he would be perfectly happy.
Yeah. So he's not as offensive minded, which opens up the door a little bit more for Harrison Barnes with the starting 5. But that's the kind of player I want to see every night. Just the aggressiveness, knocking down shots, not passing up open looks to try and put the ball on the deck. I thought he was very, very good last night.
Yeah, I agree, Kyle. And like, look, a lot of times when I watch the Kings and I'm seeing what they're doing, right? I talk about player archetypes. I talk about, like, again, like Kessler Edwards or KZ Okpala, or man, you just keep going because they kept bringing in guys like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not the answer,
Mm-hmm.
but what they are, they're placeholders that show you what a long athletic player looks like with this starting group or this group of players.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they show you that if you can go get the player like that, that's better than, just the scaled up version of, then will they fit? Will they not? And that's, I think when we watch Keon Ellis start and all of a sudden the other 4 guys in the starting lineup all have big games. All of them are spectacular last night. Again, you can, like, maybe not spectacular, but 21 points from Fox, 23 from Harrison Barnes, 19 from Keegan Murray, 17 points from Sabonis with a triple-double. That's the ingredient that you have to have. Now, whether you have to find a better version or not is up to Keon Ellis.
Yeah.
Like, if Keon Ellis can keep growing and keep showing you that this is who he is and this is what he can bring every night, it does 2 things. Not only does it, like, provide you with, like, a new way of designing your roster and your rotation, but it also saves you a whole bunch of money because you just lock Keon up for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's on a league minimum deal for the next 3 years. After this, like, it's like,
that's so
it's like
wild,
free.
Bro.
It's like a free player, right? And that's part of roster construction. But I think it's also, you're getting a glimpse into what the Kings have to have. It's, again, whether it's Keon or it's someone else, it has to be a 3-and-D player because what it does is unlocks Harrison Barnes. It
Mhm.
unlocks Keegan Murray. It unlocks, De'Aaron Fox to be more free. I asked Fox last night about, not having to defend the toughest
Mhm.
guy for the entire game on the perimeter because you have Keon next to you. Yeah, it's a good thing. It does but you don't want to take away from what Kevin Huerter's done as well. And Kevin brings something different to the table uh, as a player too. And you've got to figure out ways to keep everybody engaged. And maybe Keon is the future. I don't know. But what we're seeing right now from him, I mean, the fact that he's 6-0 as a starter, okay.
What are we doing? What are we doing here?
I get it, Kyle.
We have been talking all year about consistency and defense and energy and they need more dogs. Like, that's been the whole thing. It's Keon. He's there. It's him.
He's right
It's
there.
number 23. He's there. He's
The guy.
Start him. Like, dude, start him. I understand. Okay, it's a delicate process because starting is a big deal.
Yep.
Not every player takes to the idea of, hey, you know what? Hey, we're going to put you in a bench role. We're going to limit your minutes. Also, you're not going to start. Also, you're probably not going to close. But hey, you're still an important piece of this team. That's a hard conversation to have.
Oh, yeah.
And I understand why NBA players who have a mindset that allows them to have the drive necessary to be a professional athlete, they are built different mentally and physically. And to be told, hey, come here, player X. I'm not even going to name anybody. Player X, come here. We're going to limit your role because we think we have somebody better who's going to help us win. Our winning, it depends upon you playing less. Like, that's hard, dude. That's tough. And I get it. But they're 6-0 when he starts.
But
it's not like, oh, hey, they snuck that one out. They snuck that one out. I don't think it's a coincidence that their two best games of the year, by a lot, have come when Keon Ellis is starting.
I get you, but we're also talking about 6 starts over 65 games.
Sure.
We're not talking about 6 starts in a row. He did that earlier. He had like 4 starts in a row and they won all 4.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Their winning streak this season is with Keon Ellis playing. You remember what happened was before they go on the win streak, they lose a bad game. I think it was in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
And Keon Ellis came in and was great in the fourth quarter. So he gets a look because somebody got hurt, fills in, and does the same exact thing where he's just a super important player.
Mm-hmm.
I get it, and it's possible that Keon eventually does start here.
Mm-hmm.
But I also, I understand what Mike Brown is saying when it's like, look, you have to look at the pluses and minuses of every player, and what Kevin provides does matter. And on top of that,
you're just throwing names out. Okay, I wasn't gonna name anybody.
Well, I mean, if you're starting him, Mike was clear. He's like, look, if people out there want me to start him over Kevin or Keegan or Harrison, I don't know that we're there yet,
mm-hmm.
but we could get there. And the fact is that if you decide to pull the plug on the Kevin Huerter as a starter, because you're not pulling the plug on your 2 6'8" forwards.
Sure.
But if you are going to pull the plug on Kevin Huerter, what damage does that do to Kevin Huerter?
Mm-hmm.
And so if it's not just a straight swap out. Like right now, Keon Ellis, you can just keep bumping Keon Ellis's minutes up. And that's going to be what Mike will continue to say until Mike can't. Until he has to okay, look, it's Keon.
It's Keon time.
It's Keon time, and
okay. I get that. And we'll hear from Mike Brown coming up in a bit because he talked about this last night. And I think he makes a fine point. But we're there now. Just for me. We're there.
I don't disagree.
And I get that I know that Mike Brown has so many more things to deal with than a dummy behind a microphone does. Like I get that.
Yep.
But it's also really, really hard to watch the Kings the last 2 nights be as dominant as they've been and play with the energy that they've played with and close the games the way they have and solve ostensibly every single problem that we've talked about throughout the year. It's really, really difficult. And I know that several factors go into that. I get it. But it's really hard to not look and go, hey, I see a common denominator.
No, I get you. I just my point will always be that a head coach more than anyone else knows the vibe, knows the pulse of his team, and there could come a point where this does happen. And again, it could be that Kevin Huerter misses another game and Keon gets another start. They go 7-0, and all of a sudden you're starting to feel, okay, there's no way to go back at some point.
Mhm.
Okay, maybe that's it. Especially if you look at their previous win streak, and then you go on a 3-game win streak with Keon Ellis being like a player.
Mhm.
We'll see.
Last thing on this. Keon Ellis has played, this isn't even about starting. 16 games this year. Keon Ellis has played 14 or more minutes.
Mhm.
The Kings are 12-4 in those games.
Yeah.
Including 6-0 in his starts.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he brings
Good freaking player.
a
dude.
different energy to the court.
Yep.
Straight up.
No doubt. All right. I'm going to keep banging the Keon Ellis start drum. Just FYI. Buckle up.
Buckle up.
It's going to keep coming. I got some 49ers notes and some really, really funny sound from Ravens general manager Eric DaCosta when he was asked about the Deebo Samuel trade rumors. We will hear that next. We'll hear from Mike Brown. And then I have a fun game to play in the final segment as well. Stay tapped into the Insiders on ESPN 1320. Clear.
Vikings are signing Jerry Tillery to a 1-year deal.
Sorry on the keyword, guys. A little miscommunication with promotions because I had the wrong word.
Is it HB or no?
I'm going to run down there and ask right now.
Okay.
I know that. So it was Keon yesterday. And as you heard, I said Keon again.
Yep.
Which must have been what I said to them this morning. So let me go down and
Hopefully someone's there.
I'll get it fixed. For now, I guess it's Keon. So if you want to enter Keon, go for it. Pause. 3.5.
What's going on, everybody? Yeah, my guy can't come on our show. Which is too bad. What's that? They are.
Shout out to the homie Joe Brazil.
I mean, we just discussed this on the air, John. Like, do I think like?
What would you do?
I don't know. Sorry. It's tough because
I'll answer this one real quick. Kevin Huerter. Okay, go on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough because I think you do lose a player when you do it. And like everyone has to understand that even if Kevin Huerter isn't hitting his threes at a high clip, the way that Kevin Huerter plays still does help what they're doing. He helps their offense. Like the way that he drags the defense to one side with his like DHO run, it does help. But the fact that Keon is being able to, that he's impacting winning so much without costing your offense, like it's really tough for me to say that he doesn't belong in the starting lineup.
No Kevin Huerter last night. 52.3% from the field, 46.3% from 3 on 41 attempts for the Kings.
Yeah.
Boy.
It's tough. This is why being a head coach, it's complicated.
It is so hard, dude.
There are egos. There are look, what you can't have is for Kevin Huerter to become a complete non-factor because you need Kevin Huerter. This team isn't deep enough to just jettison Kevin Huerter in the middle of the season at all. And so that's why, I think it's a good conversation. Like if Kevin can step up and become, if he could step up and become a really good bench player, I think that would help too. But then you have to look at this offseason. Like, will either of the will Kevin Huerter be here after this offseason? And I don't know. What you can't do is have a player who disappears for large segments of the season, including in the playoffs. And that's not who I think Keon is. I also don't think Keon gets rattled at all.
I think what we wind up seeing is that I think Keon, if the Kings make the playoffs, I think he winds up starting a playoff game or multiple playoff games.
Yeah.
But I think what we see the rest of the way is a quicker hook for somebody in the starting lineup, whether that's Huerter or whether change Keegan or Barnes rotation or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I think we see him consistently playing more minutes.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, we're already seeing him playing more and more and more.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, we've got it squared away. The Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game is Harrison Barnes. The code word is now HB.
HB.
ESPN1320.com. Go to the Jiffy Lube Fast Break contest page. It's right there. You go to the website and click. It's right in the middle of the page. You can't miss it. And enter the code word HB for Harrison Barnes. 23 points, 12 in the fourth quarter, 7 of 11 from beyond the arc. Really good game for Harrison Barnes last night, and helped slam the door on the Lakers as they tried to claw their way back into that one.
Here's an interesting stat, Kyle. Since the All-Star break, Mike Brown has brought this up. Sacramento Kings are now 4th in offensive rating, 119.5. And they are 7-4 since the All-Star break. Here's something crazy, though. Defensive rating, they're at 115.4, and their net rating with the last 2 wins has jumped to a plus 4.2, where they
Since the break?
Since the break.
Nice.
Their defensive rating since the break is moved up to number 22, where it was around 26 before the last couple of games. So
Yikes.
maybe, again, that's Keon Ellis in the starting lineup. It has a huge impact on this team, without any question. So it's good stuff.
Let's put a pin in the Keon Ellis stuff briefly. We will definitely get back to it. I want to play this Mike Brown sound we have, and I also want to make sure that we play this fun game that I have about last night's win over the Lakers for Sacramento, 120-107, the final there. A couple of 49ers related notes, 49ers offseason related notes. So number one, Eric Armstead, Sacramento legend, was officially released yesterday. Shortly after the start of the new league year, the 49ers announced that Armstead had been released. It allows them to save some money against the cap this year. Instead of saving like $2 million this year with a $25 million dead cap, they spread out that dead cap hit over the next couple of years, and they save $18 million against the cap this year. But that relief doesn't come until June 2nd.
Okay.
So it doesn't really factor into immediate free agency, but it does give them some flexibility, particularly when it comes to extending Brandon Ayuk. That's where that could matter depending on the structure of the contract. It gives them a little bit more flexibility in how they want to do that deal or how Ayuk may want to do that deal. So that'll be something to watch. Shout out to Eric Armstead, man.
Great run.
Excellent career with the 49ers.
And an excellent human being.
Just a really, really good person.
Yes.
And somebody that whatever, he's always going to, I think, be, I don't know. Just I hesitate to say this because I don't know his plans, but I imagine he will be one of those people that always comes back to Sacramento and will always be around and helping in this community because that is just what he's done. I think you could contend that as good as he's been on the field, as excellent as he has been on the field as a first round pick, 33.5 sacks, 116 games, dealt with some injuries early in his career. And then for 4 seasons, while the 49ers were really on the rise, became a model of durability, didn't miss a game for 4 years, led the team in sacks in 2019. In the last couple of years has been a really, really important part of their defense transitioning. There's a lot of things that Eric Armstead's that player that, if I'm lucky enough to have kids someday, they'll look and go, well, if you look at his stats, like the stats weren't amazing, but it's like, dude, that doesn't reflect the impact he had, particularly on the field. And it definitely, as you said, as good as he's been on the field, he's been somehow better off of it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is like a guy who lived up to expectations. And for a team that has had a lot of top-tier picks not live up to expectations, and he's been a fixture here in this community. His father is a complete fixture in the Sacramento community, has been for decades. And look, I wish the best for him, but I think we all knew that this was coming.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't even need to get to the end of the season. You could look at it at the beginning of the season and know that one of the first cap hits was going to be right here. And I wish that there was a way they could work something out and brought him back at a more reasonable rate that would make sense for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the way it works all the time in the NFL.
Yeah.
And I hope that he finds his contract. He'll be back here in Sacramento. This is home. Yeah. He's not going anywhere.
And he's going to be one of those players who signs with, maybe it's the Browns. I know Matt Barrows from The Athletic last night said to watch for the Bills. It wouldn't shock me if he winds up with a team like the Rams or he's the kind of player that the Ravens go sign or the Chiefs. And everybody goes, they got Eric Armstead for what?
Yeah.
That's the kind of player he's going to help a team for sure. His career is most certainly not over. He's still only 30 and he's still got, I think, a lot of good football ahead of him. So best of luck to Eric Armstead, man. A heck of a career with the 49ers. The other thing that happened yesterday was we talked a little bit during the show. Right before our program started, Eric Kendricks, former All-Pro linebacker, spent, I believe it was 7 years with the Vikings, maybe 8, and then spent a year with the Chargers. Was going to sign with the 49ers, agreed to a deal. It later came down that he backed out of that deal. To go join his former defensive coordinator and head coach, Mike Zimmer, who is now the defensive coordinator in Dallas. So he'll be hanging out in the second level for the Dallas Cowboys instead.
It's a tough look.
Yeah. This happens sometimes.
It does.
Congratulations to the Cowboys. They gotta win over the 49ers. It's a big time for them. No, that's a tough. I mean, what this does for San Francisco is it immediately launches linebacker back up their list of needs, because if you were going to start Eric Kendricks, well, Dre Greenlaw is out, it's like, man, you're doing all right. Like, Kendricks is a good player, really reliable tackler. At one point was one of the best coverage linebackers in the league. It's fallen off a little bit there as he's gotten into his 30s, but still a fine player who would be really good next to Fred Warner. And now all of a sudden the Niners need linebackers again.
Yeah, they're going to have to either find one here on the open market, just a stopgap, or they're going to have to address it during the draft.
Yeah, so they drafted 2 guys last year, D. Winters from TCU and Jalen Graham from Purdue. And both of them profile is like, oh, those are guys that the 49ers have been able to develop and turn into starters. But Jalen Graham, I don't believe played a game last year. He was a healthy scratch. And if he did play a game or two, he was only special teams. And then D. Winters was largely a special teams guy. It's like, you can't lean on that. The second level is just way too important for what the 49ers do defensively. They have to go get, maybe it's just re-signing Oren Burks or Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles and trying to run it back with that group. But that makes me nervous. I think you got to do more.
Yep.
So, yeah, Eric Kendricks backing out of that deal. That is a really, really nice get for Dallas, and definitely hurts the 49ers defense. Okay. I have a fun game to play. And what was the other thing we had? Was that it?
I don't know.
Oh, Mike Brown on Keon Ellis.
Yeah.
And the difficulty of making changes to the starting lineup. We will hear that next. And I believe D'Lo from D'Lo and Casey is going to be in today. We're hanging out with you until noon, and then D'Lo and Casey will take over right here on ESPN 1320. Clear.
Do I have time to go get coffee?
What? Oh, you hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. What's up, Chatty House? Eric Armstead would be really good for Miami. Yeah, Steven. Eric's doing all right. That sounds so fun. I want to try this so bad. I've never done a drunk goggle layup contest, but I have been hammered at the state fair and tried to do the basketball shooting thing. The guy at the because it's the big one where you can like win a basketball, and it's the rim is like an inch smaller than a normal rim, and the ball is like a little bit dilapidated, and it's like a double rim, and it's really hard. It's really hard in general, right? And I was just up there. This guy is just stealing money from me, the game operator. It's like $10 for 3 shots. I'm like, I got this. Go airballed the first one, badly missed the second one, badly missed the third one. And I was like, I need 3 more. And the guy goes, I'll let you have a 4th one for free. It's like, thanks. Shoot it, miss it badly. Like he was going to give me free shots because he knew I wasn't going to make them. And I think I wound up giving this guy like $50. And it was just awful. One of those decisions I make that when I have not had too much to drink, I'm like, that's stupid. That's a waste of money. I'm never, ever going to make that shot no matter what. But Kyle 4 or 5 beers deep is like, I got this. It's easy. I do not watch Bad Batch. This is something that I'm trying to, I'm negotiating with my wife on this because we've typically watched all the Star Wars stuff together, but I'm going to try and finagle my way into getting to watch it by myself.
Which one?
Bad Batch.
Oh, see.
Sir, please talk about your all-purpose rubs in a different chat.
I have been watching The Gentleman on Netflix.
I really want to get into that.
Yeah, I mean, are you a Guy Ritchie guy? Have you seen Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels?
A
Or Snatch?
long time ago.
And then the preview to this is
90
Gentleman, the movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this.
It looks
is
super fun.
Sort of takeoff. Yeah, I mean, it's a little different because it's dragged out over a longer period. They could have done more Guy Ritchie stuff, but it's still fun.
I know. I need to get my smoke. I got a smoker for my wedding, and I have just never gotten it out to use it. That's one of my goals this summer.
All right.
It's mostly laziness on my part. It's not even hard. You fire up the smoker and you just throw the meat on. Like, you got to check it and stuff, but it's not like it's a super labor-intensive process.
Yeah, you have to do like homework.
Yeah. That's fine. I can do all that. I can do all the research and get all the equipment I need and stuff. It's the Weber like Smoky Mountain, some. It's an egg type of smoker. It's not a Traeger. Yeah, Andor was really good. I enjoyed Andor very much. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle Madsen. He's James Ham. We are rocking with you until noon on Sacramento Sports Leader. I want to remind everybody that if you only get to catch part of the show, or if you wanted to revisit something, or maybe you just want to go back and listen again, you can download the podcast of this show. We upload each hour, we upload clips, we upload the full show. However you want to consume it, we've got it for you. You can go and find the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show. That's what it's called. For a while, we had a very generic logo. We had some folks behind the scenes pulling some strings. Shout out to D-Lo. And got Damian Barling, not D'Angelo Russell. The real D-Lo. Shout out to the real D-Lo. Got our logo, our actual Insiders logo, this one right here, on the podcast. The James Ham and Kyle Madsen show.
Mm-hmm.
Download and subscribe, of course, on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts, and help us out. Make sure you're checking out everything we're doing here at ESPN 1320. And while you're there, make sure to subscribe to the D-Lo and KC podcast as well. Don't ask me why they had to call it the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show.
Yeah, I mean, like, look,
It was a whole thing.
I had this same silly shenanigans when I was at NBC. Like, it was the Kings Insider podcast,
Mm-hmm.
and then it changed to the Purple Talk podcast. I don't know who.
That sounds like a weed podcast.
I don't know who exactly like storyboarded that one or worked. It just like they're like, hey, your podcast is now called this, and it was like, okay, well that's dumb.
Welcome to the Purple Talk Lavender, or
Well,
welcome to the
like-
Purple Talk podcast.
Like
Lavender.
for a group that like thrives on SEO,
Yeah.
like to not have the name Kings in the name, I don't quite get. Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah.
Purple Talk podcast.
I don't even want to talk about it, Kyle,
Okay.
because it got to
You
a
want to
point
Purple
where
Talk about it?
it got to a point where they didn't want to do the magazine show. What is it called? You know, what do they
Chronicle Live?
no, like
Shout out to Chronicle Live.
whatever they do, the magazine show that they do for the Warriors and the Kings and all that stuff. Like, it's not like
I've got nothing for
that's
you.
what they call it. It's like the whatever. Like they keep doing they interview players or
King Central?
yeah, King Central,
Yeah.
right? So they got so budget conscious that they wouldn't even just do a standard King Central. They would just send a camera crew out to record me doing a podcast with Doug and with a guest. So the Purple Talk podcast got turned into King Central for 2
Right.
years.
Huh.
It's weird. Like, it is what it is.
Anything else? You good?
No. I would have liked to have had a producer like full time for it. Like there's always like this, like, oh, come on now. Like, what's happening?
You good? No.
Mm. Yeah, I'm good.
Keon Ellis now 6-0 as a starter, which
6-0.
It begged the question after the Kings moved to 5-0 with him in the starting lineup. Mike Brown got asked at his post-game presser, like, hey, is he going to start? Is Keon going to start? And he more or less is like, no, it's kind of, there's a lot that goes into that and blah, 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 blah. Well, Matt George asked last night, what kind of goes into that? And this became a topic of discussion during the press conference. Here's what Mike Brown had to say about the process of changing the starting lineup and the difficulty of that.
There's a lot that goes into it. It comes down to feel. Kevin gives us a lot too. And, does it make us better with Kevin or Keegan or HB coming off the bench just to start Keon? I don't know. I don't have that feel yet. You can always bring Keon in the game early. Keon can still average 20, 25 minutes a game if need be. And so kind of like Malik, just it can give us the luxury of, obviously finishing the way we want to finish, but playing different lineups based on the flow of the game, because we might go out there and the flow of the game might be in our favor with whoever's starting. Okay, let's ride with that. Okay, they want to make a run or they want to do this. You got Malik, you got Keon, you got Davion coming off the bench, and it just adds to what is already a very, very good bench.
That audio is courtesy of James Ham. Thanks, man.
Oh yeah,
Appreciate you.
I was there.
You're there. Follow James Ham at James_Ham NBA on Twitter and subscribe to the Kings Beat at thekingsbeat.com and the Kings Beat podcast wherever you get your podcast. Okay. Anyways, he said two things there. One, he said, I don't have that feel yet. I don't have that feel about are we, is it better with Keon as a starter or not? I do. I have it, Mike.
I get, but
I got
that's
you, dog.
That's where my point that like his 6-0 is over 65 games.
Right. Yeah, right.
It's not like today.
Yeah.
And Keon's been in and out of the lineup. Like it's hard for him to separate himself from
No doubt.
some of the other players.
No doubt.
And I think he's done a really good job. He's been with the team the whole year. He hasn't gone to the G League.
Mm-hmm.
So they haven't sent him down.
Yeah, he was on a two-way, but he wasn't two-waying.
Exactly.
He only one-wayed the two-way.
Well, he ran out of two-way games.
Right.
Or he was about to run out,
Right.
right at the trade deadline. And that's why they converted him after the trade deadline. So, look, this is sort of when you're bringing along a young player, there's always going to be like this question about whether what you're seeing is real or not.
No doubt.
There's always going to be, I think some teams do a better job of bringing players into the fold than others. And, sometimes it does come down to just having faith in a player, and not because you don't have faith in players. It's that you become really comfortable with the players that you do have faith in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, this team won 48 games last year with Kevin Huerter starting almost every one of them.
Yeah.
Like he was a huge piece to what they did. He was their third leading scorer. Like it's not just some player that like was a one-off, and he was really good.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when I look at Mike, might not be as quick to pull the trigger as some other coaches.
Sure.
So like a guy like Michael Malone, he has no choice. Even though he has a team that won the championship last year, he lost Bruce Brown. He lost Jeff Green. He's got to go with, Christian Brown, and he's got to go with guys that what's the other
Peyton Watson,
and even Zeke Naji.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's got to go with those guys because like that's what happens when your team hits a certain budget. When you have star players that eat up all of the money, then you have to figure out ways to manage the rest of your roster.
No doubt.
And so maybe Mike Brown is just a little more reluctant to change. That's okay.
Right.
That's just a feel thing.
Yeah, and I think there's another aspect to this. And again, coming at this from the standpoint of it's super easy for me or you or the chatty house or somebody listening to sit here and go, well, dude, start him. Like you're clearly better.
Yeah.
When Keon, but one of the things with this is, and this is a conversation we had a lot with Trey Lance and Kyle Shanahan, and should Lance start or not. This is a key aspect of this. Once you do that, you're committed.
Oh, you're pot committed.
You are fully, there's no going back from that. So if Mike Brown now with, again, and this is something we touched on yesterday, this team's 11 over 500. This is not like, oh my God, they might miss the play-in, panic button, do something.
Mm-hmm.
This is, hey, you might be better with this guy in the starting lineup. All the stuff that you need in a game, he's providing it. And to Mike Brown's point, to kind of argue against myself here, and to your point, when you say, okay, Kevin Huerter, you're out of the starting lineup. Harrison Barnes, you're out of the starting lineup, whoever it is. Keon, you're starting now. That's it, moving forward. And if that move doesn't work, if your sample size of Keon Ellis minutes, it turns out, was not enough, and he doesn't actually consistently provide as a starter all these things that he's been providing the last couple of nights, you're hosed. You could wind up deep in the play-in where you're losing a play-in game and you're missing the playoffs. And now it gets turned around back on the coach. Now it's like, hey, why would you do that?
Look at that misstep that you did. And then everybody who's piled on to start Keon. Right. They're the same people like, oh, fire him.
Yeah, right.
Look at what he did.
Right.
He screwed up everything.
Right.
I mean, that's a delicate balance, man. And
it
so
super is, dude.
It's not a simple decision. It's not a simple discussion. It's something that, like, it's an organizational decision. And I know D'Lo hates it when I talk about that. Like, these are organizational decisions.
Mhm.
So, like, well, he
No,
gives you a
it is.
better chance to win.
Mhm.
It's like, okay, but what does that mean? Hey, look, if like the value of Kevin Herter right now probably isn't at its well, it's not its
It's
all-time
definitely
high.
not.
No, but it's also for some teams around the league might go like, look, maybe the situation just isn't right for him anymore. And the problem the Kings have is like you're on the hook for 16.8 and 18 million over the next 2 years with Kevin.
Mhm.
And at some point value does matter. Like what his value is this summer, you have to consider that. And what does it mean if you're going to replace him with a guy who was literally on a 2-way contract 4 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that's what we're talking about. So like, look, I think Mike said it best, like the knee-jerk reaction. Like, yeah, Keon's had a couple of good games. And yeah, some guys have had a couple of bad games. But you could also make the argument that up until last night, that you could replace Keegan Murray in the starting lineup as well if you had somebody else.
He had a rough stretch for sure.
I mean, he had a rough stretch. Like, so who are you going to point fingers at today? And how is that going to react? How is that player going to embrace or not embrace the question
Yep.
and the move forward? I mean, how many people this season wanted Harrison Barnes replaced in the starting lineup? So many people in the chat that it's crazy. And why do you not do it? Because if you stay the course, sometimes it all works out in the end. That guys go back. They don't, there's regression to the mean, and then there's also like the laws of averages.
Sure.
Like guys figure out ways to get back to who they were.
Progression to the mean.
Yeah, progression to the mean. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I think that's a move I would go with, but I understand why Mike wouldn't. What I think we will see, and this is what he said a couple nights ago, I have to figure out ways to get Keon more opportunities. And so I think what we'll see is a little bit of a tweaked rotation going down the stretch here, where you do start seeing Keon with running with the starters, certainly, but probably not starting games, is how I think that's going to wind up going.
No, that makes sense to me. And, the other thing I think we could also point to is that Kevin Herter, usually when he misses a game, he rebounds pretty substantially.
Mm-hmm.
And so, again, last time he missed a game, he missed a Philly game. He came back out the next night and had 26 and 10, shot 6 of 9 from 3. Like sometimes, like we talked about with Keegan, maybe sometimes taking a step back for a day clears your head and gets you right back in the right frame of mind. Look, whatever they decide to do, I'll keep saying this. Mike Brown is a spectacular head coach. Like
doing a great job.
The Sacramento Kings, just for people who haven't been listening for the last, what are we talking, 38 years the Kings have been in Sacramento now. In all that time, this team has finished over 500 9 times. 8 of those came in one stretch under Rick Adelman. The only other time this team has ever finished over 500 in Sacramento was last season, and they're going to do it again. So anyone out there who, like, this is a good coach, and you need to let him do what he thinks is best for the team right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of the day, you can go back and dissect it and write your eulogy for the season whenever you want. But you got to give a coach some leeway to coach his team the way that he wants.
Damian Barling in the building, everybody.
He's
not here for the handoff just yet, but he will be. I'm Damian. I'm going to loop you in on the fun game I have to play about the game last night.
Oh,
all right. James, to finish up that point, the Kings won their 38th game of the year last night.
Yep.
Mike Brown, of course, led the Kings to 48 wins last year. The Kings have hit 38 wins. So since their last playoff appearance in 05-06, the Kings had gotten to 38 or more wins twice.
Yeah, I've covered
Mike
2.
Brown arrives.
Dave Yeager, 39 wins, and Mike Brown last year.
Yeah. They won 38 in 07-08, and they won 39 in 18-19. And they won their 38th game last night with 17 games to go.
Yeah.
That's where this whole Keon Ellis thing is a matter of, from Mike Brown's perspective, this is still a team that's 11 over, man. This is not dire circumstances. Flip the switch. Everything needs to change. Now, if they get in a playoff series, that is where I think we might see the Keon Ellis button get pushed if they go down, 0-2 in a series or something like that. But that is a much different circumstance than sitting here in the middle of March.
Yeah, I think we're at a point where you really have to have a pulse on the 18 guys that are in your locker room. And right now there are close to 18 there almost every day.
Yep.
Like with the G League guys are around a lot. Either way, the 15-man roster, you need to be very cognizant of what each person means to everybody else in the grand scheme of things, not just on the court, but off the court, and how they'll react to something. And like, look, sometimes pulling off the Band-Aid and like making a tough decision is the right move. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that we know a whole lot less than the head coach of the Sacramento Kings about who should be starting and what the impact would be if you did make a change within the walls of that room.
It's the handoff. Damian Barling, D'Lo, and KC coming up here at noon. Would you like to talk about Keon Ellis starting, or would you like to play a game?
I'd like to
Or
talk
both?
about. I'd like to do whatever you want. Let's do the game.
Okay, great. We've talked about Keon a lot today, and I'm sure you
We're
guys
going to
will
talk about Keon.
on coming up on D'Lo and KC. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna give you 5 good things that happened in last night's Kings game.
Okay.
Their 120-107 win over the Lakers. And you guys have to rank them 1 through 5, but I'm not going to tell you what else is coming up. You have to decide in the moment whether you want to rank that the best at 1 or the least best thing at number 5. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So I'm going to tell you, Domantas Sabonis moves to 10-0 against Anthony Davis. He's never lost a game, never lost against Anthony Davis. Is that the best thing that happened last night? Number 1? Or is that like number 5? I'm like, yeah, it's a cool thing, but
Without knowing the other 4,
Right,
it's
that's-
probably
yeah.
like 5.
Okay, number 5.
It's like that is great for us.
Mhm.
That like and if there's even a sniff that Anthony Davis is all NBA and Domas is not,
Woo!
we're pointing to this.
Woo!
Not just, I mean, we're talking 4-0 this year. We're talking 7-1 in the last 2 years. And the numbers are Domas has better assists. He has more rebounds. The only thing AD has is a Laker uniform and a handful more points.
Yeah.
Like that of all of the things that happened last night. I again, without knowing the other ones, I'll go 5.
Yeah, I'm going to say 4. I think you're right. Like
1 for the fans, though. That one might be 1 for the fans.
Oh yeah,
But in
no,
terms
no.
of like legit importance, I'm gonna go 5.
Well, and it actually might mean something to Domas because that might be the one thing that's gained traction for him this entire season
Sure.
nationally.
Yeah.
Like we're seeing like the Bleacher Report thing and all that
Shout out
stuff.
Kendrick Perkins.
Kendrick Perkins.
Perkins has been on that all season.
That was spectacular, his tweet.
Oh, it was incredible.
Mhm.
Incredible.
Shout out Big Perk. All right, Damian, you just alluded to this. The Kings moved to 4-0 against the Lakers this season, just their second time sweeping Los Angeles. First time they've done it since 2015-16. Where does that one rank for you?
Oh man, I'm gonna go shoot. I think I'm gonna go. It's a play. I'm gonna go. Crap, 2. I think I'm gonna go 2.
2.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 2 because there's still a seeding race here.
Yeah.
And having beaten the Lakers 4 times means you got the games on them. Obviously, it means you got the tiebreaker on them. I'm going to go conservatively 2 right now.
Yeah, I'm going to say 3.
3?
Yeah, I get where you're at, though. I mean, it was monumental. Like,
Yeah.
the game last night wasn't as much as the one before where you won the season series.
Mhm.
But then last night, you just put them away. Like,
Yeah.
there's no way for them to catch you.
And you backed up, irrespective of the team they played, they backed up a great performance with another great performance.
For sure.
For
Yeah.
like the first
Yeah.
time all
For
year.
sure.
On
Might have been
top
the best 2 games they've played in a row all season.
Let's do Harrison Barnes goes nuts. 23 points, 8 of 15 from the field. He was 7 of 11 from beyond the arc. 12 fourth quarter points, helped slam the door and close that game. Where does that one land?
That's a formula for winning, man. When Harrison plays like that, that's usually a really good sign for Sacramento. I'm getting nervous, but I'm going to go 3.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go 3 right there.
I'm going to go 2 because I think
Wow.
it gave you a glimmer into what the Kings can look like with a defensive-minded player in the starting lineup.
He's been really good defensively, and you see what they can do when he goes off offensively. Keegan Murray comes back into the starting lineup and lights it up after missing Tuesday night's game. 19 points, 11 boards, 3 assists. He was 7 of 13 from the field and 5 of 10 from beyond the arc wall, playing superb defense as well.
I'm
You
down
have
to
you have 1 and
I'm
4.
down to 1 and 4.
Yeah, I'm down to 1 and 5.
I don't know what I'm sniffing maybe a Keon Ellis thing.
Oh boy.
Man, crap. I think I'm gonna go 1. I think that might be the one. Like Keegan on the defensive end, hitting shots, being efficient, like grabbing rebounds, kind of doing everything. I don't like this game, but I think I'll have to do 1.
I'm going 5 because I love what he did, but that's who he should be. And like, it doesn't have to be 19, but that's what I kind of expect. I love the rebound numbers. I love everything else. I need to see it every night.
This is the worst game ever.
I can't see it one game out of 5 or something. Like he had a double last night, 19 points, 11 rebounds, like spectacular. Okay, who are you on Saturday when things get really crazy against OG Anunoby and
very
over here?
Very
and what about
tough Knicks team?
Yeah, what about Josh Hart? Are you? Is that what it is?
Be grimy.
Yeah.
That's the word I'm using for that game. That is a grimy game.
Yeah,
that is New York hip hop in the 90s.
All right,
that's what James. You get that reference?
Yeah.
It's going to be a grimy game against the New York Knicks.
All right, very quickly here. Last one you mentioned it, D'Lo. Keon Ellis moves to 6-0 as a starter. 28 minutes, 14 boards. 14 points, 8 deflections.
Yeah, that's
according
amazing.
to Mike Brown.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that being ranked as 4. Like now, with having the whole, I might have moved that up to 3. I don't know that I would shake too many things up now, knowing all of them. Keon being 6-0 is awesome. He was a huge part of what the Sacramento Kings have done, not just last night, but the last 2 nights. Yeah. And Mike has a task in front of him of making sure he gets significant minutes and that he's not getting put into the game like when things are out of control and he has to come in and try to save things. Like there's got to be like a flow to the game when Keon enters it, man, because he's a difference maker for the Sacramento Kings. It feels like he certainly has been this week, James.
20 seconds.
I'm really comfortable at number 1 because I think this shines it gives Mike Brown every bit of whatever to say this offseason. I need more of this.
Well,
I need more of who this guy is.
And that's what's going to open a lot of discussions that we're about to have.
Yeah.
James Ham, you had Keon Ellis 1, Harrison Barnes 2, the season sweep of the Lakers 3, Domas 10-0 against Anthony Davis 4, Keegan Murray's big night, number 5. D'Lo, you went Keegan number 1.
Yeah.
You had sweep of the Lakers 2, Harrison Barnes 3, Keon Ellis 4, and then the Domas 10-0 against Anthony Davis number 5. Can't wait to hear your guys' discussion about that. I hope Kenny's okay.
Okay, Lake Show.
Kenny's great.
Yeah, I know. I'm really fired up. Keon Ellis talk, lots of Lakers, lots of Kings coming up on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Thanks, guys.
Thursday.
Chatty House, what's happening, baby?
Thursday of championship week was
Celebrate
amazing.
Steph Curry's birthday.
Still time. Just tweet it out.
Akron, Ohio's finest.
Jesse,
Well,
you got me?
Second
Yeah.
finest.
Right on, Hammer. There you go. Thanks, man.
I have a conflict next Wednesday. I've got to go to physical therapy for my shoulder.
Okay.
So it's the only times they had. So I don't think I will be here on Wednesday. That's right.
For us or for you?
For you.
Okay, gotcha.
No.
No problem.
Yeah,
My man.
it's-
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Anyway, around that. All right, boys.
I need to get that one.
It's one of my favorites. All right, see you, Chatty House.
Yeah. Check. There we go. What's up, baby? Oh, you know what it is, Cutting Pete. You know what it is.
Yeah, man.
I don't be saving. Nobody's emailing me. Damn it.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Vibe check, baby. What's good? Vibe check one more time. Hey, shout out to all them hoes that was rocking gold and all of them hoes in their Kobe Bryant jerseys and their Shaquille O'Neal jerseys who walked their sorry asses out of the Golden One Center and had to look up and see that purple beam in the sky. Hey, shout out to all the Laker fans that were in the house. Y'all can kiss our ass.
Wait a minute.
They do not know what Sacktown brings.
Hey.
When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us then, ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now.
See
Coming down the
now.
lane off the rebound.
Rebound.
It's 9:16 now.
Look toward the sky like the beam now.
Tell 'em like the beam. Hey.
You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them like
You already
the
know
beam
what it
now.
is.
Oh, yeah, you know. Yeah, you
know it's
know.
a true birthday.
You know what it is.
You know it's a true birthday. Young Zell, tell them what time it is.
Tell them like the beam
Hey.
now. If you reppin' that
Verse 2,
Kings,
baby, let's go.
Everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep. Whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke with a team of the year. We shaking things over here. Don't doubt, we believe over here. We don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear. I only deal with real kings over here.
So tell me what you see now.
Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9:16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now.
Hey.
Tell them like the beam, like the
Hey.
beam now. You
Hey.
can tell them like the beam now.
Let's go, boy.
Tell them like the beam now.
Let's go.
You can tell them like the
Let's
beam
go.
now. Tell them
Come on,
like
man. Hold on.
Hold on.
I'm just gonna run this. I'm just gonna run verse. We gotta do it again.
Run it again.
We're gonna run another verse just because y'all was really out there last night.
Not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back. with it.
Yeah.
I was coming
Crazy,
in.
one sack winning.
I told y'all I was coming
Ain't
in
no back
today.
spinning. This is real right here.
Oh.
ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound.
It's not 16
Style like the
now.
beam now.
Hey,
What it do, baby?
I told y'all how I was coming in
What
today.
it do, baby? We in here, man. Welcome.
Beat their ass 4 times in a row.
We're going to call the Sacramento Kings the Four Horsemen. Just hit them with the
Just hit him with that.
hit them with the Four Horsemen. Woo, man. That is exceptionally satisfying to beat the Lakers' ass 4
Oh, it
times.
feels great. It feels great.
Got LeBron driving around listening to love songs when he
Oh,
gets
man.
back to LA.
That boy listening to Avant.
He had breakup music playing.
The one glove is crazy too.
Yo!
The
Got
OJ
a
glove is
driving
crazy.
He
glove.
had a driving glove on.
I might have to get a driving glove. I ain't gonna.
Well, with that
I
car
ain't
you
gonna
got, you
front.
might have to.
But it's not even better than yours. What are
Well,
you talking about?
welcome into the March 14th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley.
ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And shout out to the Sacramento Kings.
I'm in God mode.
Y'all know what it is.
Let's go.
Y'all know what
look,
it is.
real quick,
Yep.
off the rip.
Yep.
Off
yep,
the rip.
Yep.
Shout out to Harrison Barnes.
Hey, shout out to Harrison
Shout out-
Barnes.
What? He was in God mode.
I can't hit the air horns because I was looking for something. It's a long shot. No, it's not there.
Oh.
Well, hold on. Let me try an alternate spelling. I was checking the.
Oh, for Avant?
Yeah,
You need-
no, not Avant. I was checking the KSFM library for Thug Lovin'.
Oh no, they ain't got that. They need that.
And I know
they
you're
have it.
getting
You know I'm coming into
bored.
the show once again, coming into the studio with that Bobby Brown.
We got this one. I don't even know that this plays though. I don't know what pod would get this to play.
We playing music. We having a good time today.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I know there's Laker fans out there that'll be like, oh, yeah, they getting hyped over regular season wins and all. Yeah, we beat your ass. Yeah, we gonna get hyped about that. You can worry about all that other stuff another time. We beat your ass 4 times. We gonna have a good time today. We have a good time today. Some would say we smoking on that Laker pack today.
Well,
that's what some would say.
I believe Mark Jones once hit us with the good. Man, them Lakers.
Oh man.
Woo, boy. Man, that AD versus Domas record almost as bad as the 1140 versus 1320 record.
Jeez.
Man. It's the only thing comparable. I mean, the other one is way worse, but man, like you think someone in that group would have some pride. Domas don't want us to talk about that no more, though. He said, "Stop it! It makes life too hard on him."
Yeah, let's leave it alone. We already see what it is.
Yeah, we ain't even got to point it out no more.
We ain't got to talk about it.
Because like if the Lakers win a game next year, okay, he's 10-1. Like, what you gonna celebrate now?
Hey, let me ask you a question. Is AD gonna go up against Sabonis next year as a Laker? I'd trade him.
But you, general manager Kenny Caraway,
and Grant, I've
don't
said that
matter.
for what, about a year and a half, right?
Yeah, you've been consistent in that.
I said the Kings should go after him. I did say that.
They just paid him, right?
Yeah, I think they did just pay him. I think they did give him an extension or something like that.
Does Anthony
Doesn't
Davis
mean
have
he can't
trade
be
value?
traded. Yeah.
Does it boost his
I
trade
think he
value or
does.
diminish it?
What?
That he's got years of money on the contract.
Lessons. Yeah, it's lessons. But Anthony Davis is play like Anthony
He's still
Davis is
good.
not bad.
No, and we said
What are we
numerous
talking about?
times this in the last 7 days. He's an all NBA.
Well, no, he's not. You can if the conversation is Anthony Davis versus Domantas Sabonis,
No, he shouldn't
and
get
you're 0-4,
Yeah, no, he shouldn't get it.
you shouldn't be all NBA.
You shouldn't get it.
You're
but
a nice 16.
yeah, but if there's no Domantas Sabonis, there,
Oh yeah, he's good,
yes,
great ball player.
You're all NBA.
Yeah, great ball player.
He's a talented dude, but he ain't got nothing for Domas. He
He ain't got
He
nothing.
ain't got nothing for
Hey,
Domas.
Hey, no, I feel like TC. Hey, check it out. Check it out. Kenny, check it out. KC, check it out. I don't think there's any hyperbole in this. I think these are the two best consecutive games the Kings have played all year. Am I missing a set of games where the Kings played better in 2 straight games than these last 2?
I mean, I'm not gonna fight you on this one. I'm just trying to think. Atlanta and Memphis was back to back. Now, granted, that was a comeback victory against Atlanta.
It was an
Atlanta. That was one of the better ones of the season, people would say. And then Memphis was arguably one of their top 5 performances all year. So that would be up there.
Unless I'm missing something, I don't think those. Oh, there it is. 120. Yeah, they beat them down.
I mean, for these ones though, at this point in the season, for who they've played, I mean, these ones are up there though. It's not probably the best.
At Minnesota,
they
play in against the Warriors.
They beat the Cavs and beat the Lakers in consecutive games. Okay. They beat the T-Wolves and beat the Warriors in consecutive games. 124, 111, and then 124, 123. But either way, it's up there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's up there.
I mean, and the significance of these 2 games has probably been unrivaled all year. I mean, these were 2 big games. This is a huge homestand. You guys heard me say that a number of different times. And they're not out of the woods yet. You know, they dug themselves a little bit of a hole by losing that game on Sunday. And they've got to grind to get out of that and get out of this homestand what they want. And these 2 games, probably the 2 best teams on the homestand, and they took care of them in back-to-back.
Well, your boys are here Saturday.
I think
they're pretty good.
I think the Lakers and the Bucks are better than the Knicks right now.
Okay.
I mean, the Knicks without Julius Randle.
Yeah.
So OG's back. I mean, that's no shade on the Knicks. I mean, they could win on Saturday, but I think the Lakers, especially the way these teams are playing at the time, the Lakers, aside from the Kings, are playing great. They're winning basketball games left and right. And the Bucks have been playing good basketball too. So, you know, when you tell the whole story.
Oh, hi Doc. Welcome to the show.
I think you can say
Great
these
to
are the
see
2
you.
best wins all year.
Okay.
2 best back-to-back type wins.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's almost certainly the best back-to-back, literal.
I ain't even saying literally, just in back-to-back
2 games in a row, consecutive games. Yeah, I got you. Man, another, and I think what really stands out about last night, and we're going to talk about all of the different, you mentioned Harrison Barnes. We got to give HB his love. I got to switch back to the other board so we can hit the appropriate air horns for our man HB, who was clutch.
HB was phenomenal. And like you just said the word though too. He was clutch.
Yeah, he hit some
every time the
basket.
Lakers were trying to crawl back into it. It seemed like Harrison Barnes would hit a big time 3 to get that stuff.
I know what you mean, but I think what you meant to say was every time LeBron James tried to crawl back into it.
Yeah, D'Lo hit a shot. Austin Reeves hit a 3.
Did D'Lo hit a shot yesterday? Can we confirm that? Check the tape. Are we sure D'Angelo Russell? In fact, he lost it. He can't have D'Lo today. He's D'Angelo today.
Oh, that boy took D'Lo.
He's D'Angelo today. We don't get to share a nickname today. He's D'Angelo.
Hey, I'm not gonna argue that.
Of course, I didn't fire off any smart ass tweets while he was struggling because I was like, he ain't struggling until the game's over.
Right.
We've seen that boy do some nasty things in that arena. Man, we're going to talk about this game from all different elements. We're going to continue to laugh at all of them stupid fans that were at the arena last night and their stupid jerseys,
look on their face,
their stupid Laker gear, who were stupid loud and left looking up at the beam. Oh, y'all got drowned out at the end of the game. Y'all take your little asses out of Doco, get in your stupid little cars and drive back to your stupid little house with your stupid little Laker jersey on. Oh, yeah, we're going to talk crazy today. Hunter Patterson back with us.
Hey.
He's going to join us coming up in about 30 minutes. Chris Biderman going to be with us in the final hour of the show. Of course, normally Matt George is with us on Thursdays. He's running around being the dad today, but already confirmed for tomorrow, man. So we got a great day planned for you. We're so happy that you are here with us. It's D-Lo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I know you miss my loving, my thuggin' thug loving. What's up with y'all, man? Y'all doing good today, man? I know you're doing good. Kings won. That's why you're here. The Kings won.
Yeah, buddy.
Just thought about something. We'll talk about it on the show. We'll talk about it on the show.
It's hilarious, Jesse. I can't find his email anywhere. I think I can. Oh, got it. I was going to say, I think I can guess it, which I was right. I can. Yeah, buddy. Shane, we got you, baby. That's what we do. We here to celebrate, baby. Be hyped.
Baby.
Celebrate the victories. We get frustrated in the losses, man. We sure as hell gonna celebrate the victories.
You gotta celebrate the victories, man. You have to. You have to. This team. Let me see something real quick.
Y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here. Thumbs up, subscribe, all of that good stuff. All of the looky-loos, hit the thumbs up. We see y'all. We appreciate you being here. All those on X. I don't know what to tell you to do. Just thanks for being hit the I don't know, retweet. I don't know, whatever.
Find a way. Yeah, retweet for sure.
Retweet, heart, whatever. Follow.
Art, bookmark. Do what you guys
do all that. All of it. That video of LeBron grabbing his eye is peak. Peak. That's my king right there. Ah! Ah! My eye. Like Terry Funk. My eye. My eye.
I still can't believe you had the driving glove on.
Yeah, that's amazing. It took me a minute to catch that. I was so locked into the music. I was like, Bron got a driving glove on.
I think I am going to start wearing a driving glove, though. That was fire, Bron.
Bron out there giving people the mandible claw with that glove.
See, Jesse, you may not know that was a very 80s thing. That was a thing in the 80s.
The mandible claw?
No,
the mandible claw.
The driving glove. Now this was before. I mean, I was a kid. I was a little kid, so I didn't live it, but I remember everybody used to be thinking like those movies, right? Like if you were rich and you had the driving glove. Didn't Eddie Murphy wear a driving glove? In
oh yeah.
In one of the specials.
Yep. I just love the idea of the mandible claw. LeBron on the team plane rocking like the original Mankind used to rock. LeBron putting the mandible claw on Anthony Davis.
Damn.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Hate to see it. I mean, you don't at all, but still very fun. Very fun stuff.
You know something I noticed? The Kings are 7-1 since against the Lakers. Do you have any idea what I'm about to say?
7-1 against the Lakers. I mean, that's the last two. Well, wait, no, it's not. Because 7-1 because they were 3-1 and 4-0.
And
since last year, since
I believe I have this right.
So it's obviously not since last season. There's something else.
It's a very specific time.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. I'm trying to. I don't know.
I want to make sure this is when I'm thinking of. Actually, they may be 8-1. They're 8-2 since. I want to make sure.
How about we just let this go? Because I feel like you're not sure at all.
Because you're gonna like this.
Okay.
You can just say it too, because I know what you're gonna say. You don't have to fact check this.
This is super suspenseful.
You're 8-2 since the infamous "We're Not Quitters" Kings Lakers game at the Golden One Center. You remember that night? And that stands out because that seemed to be the night when Kings fans had enough.
Oh, that's when the arena got
Kings were up
super ill.
The Kings were like up 15 or 20. They lost the lead, and Laker fans went ham in the Golden One Center. And
didn't they get blown out?
They ended up
getting blown out. Yeah.
And Alvin Gentry came to the podium, apologized.
Yeah.
Said, "We are not quitters."
He said that so many times. I'm not sure.
I think that was the first time he ever
was
said
it.
it, though.
Okay, because he did say it again at least once after that.
But we were both there that night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was bad.
And that was the night
bad.
when, like, I don't even know if people were mad as much as they were like, this just.
They weren't happy.
Well, no, they were just like, this is awful.
But
they were so down after that game against the Lakers.
Yeah.
And the Kings, I guess what you could say 10 games since, have beaten the Lakers 8 out of those 10 times.
Okay. I'm fine with that. I remember that night at the Golden One Center.
That's why I brought it, because that was a tough night.
No, it was bad. I told you we were talking when we got here. I was agitated last night. I was really annoyed at how many Laker fans were there. Again, never mad when Kings fans make money.
Mm-hmm.
You want to sell your ticket to some goof who will pay triple the price? Make that money 10 times out of 10. But as the game started, I kind of still had the computer open, was, tying up some D-Lo and KC and ESPN 1320, 1025 loose ends. And you start to hear like reactions and look up like, Kings, what is going on here? And then you realize, oh, it's one of those games where every time the ball goes through the net, it's going to be loud. Okay. All right. I was agitated. Like, I was legit like, whatever. Please win this game. Again, not mad at anyone who sold their tickets. Make that money. Agitated, like, just don't let them win. Make sure every one of them hoes goes home disappointed. And they did.
They did that.
Hey, shout out to Jeremy. He's our special little Laker hoe in here. He says 17 world titles better than a season sweep. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Guess what it's going to be this year too, Jeremy? 17 world titles. Guess what it's going to be next year, Jeremy? 17 world titles. Imagine being the franchise that LeBron just goes, yeah, dude, I'm out of here. I can't deal with this stuff. I'm getting the hell out of here.
Oh, man. We beat their ass.
All right.
Jeremy
big mad at
us.
Hey, I told y'all.
Look at him.
Hey.
How many the Queens got?
Hey, I told y'all. I told you this morning.
Jeremy,
check on Laker fans. They're in bad shape today. They're not good.
Jeremy, he mad at us.
Think about Jeremy. Jeremy came to find us. He was like, "Oh, I'm so upset. My team is ass. Let me go find this. Let me go find this Kings podcast."
Hey, we got Jeremy hot.
That's all right, Brody.
We got Jeremy hot.
Hey. I'm serious. Check on a Laker fan today. They're not okay. They're not well. They're falling apart. Check on them.
Oh, man.
Check on them. Send a text. Hey, you good? Hey, you send DoorDash some flowers. Send them a milkshake. Just check on it. They are down bad.
It's bad right now.
Thoughts and prayers, man.
That cracked me up,
Thoughts
man.
and
Jeremy was mad at us.
He is not okay.
He got on that keyboard or got them thumbs going. It was like, How about the Queens?
just typing hella aggressively, just stupid. None. Oh yeah.
Jeremy said, 17 World Tires to season sweep. And I said, light the beam.
like, ho, you've been alive for like one of them titles. And that was at Disney World.
I did that boy with the cat. Light the beam.
Oh, hey. My man is hurting. My man is hurting so bad. Oh,
bruh.
David Jackson hit him with a La Jeremy. Jeremy sitting around listening to R&B music. He got Avant and Silk playing in the background.
Oh, man.
Talking about long as I live, you will be my first love. You got, hey, Laker fans, y'all will be all right.
Be all right, man.
You'll be okay. You'll be okay.
This
Hey, shout out to DB and Ryan Rucco. They wanted you to win bad last
really
night.
did.
Ryan Rucco talking about with a minute left. Hey, there's still a shot.
No, there isn't.
There's
Ryan.
still a chance. Hey,
no, there isn't.
Hey,
They're down 10.
Laker Nation, look at it this way. You always got the broadcasters on your side. You got the officials on your side. You've got the national media on your side. I mean, it doesn't help you win, but you got all of them on your side. Jeremy, you and your buddies in the group chat, hang in there. You guys can do it.
You know, shout out to Jeremy for fighting a good fight, I guess.
Hey, you got it, buddy.
A good fight. Standing up for all those
you live.
All those Laker fans out there.
You live to fight another day. You got it, buddy.
Jeremy's so mad at us.
Yo, that's a shoot, Carlos. ESPN talk like LA won. That was crazy.
Did you see halftime though? Shout out Perk.
Oh, it's always Perk.
Because Shanae, and I love Shanae, but they were like, said something, okay, the Lakers are down 4, how do they get? Yeah, the stars got to show up and da-da-da-da. And Perk was like, I don't want to talk about that. Let's talk about the Kings and what they doing. But the Lakers got to show up. I don't worry about that.
And I think Shanae realized at the very, very end how bad all of that came across. And right at the end.
During the highlight, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
She said something about Domas.
Yeah.
She said something about how nasty Domas is. And it was almost like oh, man, this is bad. Boy, man, Domas is incredible. Like, okay. All right. You're right. But all right.
Yeah,
we see.
It's good, man. It's good. It's just.
We might just talk trash for 4 hours. We'll break down the game
Ain't
tomorrow.
going on?
If y'all want to talk trash, 916-909-1320. Get at us.
Jeremy, you can call us. You can call us, Jeremy.
I don't know if Jeremy can put 2 sentences together right now.
I'd like to see him try.
I don't think he can.
Come on, Jeremy, call us.
They say Jeremy already out the chat, man. Oh, Jeremy.
No.
No. Jeremy tucked head. He ran to the car. Like
grandmama gave me that chain.
What was his name again? Not Red. What was his name? It was Red? Yeah. Okay. DJ Pooh. Just like DJ Pooh running to the car. Oh, Red.
Hey, man. Look, we smacked them boys up.
It happens.
We smacked them boys up.
It happens.
Good stuff,
Hey, pour one out for Jeremy.
It's good stuff, man. I mean, last night, so one of the things that you always deal with when the Lakers come to town, we know what it is. The Lakers, LA, public franchise, all this other stuff. There's going to be a lot of Laker fans in the building. There's a lot of Laker fans in every building, especially when it comes to California. So we get that. But I love the energy that Kings fans had ready for them to come right back, make it just as loud. They were talking about on that same broadcast of this is a playoff-like atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it was last night because the Kings fans was ready. It was ready last night.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted that win. It was a big-time game regardless of all the rivalry and all this other stuff. It was a big game for the Kings. They needed that one. Kings fans showed up.
Yep.
And more importantly, the Kings showed up ready to play last night.
Harrison Barnes, Keon Ellis, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis, a whole host of others. We're going to talk about all of them. First, we're going to talk to our man, Tyler Jennings.
Hey.
Tyler, what's up, baby?
Yo, what's up, guys?
What's up, big dog?
Hey, So I was on Lakers Spaces after the game, and I don't know if I heard Jeremy, but there was some upset folks in there. And about 45 minutes in, this dude gets on and says, "All right, this is a PSA announcement. I just want to let you all know the Lakers shot 10 free throws and the Kings shot 22, and we haven't mentioned it once. That's how you fan." I was like, dude, oh my goodness. Anyways, I laughed for about 5 minutes and then went to bed. Love you guys.
Appreciate you, dog.
Oh, that's good stuff. That is good stuff.
Oh man,
them spaces be wild.
Spaces be wild.
Securing the Bagley be sharing the
Warriors one. Oh, the Warriors, baby, they be going in. The Warriors, well, they be upset.
Hey, did you see what happened last night?
With what?
Your boy.
Oh yeah. Don't think we wasn't gonna talk about that. All of a sudden you hurt. All of a sudden you hurt and you can't play.
Bro really took the night off.
Rudy didn't tell not one lie one time.
Bro really took the night off in a critical game against Dallas.
All because Steph won.
Oh, that is wild.
Come on, man.
Man.
Rudy ain't never lied to the people not one time.
Goodness
He
gracious.
spoke the truth.
Woo.
We've been saying that. That's embarrassing. Yeah, I noticed that.
Spectacular.
I noticed that. When I seen him in his little sweater on the sideline, I said, oh, that's what we doing.
I had that game in the quad box when I got home last night. Like, what the hell? I had to pull up the box. I was confused. This dude really just took the night off.
This dude faker than a $3 bill,
man. And them things are fake.
Faker than Usher bucks.
Goodness. Well, Usher bucks. Well, this is odd timing. Jeremy's here, but no, our Jeremy.
Oh,
our Jeremy.
I mean, that's good too.
No,
our
Jeremy.
Jeremy too.
Not that Jeremy.
I wanted that Jeremy to call in, man.
Jeremy, what's up, baby?
Hey, quit slandering my name, man. You know I'm a Kings fan.
What's up, man?
Hey, chilling, man. Just calling him in Oakland right now, actually, man. Fucking.
You be on the move, bro.
Warriors. I'm everywhere now. Anyway, great game last night. What was I going to say? I totally forgot. So just keep it moving.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
man, Oakland got great weed. That Oakland weed hit different, boy. Hey, we laugh it off. Jesse is not amused when that stuff happens. My man had some edibles in his Fruit Loops, man. He was good. He's good. I ain't even mad. He's still celebrating last night's win.
I'm not mad at that at all, man. Shout out to my boy.
Hey, can we point out, we talked about Harrison for a minute, and I know, everyone is eager to talk about Keon Ellis, and we definitely will, and we'll cover everything the Sacramento Kings did last night. But Harrison Barnes, we talked about how clutch he was offensively. Harrison was really good defensively. Mm-hmm. He got tasked. It was definitely a guard LeBron by committee type thing.
Yep.
You saw Harrison on him a lot. You saw De'Aaron on him at times in the fourth quarter. Keegan, like they threw a bunch of different looks at LeBron James, who didn't really have a spectacular outing, but when it's time to turn it up, he did.
Yeah.
And he a lot like he did a week ago.
Yeah.
He tried to put the Lakers in position to win that game. And all I kept thinking, especially after that corner three, hey, get that ball back to Anthony Davis. Get that ball back to Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis. I think you of all people will understand what I mean by this. Anthony Davis, a great ball player.
Yep.
He's not built for that, though.
No.
He is not built for moments where you have to drag a team back into something. That's LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
That's Steph. That's KD. That is not Anthony Davis.
Especially when he's got to go up against a guy as physical as Domantas Sabonis. The book is out. It is what it is at this point. Domas is way too physical for AD. Yeah. AD, a little too soft, too worried about falling around, flopping on the ground, and all this other stuff to be successful against a guy like Domantas Sabonis, who is rough, tough, physical. AD, he's not built for that.
Mm-hmm.
When he gets too physical with a guy like Sabonis, he's not built for that. We joke about 0-10 and all this other stuff, but that's why. That when you talk about bad matchup, Domas just too physical for him. And like you said, when it comes to, hey, they're trying to make a comeback or whatever the case may be, take LeBron away
Mhm.
and make AD do it. Because
Yep.
in that particular game against that opponent, he can't do it.
The problem is one of the many problems. It's hard to take LeBron out.
It is.
Right. It's virtually impossible to take LeBron out. He has to, and this is, and again, salute. You've been saying this for a couple of years. It's to the detriment of LeBron James particularly in those situations, maybe exclusively in those situations, to trust Anthony Davis the way that he does.
Yeah, he can't. I mean, and then he gets to the point where he says, I can't trust him. I got to take over. And when he got those back-to-back dunks,
yeah,
I was like, here we go. But Harrison Barnes, like you started out mentioning,
it's almost identical to last week.
Yeah,
almost identical, back-to-back drives to the basket, right?
Yep.
And it's like, all right, here, okay, come on, fellas.
Mm-hmm.
And both times, they're like, I got you. Sit down, Damian. We got this. Both times.
Yeah, man. Harrison Barnes, man, I can't speak enough about the shots that he hit, man. He had 7 threes on the night, 7 of 11 from beyond the arc. You talked about his defense, 38 minutes. We talked about it yesterday. Those guys in the starting lineup or the core, group, they were going to have to go maybe 35, 38, maybe 40 minutes. Harrison went 38 minutes. Keegan went 38, almost 39 minutes. Domas with 38 minutes. De'Aaron Fox with 35 minutes. That's what it needed to be.
Yep.
And they showed up and they produced.
Yeah, and I can't remember when this happened. I think it was after the show ended. It was after the show. I remember when Sean's tweet came through. We knew it was possible that Kevin Huerter wouldn't play. And he was, in fact, ruled out. Keon Ellis now moves to 6-0 as a starter. And, man, Keon Ellis has this fan base excited.
Oh, man.
And I think the reason for that, and I want to make the move to Keon Ellis here because I think we're going to talk a lot about Keon with our man Hunter Patterson here in just a couple of minutes. Hunter wrote a great article about what the Kings are doing defensively right now and the importance of it, continuing. But Keon, I just keep getting hung up on the fact it feels like Keon is everything Mike wants. And we talked about this yesterday. It's going to be worth discussing probably just now moving forward. I understand why you don't make a starting lineup switch at this juncture of the season. There's probably a lot more that could go wrong than can go right. If you can work Keon into a role, and I think this is where I think Mike is really, really good. We criticize him sometimes because it feels like he removes guys from the game. Perhaps he does it a little bit. We say guys. We're really talking about Kevin Huerter. But he's removed Harrison when he feels like Harrison hasn't been effective. He's removed Keon at times in the past. He's removed Keegan Murray at times during the season. But he tends to ride with guys who are playing well. And that's obviously regularly Malik. It's Trey. It's JaVale or Alex and whatever, riding with them means. Right. And now it's Keon Ellis. Like Keon Ellis can still play a ton of impactful minutes without being in the starting spot.
Absolutely. I mean, that's just the way his game is tailored, where he can be productive in any situation that you put him in, starting, off the bench, or whatever. I'm Keon Ellis. He probably always had this in him, and maybe I'm late to the party, but to me, he's gotten so much better. And just from the beginning of the year to
just his overall game has gotten better.
Overall game, maybe it's confidence, maybe it's just opportunity. Maybe he's always had this, but I love the way he's playing. I thought he was good at the beginning of the season. He just, to me, and like I said, maybe I'm just late to the party, but to me, he's gotten so much better over the course of the season. And it brings up a question, a question. And I meant to ask this yesterday. We were talking about some other stuff. Didn't really happen. Had a game to get ready for. But I'll ask it again. Is it inconceivable? This year, I don't think I'm with you. I don't think things are going to change with the starting lineup. I think when Huerter's healthy and ready to go, he'll go back into the starting lineup. But is it possible that the Kings may have found their answer at the 2 guard moving forward. And Keon Ellis.
Is it possible? Is it possible? Yes, it's possible. And the reason it feels like he's exactly what Mike's looking for. He can be productive offensively, not otherworldly, or at least we don't. Maybe he can, but he has a role in the offense, and he can execute it efficiently. He's really good on the defensive end. And you listen to De'Aaron, HB, man, you even listen to the second-year Keegan Murray talking about how Keon elevates them a little bit when he's out there. That's what you're looking for, right? That's a single change that has a domino effect of productiveness. And it's the conversation we've had all year. If Mike wants to be a defensive team, he has to find a defensive roster. This team is not a defensive roster. They're an offensive roster. You're going to have to find something that works for you defensively within this group. That's Keon. Because if Keon is elevating De'Aaron and Keegan and Harrison and those guys, that still allows them to do what they do offensively. They did a lot of great things on the defensive end last night. What's your favorite stat? 3 pointers made, 19 of 41. That's plus 15, 46.3%. The defensive effort has been incredible. They're winning games because of that. They're hitting the 3.
I mean,
and man,
that's the
it's
bread and
just
butter. And he
it's
can
just a
contribute to that.
domino effect.
That was always
Yeah.
the question of removing Kevin Huerter from the starting lineup.
3 of 5 last night.
He can hit the 3.
Yep, 3 of 5 last night.
I don't know. To answer my own question, I'm the only reason I'm not sure is because he's a little shorter than maybe you would want. That's a short backcourt with Fox and Keon Ellis trying to go, but he's physical and aggressive on the defensive end, where maybe he can make up for his lack of height. And he's not a short guy, but when you talk about trying to guard 6'6" guys, at this 2 guard spot, maybe it's an issue. But he is physical enough and can move his feet well enough and stay in front of guys well enough to maybe the point where that doesn't matter. I don't know. I'm way more open to it than ever right now, though, after seeing the way he's played, really this second stint in getting playing time this year. I'm really impressed by him.
Man, shout out to Keon for getting an opportunity and making the most of it. By the way, I don't want this to get lost. Keon's not the only one who's done that. We'll talk more about it later. Davion Mitchell has been on point. And we've backtracked to the moment where he's gotten back into the starting lineup, or excuse me, back into the rotation. And we're going on about 3 months now. This isn't a small sample size of Davion. He's doing okay. This is a big chunk of the season that Davion has played really well. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk a lot about Keon, what the Sacramento Kings are doing defensively with our main man, Hunter Patterson of The Athletic. He returns to dealing with KC next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Look at this. Y'all see what's going on in here? Joe's preparing. Y'all see this? Y'all see what's going on? Joe is preparing. He said he got a members only jacket already.
Joe's just waiting.
Oh,
just
he's waiting. He waiting. I see you, HB. Hang on one second. Hunter, there he is. Hunter, what up, baby?
What's good? What's up?
Oh, man, young Mark Spears. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well. I'm glad to be with y'all. How are y'all?
Man, it's good to see you. We missed you.
Miss y'all too, man.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you've been killing it lately, man. It's been great to see all you. It feels like the Athletic got a Kings writer again, man. It's good to see.
I appreciate y'all. I'm trying to carve out my niche a little bit.
Man, you're doing a great job. Great job.
Absolutely.
I don't.
I'm sure you know this. We're in commercial, man. We'll be back in a In a second.
You an UNC fan, a Tar Heels fan?
Nah, I actually grew up kind of into him because of MJ, and I have family in North and South Carolina, and we were in a mall in Charlotte, and this has like a bunch of MJ cards from UNC, and I was like, we got to get that.
Did you? So the other day when I think I retweeted it, but when Anthony Davis had the block, somebody put out a clip of Michael Jordan at UNC banging his head on the rim for a block. I had never seen that before. And he like hurt himself, like he was down and like had to come out a little bit, and he was cool, but got it almost the same way as Anthony Edwards, smacked his head on the rim, and the announcers obviously in like 81 were like, oh my gosh, like look how high he hit his head on the rim. Oh my gosh.
I don't know how to describe what I just saw.
I saw that, and Ant, he's ridiculous. Like, feels like every game he's kind of doing something new to show how athletic he is.
Yeah, he is. You know what completely flew under my radar until I looked at the work Jesse did on the show. I guess I was so locked into that game and was kind of paying attention to Dallas, and I didn't realize Cleveland and the Pelicans played again last night. I started seeing Donovan Mitchell highlights. I was like, "What's?"
I didn't realize Donovan came back.
Yeah, Donovan came back. Yeah, and, Cleveland won.
Yeah,
and suddenly
that's what I'm saying.
Suddenly it's
that's
like, wait, maybe they're not as far back as we thought. Damn, 16-0. Oh, okay.
Houston ain't messing around.
Well,
Calvin Sampson might get that national championship this year.
Who is this y'all watching?
Houston and TCU.
Oh, okay.
It's 16-0 right now.
Damn.
Big 12 quarterfinal.
Also, a little side note, I have somebody doing like a leaf blower outside of my apartment. Can you hear this?
No.
Oh, that'd be good.
We've dealt with stranger things, man. It's all good.
Okay.
It's all good. And this is the most chill radio show on the planet. We had the Sacramento Kings team setting up something behind James Ham yesterday at the arena. It was setting up a photo shoot or something while he was talking to us.
We had a dude call in today, just completely forgot his thought and hung up.
Yeah, well, we did. We did have that. Hey guys, we're coming back, Hunter. Hang on. Man, we back in here on this Victory Thursday. That's not even a thing, but we're going to dub it that. Victory Thursday indeed. Happy to be joined by our man Hunter Patterson of The Athletic. First time in a little bit that our man HP has been with us. Of course, he is the young Mark Spears, which means he's a future Hall of Famer. And man, if you aren't a subscriber over at The Athletic, you're missing out, because The Athletic has got themselves a Kings reporter, and it's our man Hunter Patterson who's with us now. Hunter, great to have you with us. Let's talk defense, man, because you wrote about it today. It's up on The Athletic now, and it feels like every conversation about the Sacramento Kings in this moment is centering around number 23, man, Keon Ellis.
Yeah, first and foremost, always glad to be back kicking it with y'all, but Keon at this point is in the right place too often for it to be considered a coincidence anymore. He's getting glowing reviews from any of his teammates who get to talk about him. Last night it was HB, De'Aaron. De'Aaron talked about how much easier he makes his life defensively. The night before against the Bucks, De'Aaron was talking about the 3-guard lineups that they go to sometimes with Keon, Davion, and De'Aaron, and how that increases ball pressure. And it's cool to see, just because he was someone who was on a 2-way contract last year, and now, and even earlier this year until he got converted to a regular deal. So seeing his growth in his journey is cool. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, man, he's earned it. You know, he's earned it, and that's no knock on anybody else. But he's had to dig deep. He's had to, take different paths than other people to get to this point. And one of the things that he's done every single time, it feels like, is he's been ready when his number is called. He hasn't been sulking. He's been ready to go no matter when and where his number's been called. And I love to see it pay off for him, man, because he seems like a hard worker. He seems like a guy that does whatever is being asked of him to help the team. And his teammates appreciate that. You see that in, like you said, in their comments and the way they speak about him. They appreciate how he's always ready to give the team whatever it is they need.
And he seems just kind of one of those guys where he's happy to star in his role. He knows what he's good at. He's not trying to do anything outside of himself. And he's just a constant every time he's on the court. You know you're going to get max effort on both sides of the ball.
He real quick, the other thing I like about Keon, and I'm sure to be in the NBA, there's some things you can do with the basketball as far as dribbling and handling and, you know, shaking people and all this other stuff and scoring. I'm sure he can do all that, but he shows what you can do and how effective you can be if you just understand the game, like where you're supposed to be, help defense, all this other stuff, and you work hard. Like that. There's nothing flashy about his game. There's nothing on offense. All he really does is catch and shoot or make the right pass. It's I don't want to take away from him, but it seems so simple, right? Just go out there, be where you're supposed to be, and work hard. And look what it's got him. He's got the whole city of Sacramento buzzing. He's got an opportunity to start or play a lot of minutes on a playoff team just because he works hard and he understands the game, understands where he's supposed to be at all times. Simple.
Yeah. I mean, and even as far as numbers go, he led the Kings in steals last night and Tuesday night. Let Mike Brown tell it based on the tracking they have internally with their coaches. He had 8 deflections last night. So he's just super active.
Hunter, it's kind of a late season surprise here a little bit for Mike Brown in Sacramento, how well Keon has played and how much he seems to kind of, push all of the buttons that Mike wants on the defensive end. How do you think Mike addresses this moving forward when he's got a healthy Keegan Murray, a healthy Kevin Huerter? He's got a little bit more of a healthy roster, and you've got this dynamic player who's been a big part of 2 really big wins against 2 really good teams in the last couple of days. And as you pointed out, elevates De'Aaron Fox, De'Aaron singing his praises, Harrison, Keegan, all of those guys are singing his praises, and you've got to figure out a way to get him minutes.
I think Mike is aware that, like KC said, like he's able to be adaptable enough to go some games with DNPs. You throw him into the starting lineup, he still produces. And I think Mike appreciates that. He doesn't, Mike, I don't think wants to mess with the starting lineup as is this late in the season. And I think for him now, it's just about figuring out how he can carve out a consistent role for Keon off the bench when the starters are healthy. And a lot of times it's like the starting 5 gets obviously a lot of attention because you get your name called during the intros. There's just kind of glitz and glam that comes with being a starter. But Keon, I wouldn't be surprised if he's more often than not through these final 17 games, I believe, one of the closing 5 guys on the floor.
And you talk about like getting the glitz and glamours of being a starter and your name called and all this other stuff. But here in Sacramento, sometimes things are a little bit different. And we look at guys that come off the bench and we love them. They love Malik Monk. And Keon Ellis is starting to fall into that category where his name gets called at the 5-minute mark.
Harry Giles got a huge pop with like 30 seconds left in a blowout game last night.
And Keon is getting into that category with the way he's playing and the way that fans have fallen in love with his style of play and what he brings to the table.
And I think I first off completely agree with that. And the way he's gotten to this point, undrafted, we talked about earlier, like 2-way contract to being full-time with the guaranteed money. And I think part of what makes Sac love him the way they do is he's really had to, like you said earlier, earn everything he's gotten to this point.
Hunter, what do you think of this team this year? Obviously, these last 2 games, on consecutive nights against, Dame. You take the Bucks and Lakers out of it. We're talking Dame and Giannis and LeBron and Anthony Davis. You get 2 really big wins, really controlling victories in both of those games for the Kings. We're riding high right now. We're laughing. We're talking trash. We're lighting the beam. We're doing all of that. And it's like, it could be taken. I don't think it'd be taken away Saturday because I think the Knicks are very good, regardless of it. It could be taken away Monday, though.
Oh, for sure.
It can be taken away against the Grizzlies. Like, all those vibes could die real quick, which has kind of been, up until this exact moment, the story of the season, Hunter. A lot of ups and a lot of downs. Like, you've watched every second of this team play this year. What is your thought on this team?
De'Aaron earlier in the year called it a bit of a roller coaster year, and I think that's probably the perfect way to describe it because they seem to really enjoy playing the better teams in the league, and they enjoy playing on the road as well. They do pretty well, but we're at the point in the season, and we have been for some time, where you need to treat the below 500 teams and teams you feel you're supposed to beat with the same respect you would treat the Bucks or Lakers. And I talked about it a little bit earlier in the piece I wrote, but the third quarters, I think, can be an area where they really try to hound other teams into turnovers. They started the second half last night with 5 straight stops. Over these last 2 games, the Bucks and Lakers, who are top 10 in third quarter scoring, those 2 teams only averaged 19.5 points. And after the win last night, De'Aaron was talking about how the teams he's been on here have usually been pretty bad in the third quarter, but when you're able to come out of the half hot and get stops, it, one, allows you to either extend the lead that you had coming into the second half, or you can kind of get back into the game. So if they keep taking advantage of these third quarters, especially on the defensive end, I think that can possibly be a way where they're competitive in any game, regardless who they're playing.
It felt like the whole game shifted at the start of the third quarter.
Mm-hmm. That was big. We get our
could have gotten way worse. Kings had a couple of turnovers. They were getting all those stops and turnovers. They had a couple of themselves. That thing could have really ballooned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I would have seen that.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Wouldn't have been sad.
We get our jokes off and everything with Anthony Davis and going up against Sabonis. 0 for 10 now in his career against Sabonis. Like I said, we joke about it, but Anthony Davis is a heck of a ball player. Very, very talented. What do you make of him not being able to do anything against Sabonis? Like, why is it this dominant against Domantas Sabonis, or excuse me, against Anthony Davis for Domantas Sabonis?
At this point, I think probably just play styles. Domas, he literally plays every possession. I mean, and this is kind of a cliche, might be a little corny or whatever, but Domas seems like he literally plays every single possession like it could be his last. He doesn't take any off. He's active every time down the floor and super physical. And maybe AD just struggles with the physicality. Domas is not intentionally like throwing elbows or anything, but he's really strong with how he moves with the ball. And I think that really gives him a big advantage on AD, because AD is another player who, like, when he wants to be, no question how elite he is. He's shown that time and time again. But this matchup is just one where Domas clearly has the advantage. And I think it's largely because of Domas's physicality.
Some would say he uses the ball as a weapon, but it's a different story. Did you catch?
Remind me of something. Just remind me of something a little later.
Okay.
Talking to Hunter now.
Remind Kenny of something. This is my life, Hunter. This is what I do. Remind Kenny of something. Got
Sabonis.
it. Okay. Did you happen to? I know Hunter heard this. Did you happen to pick up on De'Aaron in kind of a roundabout way acknowledged that LeBron and AD flopping is part of their game plan? Like, the way that they game plan is they know, like, they're going to, like, flop around for calls, and when they do, run. Like, take off and run, because they're going to be down a man. And he said it. Oh, he said it so casually that it's clear that they talk about, yeah, these dudes are going to be flopping all over the place. The second they do, if the whistle doesn't blow, just take off. We'll have an advantage. And we saw that like 4 times last night. And it's fun. You know, we have the clip of LeBron grabbing his eye and all of these different things. When the whistle doesn't go their way, like it's a part, like the Kings can't be the only one who are like the second they start flopping all over the place, run. Yeah, run.
I think they were aware of it for sure. They know. I think the whole league at this point knows that the Lakers primarily score in the paint. And with scoring in the paint, 1, comes a lot of fouls. And 2, if you know how guys on the other side, namely AD or Bron, react when they don't get those foul calls, it's time to get out and run because you probably have a numbers advantage in transition going the other way. And of the Lakers' 14 turnovers last night, those turned into 17 Kings points. So to your point, I think they definitely were prepared for it. They took advantage of it, and they weren't stopping to wait around and see if anyone's reaction would get them a call.
One of the signature plays that define that strategy late in the game, Lakers are inbounding the ball, and Sabonis just goes after the ball, just goes after it. AD kind of hopes that it gets to him. Sabonis just goes after the ball, bumps him a little bit. AD goes flailing down on the sideline looking for a call. Sabonis got the ball. Let's go. We turn it up this way.
Mm-hmm.
And I usually not crazy about the term. He just wants it more. But that's literally what happens a lot of the time when those two meet up with each other. Sabonis just wanted that ball more than AD. AD was too busy flopping on the ground. And to your point and De'Aaron's point, what Hunter's talked about, the Kings saw that as an opportunity. Like, oh, yeah, he's going to fall all over the place. Let's get out on the break and get an easy bucket. And it's a great strategy, a smart strategy, and it's the correct one.
Yeah, I think it comes with, one, a good game plan, knowing your opponent, knowing how they can generate calls, being the superstars that they are, and then when the embellishments and things like that don't work, let's take advantage of it.
Did you see that still shot? I don't remember if it was King's Music. I don't remember who it was.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They said that
the caption was
that
wrong.
Domas got Anthony Davis out here looking like he about to have a baby.
Oh, man.
I think AD was like holding his face, laying on the ground, something like that.
Yeah, his legs were up in the air like he was in the dead bug position. Oh, it was a wrap.
Come on, King's Music.
It's a wrap. That's funny, though. That was one of the great still shots. Hunter, man, great to have you back with us. We missed you, man. We're following everything you're doing over there, man. We look forward to talking soon. If you ever want to get over on 102.5 and use that voice on the music side, man, I think we could work something out.
Oh,
we get Hunter Patterson a new career as the voice, man. I think we could do it.
Man, yeah. Like I said, it's always good to be back. I miss y'all too. And we might have to figure something out with the voice, man. So
yeah, there it is. There it is. Right on, Hunter, man. We'll talk to you again soon, brother.
All right, appreciate y'all.
That's our man, Hunter Patterson, right there at The Athletic. Make sure you go check out what he wrote on The Athletic today. Kings defense has been on point past 2 games. They know it needs to continue. He wrote all about that over there.
Their activity is just it's been really good, and a lot of that it's not only him, because there's another guy that you said we were going to talk about, and we need to talk about him. But Keon has done a great job with that activity, just active hands. Once again, I don't want to make it like anybody can do it, because he has NBA level athleticism to be able to do it. But really, a lot when I watch Keon, it's just he's working his butt off on the defensive end, and he knows where he's supposed to be as far as help side, denial, all that. He just knows where he's supposed to be, and he gets there, and that's a lot of the work right there. I'm so impressed with the way he's been playing.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Just a quick note. You see where Eric landed?
Yeah, I mean,
not what I expected. Eric Armstead headed to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, first Mac Jones, now Eric Armstead. Boy, it's almost like a dream team. That's big time for Jacksonville. That's a good signing.
They needed something because it hadn't been
a good signing.
It hadn't been great for them as of late. But yeah, I also saw the 49ers when you talk about football. They're losing Ray McLeod. He's going to the Falcons. So now they're going to be looking for a punt returner. I know they tried Ronnie Bell in that position a couple of times last year, and it got a little shaky. So
they also lost a legal tampering signing.
Yeah, this guy.
Eric Hendricks is headed to the Cowboys instead of the 49ers. That it's surprising that stuff doesn't happen more. But if you're willing to take like the, kind of the heat that comes with it, and it's not like heat from the media, it's like your agent now faces some issues. Like, but if you're willing to do that, hey, do your thing. But yeah, someone, Eric Hendricks, we thought was headed to the San Francisco 49ers. He's in fact headed to the Dallas Cowboys. We'll talk a lot about what the 49ers are doing with our man, Chris Biderman. Of course, he covers the San Francisco 49ers for Candlestick Chronicles and the Sacramento Bee. And we'll talk with him about the Sacramento Kings and what they're doing right now. He'll be with us at 3:15. Normally, Matt George is with us on Thursdays. He'll be with us tomorrow, an all-star lineup tomorrow with Kyle Madsen, Matt George, and James Ham. I was thinking we were looking for someone else tomorrow. I know we had some ideas.
Yeah.
You said something in preparation for the KSFM show that we've got to have JA back on the show.
Mm-hmm.
We've got to get JA in here to talk about a variety of subjects, the Kings included, but we got to talk to Jason Anderson about a couple of things. I didn't know Jason Anderson was entrenched in the power universe. Now we need it. I need him to send me the link to the Reddit thread he was on. That's what I really need.
He know the ins and outs.
Yeah, he's hip to stuff that I'm not. Did you see Will Z's stat? Shout out again, NBC Sports California. Made sure Will Z got featured on the post game show. That was D'Angelo Russell's career low against Sacramento.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, that was his career low.
And I know on
it feels
broadcast,
like 20 could have been his career low.
Man,
but it was
20
in
and
fact,
a half.
Yeah, it was in fact 6.
And I know on the broadcast they were talking about, how he's starting to feel good about himself and been talking. He's that dude and he's a killer and he wants all the smoke. Well, he didn't want it last night. Yeah, we want to know parts of. Some people are dubbing it on King's Twitter, Keon Island.
Oh, I like it.
Keon Island.
Off night in Keon Island.
Yeah.
I'm all for it.
That's another reason why I kind of like him coming off the bench. The combination of those two and the energy they bring along with Malik Monk, I feel like it could be deadly for teams in the playoffs if the Kings can get there to have to deal with that and then go back to the starters after that. Oh, it's Ellis Island. Sorry. But I thought it was
that makes
Keon
a lot more sense.
Ellis Island.
that makes a lot more sense. I still like Keon Island, but Ellis Island.
Why does Ellis Island make more sense?
Isn't Ellis Island in New York?
A thing or something, right?
Yeah, Ellis Island's where it's where I think it's where the Statue of Liberty is, but it's that island in
had no idea.
New York where like when immigrants came over on boat, that was their first stop. Isn't that Ellis Island? I think that's is that right, Jesse?
Sounds right. I'll look it up.
Learn something.
We're not history teachers, but
the more you know.
That's what
Zabo says where immigration went through in New York.
Yeah, that's Ellis Island, right? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought.
Learn something new today.
If memory serves me correctly as well, that's where Will Smith kicked what was her name? Eva in Hitch.
Mendez?
Eva Mendes in Hitch. That's where he took her over there and she started to cry.
Oh no.
You never seen Hitch?
I've seen bits and parts.
Oh no. You gotta watch Hitch.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, Hitch is pretty good.
No, Hitch is good. What you mean? Sean Payton's in it.
Facts, he's in there.
These Sean Payton or King of Queens?
No, the King of Queens, Sean Payton.
Still one of the weirdest movies to make ever, too.
No, by far.
Hey guys, Sean Payton is suspended for trying to hurt defensive player or offensive players or whatever. So let's make a movie about him during his suspension.
Crazy.
916.
All right, so with everybody in the chat, settle down. Hitch is not a classic.
No, Hitch is not a classic, but Hitch is
Settle
Hitch is,
down.
very-
It
Hitch
could
is
be a
very
good movie.
good.
It could be a good
Hitch
movie.
is very good.
At some point, I'll check it out, but settle down with the classic talk.
Well, you
It's not
can't
even-
say it's not a classic if you haven't seen it.
It's not even top 5 Will Smith movie, is it?
Probably not. No, because there's like 9 Bad Boys movies. That might be
Another one on the way.
Yeah. I love the idea that the last one was called Bad Boys for Life because they didn't think they were going to make another one. And then they did. And it's Bad Boys 4, but they can't call it Bad Boys for Life because they call it Bad Boys 3, Bad Boys for Life. Should be noted, 916-909-1320 as we go to Kamara. The Sacramento Kings are 4-0 since Kamara texted, yeah, nah, I'm going to bed. I'm not staying up for this. Picking up where they left off on Monday with bad offense and turnovers. Kings are 4-1 since that tweet.
Which game was that?
That was the Laker game, the first Laker game. That was the
They've
first.
been cooking ever since.
First of all, I didn't text you after that because I actually stayed up to watch that. But I'm more disappointed in the fact that y'all didn't even know what Ellis Island was, and then Kenny has never seen Hitch.
I just said what Ellis
knew
Island was.
I didn't know what Ellis Island was.
The education system in this country is disappointing. That's all I got to say.
We went to the same junior college. Stop it.
And look, they might have said it in history class. I don't remember that. I'm pretty good with history. I don't remember that.
Oh, well.
Maybe it is the education
listen,
system, but because I'm pretty good with history. I love history. I don't remember learning that.
Well, you know what? Your history teacher failed you, but it's okay. We're moving on.
Well, there's a lot of history they
what
don't
did
teach
Mr.
you.
Lemanoff do to you? Jesus.
Lemanoff.
That's his name, Mr. Lemanoff.
Well, you know, I'm a history scholar, right? You know that, right? I majored in history and I wrote.
You heard that right. You couldn't say I'm a history major. He said I'm a history scholar.
I actually have a dissertation in history.
Kamara is a different kind of flex. Like he is just different than everybody else.
So anyway, I wanted to actually correct you guys. Another thing is regarding Ellis Island, Keon Ellis, is that he's a 6'9", he might be 6'4", but a 6'9" wingspan. But as you know, we've seen in the NBA, Draymond Green, him being 6'6", but he has a 7'2" wingspan. It's not about your height; it's about your wingspan and defensive switchability. So, you know, the NBA is way past the idea where somebody has to be a certain designated height in order to be a good defender. It's about your ability to get to switch onto different spaces. The Suns, when they went to the finals, they utilized a 3-guard lineup a lot. I think the Kings can use that. Of course, I don't think they should switch out the starting lineup, but I do think that there's something to be said about Monk, Ellis, and Fox being in that role and creating a dynamic offensive set while having someone like Keon take on 1 through 3 defensive assignments and being able to switch out and be more active on the perimeter. So I'll take my comments off the air and want to hear what you guys have to say about that.
That's our scholar.
I mean,
attorney scholar.
I understand exactly what he's saying. I'm trying to think of what the 3-guard lineup was with Phoenix. It's probably Paul, Booker, and Mikal Bridges. I mean, they're all 3 inches. Well, not Chris Paul, but the other 2 are like 3 inches taller than Keon Ellis. So it's not necessarily the same. You look at Keon. Do you want him going up against? Like we're talking about him as a starter. Book is probably about 6'4". He's probably around the same. I think he's about 6'5", but he's around the same size as Keon.
Okay.
But we're talking about a starter, a guy that's going to play 30-something minutes a game.
Yeah.
You want him going up against Paul George and Kawhi Leonard on a regular, or Devin Booker, or maybe so, because he's shown that he's tough enough to do it. But I'm just putting that's what you'd be looking at if he was that type of starting and finishing.
Did you answer your own question yet?
I said I'm not there yet 100%.
With Keon being
the answer at the 2 moving forward.
Not this second.
Right.
But
we
agree that's not the move.
Right.
But okay.
Yeah.
All right, 916-909-1320. If you want to talk, we want to listen. We'll come back. We've got more celebrating to do. We've got more talking to do. And I said this, I think it might have been during a commercial break. When the Kings lose, we get down and we get frustrated. When they win, we're going to be up.
Oh, for sure.
We're going to be up.
You got to.
Stealing with KC here, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
How tall was Doug Christie? Doug Christie was about 6'5", I think.
Doug Christie about 6'5".
Yeah. Campaign, I don't think he was closing out the games. To be honest with you, Kamara, it was Cam Johnson who was part of that. It was CP3, Book, Michael, Cam Johnson, and DeAndre Ayton. But your original point, I mean, I think Keon is active enough on the defensive end that you have to give him this opportunity to see what it might look like. I think he's a heck of a defender. Rob Bay, we Harrison was the first person we talked about, I think.
Mm-hmm. Harrison was the only player we talked about in a sea of shit talking.
Anthony, there's no such thing as a healthy Jonathan Isaac.
Friends don't let friends talk about Jonathan Isaac.
Brad, excited. That would be a bit of a stretch, but I actually watched the Giants the other day for a couple innings in spring training. I saw Hooley, and he looks like a good ball player. Like I do like his game. And he's a good addition. So, like I said, I don't know about excited, but interested, intrigued.
I'm sorry. It's still very funny that Jeremy came over from Laker hell, got eviscerated by about 600 people, and then just left.
My favorite thing about like those people come in and try to talk trash is like, you got to subscribe and do all that. Like,
yeah, you got to do the work.
You're still subscribing all that. Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll throw Jonathan Isaac in the injury box. How about that?
No, he should be in. Yeah, he can be with Aaron Rodgers in a box.
You see that stuff with Aaron Rodgers the last few days?
Fucking idiot.
That don't make no sense.
Go do it. Go do it. I think he should.
Oh, Lord.
Well, I saw something today. I didn't understand the origins of it.
So a report came out, and I'm not like he questioned about it or something like that, like the conspiracies and all that about the Sandy Hook stuff. And then he denied that this morning, I believe.
Okay, I saw the denial. Yeah, I mean, that's who Aaron Rodgers is. He's one of those nut jobs. And he'll be celebrated by the dumbass NFL media because that's what they do, because they're just like he is.
Soren, if CNN reported that and it's not true, I'd sue the life out of CNN if I was Aaron Rodgers. If he's denying it, saying it's not true, then yeah, we'd have to get some legal teams involved with that. You can't. That's something you just don't play with.
He can't. I'm just like,
Well,
I think that the Soren's message is a little bit misleading. What it says is Aaron responded on Thursday to a CNN reporting that he shared in private conversations false conspiracy theories about the 2012 Sandy Hook shooting. While Rodgers did not deny the content of those conversations, he said in a social media post, he's never been of the opinion that the events did not take place.
Yeah, that's not a strong enough denial for me for something like that. I'm not saying he did say it, but with somebody, yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. I'm going straight to the legal team. I'm denying.
And here's the other thing.
Straight to the
CNN reached out to him. They were like, hey, we have these conversations from a source. Do you guys care to comment? They said no. They published the report, and now he wants to comment. Okay.
That's a joke. That's a joke.
He's one of the biggest. Aaron Rodgers remains one of the biggest pieces of garbage in professional sports. Wow. That's never going to change. That might be that might be the title he owns forever.
I'm not taking it off him.
Let's get Ross in here. 916-909-1320. Ross, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
How you doing, man?
Oh, doing great today, man. Obviously, Lakers win last night. Team's looking like they might be turning a corner, but we've said that 10 times already, so we're going to take it what it is. I want to talk about Keegan. Just the amount of stuff we put on his plate this year. This guy is a sophomore, and we're asking him to be the third option on offense and anchor the defense in the West. So, I mean, this guy's got something on his plate every night. So just shout out to him for hanging in there, kind of shooting through the slump. But kind of takes me into my next point is it's kind of crazy that you look at the top 10 in the West, and all these teams are 5+ years in. And after we lost to the Rockets the other day, I was feeling a little bit down, but I look at it and I go, I think we're closer to the bottom 3 teams as far as a rebuild than we are the top 10. So as much as we want to be with these teams, and we are hanging with these teams, we're only in year 2, and all these teams are either all in or 5+ years building. So shout out to us for hanging in there in year 2.
Yeah.
Right on, Ross.
Straight
like
up.
it.
Straight
Yeah,
up. I mean, I like everything that he said there, and I agree with what he's saying as far as it'll only feel right and feel good if they make the playoffs this year. But he's right. This is year 2 of what they're trying to build, and we're comparing that to the Clippers, a team that's been doing this for 4 or 5 years at this point. The Warriors, the Lakers. I mean, all these other teams, even OKC to a certain degree, like they've been planning this for 3-4 years. They're finally at the culmination of it.
Mm-hmm.
But the Kings literally just kind of started this with the Sabonis trade, which was what, a year and a half ago or something like that, a season and a half ago. So yeah, it's not going to be anything anybody wants to hear if they don't make the playoffs, but they are at the beginning stages of what they're trying to build ultimately.
Yeah, it's interesting to look at this. The Kings are 8 away from Denver at 1, who, by the way, Denver's at 1.
Impressive.
Just pointing that out. A lot of people had Oklahoma City, Minnesota, all these different things, and here we are, less than 20 games to play.
Yeah.
And there's Denver at the top of the conference, but the Kings are 8 away from them, and they're 8 away from Houston, who's in 11th. So, like, I don't know that they're closer to one than the other. They're kind of just smack dab in there in the middle. But to Ross's point, how many different versions of the Phoenix Suns have we seen? New Orleans, we're not really sure. They've got something. They've had something. It's kind of starting to come together, but we're still not really sure.
Well, and even then, that's like 3 or 4 years.
Right. Well, that's exactly. Dallas, whatever, man.
Dallas has won 4 in a row now.
Salute. Yeah. And I think they went 4 in a row, 3 in a row, 3 losses in a row.
They
had
lost 4 or 5. I remember seeing that. They had lost 4 or 5, and now they've
won 4 in a row. Well, they had an off night last night, not a Davion Mitchell off night, but Steph doesn't play. Other guys decide, it's not worth suiting up tonight.
What was the official injury?
No idea. It's just it can't be a stereotype if it's true.
His injury was Steph.
Yeah. DNP, Steph didn't play.
Broken heart, best friend not playing today.
DNP, Steph out.
DNP, no one to hide my deficiencies. Lakers, Clippers, you look at all of these teams, that's a good point. That's a good point by Ross. Like the Kings, they've got some work to do this offseason. But they're certainly in a good position. 916-909-1320. Let's get to our man Mitch. Mitch, what's going on, my brother?
Hey, Damon.
Casey, how you guys doing? A great game last night.
Yeah,
Yes,
it was
indeed.
a great game last night.
Speaking of, I like that. It just says guard. It doesn't say shooting guard. It doesn't say point guard. It just says G. Next to it. Of course, they don't put these games on TV, or at least not early enough for the East Coast, because we know the sun rises on the East, the right coast, right?
Settle down.
And you're talking about Alice.
Settle down,
That's a
Tarzana,
funny
Mitch.
story. Yeah, I live there too. I know. I heard that a couple weeks ago. You mentioned on me. I still haven't fixed my Facebook or whatever. This half the stuff on Facebook is lies. But I know you would never lie on Facebook or Twitter. Never, Casey. Never. But it just says here about you speaking about Ellis Island. I visited there 8 days. I took a picture of my little girl when she was about she was 7, and this is September 3rd, 2001, and I got take a picture of it too, and I got the Twin Towers. It looks like it's coming out of my wife's head. Like I said, I should have quit FedEx years ago and gone to movies and picture taking. Anyway, I figure you enjoy that story. One of my multi-talents here, right? I love how Barnes, he kind of reminds me of Barry Bonds, post 30. Sometimes he puts up real good games, That's how I feel about Harrison Barnes. He's playing better now after 30 than he was before 30, right? Do you agree, Casey?
He ain't even talking to me. He's talking to you.
Oh, dude. Well, what are you putting your 2 cents too, Dave?
Oh, well, thank you, Mitch. Thank you, Mitch.
I don't think he's as good as Barry Bonds was after 30.
Can we?
But he played well last night.
Can we did. Can we can clear up a mystery? Not the mystery of what exactly Mitch was talking about, but we've often speculated, does Mitch actually listen to the show or does he just call it? He listens.
That's our guy.
He heard the Ellis Island conversation.
He did. That's our guy, Mitch. Tweet me, Mitch. Tweet me, big
Well,
dog.
be careful what you tweet, Mitch, but definitely.
That was hilarious. Right, Casey?
Yeah.
I couldn't even get my words together, man. That boy Mitch is the truth, man. He's the truth.
Retired Mitch is like another level right now.
Oh, yeah. That's facts. Yeah, retired Mitch is different. Absolutely different. And take the words of Kieran Bagley. Be careful what you like on Twitter, Mitch. There's
who you respond.
There's
to.
record of that, and it populates to other people's timelines.
Oh man, that boy Mitch be like, "Good morning."
Yeah, and I don't even wonder anymore. Anytime those videos pop up, what is this? Oh, there's Mitch. All right, there's Mitch.
So, on a side note, I'm still trying to figure out why Draymond was inactive. What officially was?
It was his back. It's official.
This is back, huh? All right, man.
His back is broken.
Spinal.
It's a vertebrae.
That dude is so special, man.
Oh man,
that dude is so special.
Nah, I've seen this one before.
You look beautiful today. Well, yeah.
Oh,
that's why people need to take courses on Twitter, just so they understand exactly what's going on. Let's get TC in here, 916-909-1320. TC, what's going on, brother?
Man, what's up with my two brothers?
We good, man. What's up with you, big dog?
Man, I'm just vibing, feeling good, man. Last, back-to-back wins, feeling good about the team we took off. Hey, D-Lo, how you feeling over there?
Man, we good, baby. We good. I love it when the Sacramento Kings play good ball. I love it when they win. I really love it when they play good ball and win.
Period. So I just, I got a few points, man. Like I said, man, all hands on deck to answer the question about Keon, man, in the starting spot. Check it out. I love what Keon doing. First of all, Keon is a dog, kidding. Seriously, but we can't forget about moving next. Like, if we move on from Herter this off, not saying we are, but if we do, that's the way it's looking. If we do move on this summer, we can't forget that Monk is going to be in the starting. We're going to sign Monk back. I believe that 100%. But he's going to be the new starting two guard, and Keon's going to take Malik's spot. I get what everybody's saying, though, but I believe that's how it's going to go. Right now, Mike, don't tweak with nothing, bro. Keep everything how it is and just have all hands on deck. and everybody be ready. D-Lo, Casey, they might call us to be ready, bro. We got to be ready. They might throw us a jersey.
Okay, well, they can throw me whatever they want.
Yeah, I'm with that. Let's go. I'm ready. I've been working. I've been practicing.
I can.
Oh yeah, how was that? How was that?
Oh, I can attest to this. This man,
you saw it?
Oh yeah, I got a FaceTime call like in the middle of the first quarter, and all I could I'm thinking, oh God, is everything okay? And then I'm like, oh wait a minute, hit the open button, and there he is in the dark,
getting them up, baby,
getting them shots.
I can barely see,
it's
but
pretty
I gotta get 'em
dope.
up.
It's got a little like counter that shows like how many shots he's gotten up, the time that he shot, the shooting percentage. He didn't get the base model version of the gun.
This is what comes with the. Yes, it is the base model.
I'm talking to Jesse. He did not get the base model of the gun right. This thing was fire. But yeah, our man was out there getting them threes up, getting them shots up, adjusting to the wind and everything.
Poor Reese out there. Dad, can I play now?
No, they didn't even let Reese wasn't even there.
Oh,
Reese wasn't even there.
Cold world, no blanket.
Ryan was out there watching. The only time I got Ryan's attention is when Sprout got on the screen.
Yeah,
then she paid attention to me. But then when it was me again, she just went back to watching Dad. Kenny was at about, I think when we hung up, about 56%.
Yeah, it was all bad. I got up there. I had to adjust for the wind. That's the one thing I didn't account for on those windy days. It's rough. So Reese is off track. He's out there trying to get shots up today.
Oh, goodness. That couldn't have been good.
The Jazz FaceTime me. He trying to shoot. His hair is blowing back in the wind. Ball's going on.
He's got to head to the neighbor's backyard after every shot to get the ball back.
Yo, I told you. Just work on the floater, bro. Don't work on the jump shot right now. He getting all upset because he.
Yeah, it was a bad look this morning. Yeah, it was a bad look this morning. I can see the trees moving from here. It's still windy out there.
I think it's fire though, man.
It's pretty dope.
But point being, I'm ready. I'm ready, Mike.
That was 20,000 well spent. That thing's pretty awesome.
It's not 20,000.
There's no. It couldn't have been much less. $18.99. That thing is really nice.
What's this guy talking about?
It was really nice.
Looking at me, I believe him.
It was really nice.
Yeah, Jesse was the one who brought up the wrong price to begin with.
Jesse.
Whoa,
sorry, Jesse.
Whoa. I don't like how you pointed right there.
And I don't like how you attacked our producer's research abilities.
It did. He brought up the wrong price.
The Chatty House,
crazy.
All of them researched this.
What is the name of this contraption again?
It's a Dr. Dish.
All right, I will look it up again. I don't like how I was being accused.
I want to be clear. This was not the baseline version.
No, it was the baseline version.
I think I heard, I can't confirm this because I was talking to Jazz at the time. I think the device was saying, come on, KC, you got this. Like, I think it was talking to him.
No, not at all.
I'm not
out there by myself.
Sure of this. I'm not sure about that. But that's pretty dope.
I'll tell you.
Y'all, hey, we get our joke. Like, Kenny can shoot. Like, Kenny, even, you know, he ain't going to play defense. No. Like, we told Coach Patrick that.
Can't really jump that
KC can shoot, though.
He used to be able to jump at one point, but I'm 40. Okay, I'm not. No,
yeah.
Although I could.
Here's the good news: you don't need to.
Well, no, I'm getting back in the leagues. You know what I'm saying? This spring and summer. You know what it is.
The high flyer used to dunk he'd check every year on his birthday if he could dunk.
He did that again this year.
He did it again?
Yeah, he did it again.
He's
almost
50 plus.
didn't make it, but he made it this year.
He's 50 plus. I mean, and Henry's a big dude.
Marcus, he is. He's buff.
He's a big dude.
Marcus Johnson does that still. I think he's in his 60s.
That's who I was thinking of then. Marcus Johnson. Yeah, he does it every on his birthday too. Yeah.
He
does it on his birthday too.
Marcus Johnson, the high flyer. Henry Turner. Marcus Johnson.
I think Marcus Johnson is 65. I remember, I think they said Dr. J used to do it all the time. I do not dunk. Although I lowered the rim the other day and I did dunk.
Okay.
It was 7.5 feet.
Oh, I think I got that.
I threw down. I was looking like
Malik after the game.
I was looking like Malik. I was looking like Austin Jackson or Austin. What's his name? The guy who dunked the other day.
Andre Jackson.
Andre Jackson. I was looking like him when it was 7.5.
Who did the other one after Malik did? Who was
Colin
that?
Sexton.
Colin Sexton. Yeah. That's what it was. Yeah. Now Casey can get him up, man. That's a dope little device. I haven't seen one of those in a few years, man. That's a dope little device.
Our fire just need the wind to calm down a little bit. So,
well, man, I hope we got a nice weekend ahead of us. The temperatures look nice, but the wind is such a trash element.
I think the wind is supposed to stop this evening.
Good.
Wind is the worst like weather element out there. It's just useless.
Worst. When you finished your 100 shots, did you catch up on the ESPN broadcast or
yeah? I mean, shout out to Drape, shout out to Katie, shout out to Mark if he's on the call too. It's nothing against them. I'm just
they had Mark and JJ on that first game. It was like, what are y'all
ways?
How?
Although it was in Miami, right? Mark might have wanted to go back home for a couple of days. His other home.
Well, yeah, but if the wife and kids are here, I doubt that he did.
They might not be here.
Well, that's true. Yeah, they might be there. They might be there.
But so that while I don't agree with it, that does make sense.
He has absolutely no say in what game he works at, and they just send him there.
They're just not thinking.
Right.
But I always like listening to the national broadcast.
It's only happened once, right? An ESPN game with Mark. It was Mark and Richard Jefferson, right?
Yeah, it feels like it was one.
Was that an ESPN? Maybe that wasn't even a Kings game. Maybe that was just a game.
No, it was. It was Kings game. It was preseason. They did that.
Oh.
But I don't remember. Was Mark here for the home opener with the Warriors? I don't know.
I think I was at Janet that night. I don't know.
I was at the game,
I can't
so
remember. I can't remember.
And then they lost, so I definitely didn't watch it back. So I don't know.
Well, that was I think Ryan is very good. Obviously, Doris is very good. It's weird. I think it's weird for us though, watching our team that we watch so intensely being covered by like the national people, because the national people, they work their ass off on like game notes. And there's one particular play that stands out where Doris was almost agitated by a Davion Mitchell 3 early in the shot clock. And she was like, you don't have to shoot that. You don't have to prove you can hit the 3. That's just a bad shot. And all I could think of, Doris doesn't understand the way Mike runs this offense.
Yeah.
And that, like, that's okay. We're 60 whatever games into it. That's why we know how Mike wants this offense to run. She's studying numbers and notes and maybe doesn't recognize that that's what the Kings do.
Right.
Like Davion had a look and he's been shooting, and she gave the season total, which I think was like 36-37% or whatever that was, and not the total since like January 22nd,
right,
where he's shooting 40+%.
Right. I wonder, and maybe there's just not enough time. I mean, Doris did a game probably on Sunday. It's Wednesday. There is enough time. I like Doris, so I'm trying to stall her out. And anybody,
no, I'm not, and I'm not. Doris knows the Kings,
right? But like,
those are just intricate details of this team.
But I wonder how much those announcers talk to, like, they wouldn't talk to me. They might talk to you. Like, hey, Dame, I got the Kings game on Wednesday. Like, what's going on here with the free throw percentage or how they've been playing? Like, what do you think?
No, if they do, they're calling Mark.
Well, there's Mark too.
That's who they're calling. Like, they're calling Mark, or they might even call Drapes. Like, they'll call. Like, those conversations, I'm sure, happen, but more likely they're calling people that they know on the staff, whether it's Mike or it's Doug or Jay. Like, they've been around so much, they know so many different people in the league.
Right.
They're going to study through those types of communications for sure.
And the other thing about it too is, I'm just no bravado, just being real. Like, there is an element of like broadcasting to who's watching, right? And odds are, like, people when they tune in, if they're tuning into that game, they're probably looking for the Lakers, looking for LeBron. So you want to talk about their story. The story in that game outside of Sacramento, outside of D'Lo and KC is, can the Lakers turn things around and get into the playoffs, right? That's fair to say, right? Like, that's probably the national story. So I understand that, but sometimes it just kind of goes a little too far that way for my liking, where the Kings or the other team is just a complete afterthought.
Yeah.
And it's like, come on,
and that was definitely
that's the story
the case
going
last
in,
night.
but there's a new story that's going on during the game be able to tell that story too.
The game was never about, and this is always the case, and it's whatever. I almost turned away from that broadcast last night.
Yeah.
Because I really felt like Ryan desperately wanted the Lakers to win. But that's part of it, right? Like, that's the story. It's not that the Kings built a, 10-point lead, 12-point lead, 15-point lead, 20-point lead, or whatever. It's how are the Lakers going to come back from a 10-point lead, 15-point lead, 20-point lead, or whatever. And it's the halftime thing that you referenced from Shanae Abumake. The stars got to be stars got to get involved. LeBron James, and I think LeBron James might have had single-digit points at the half, and Anthony Davis is like, all right, it's what it is.
I don't know
what it is.
I still I understand what it is, but I don't know why it has to be that way.
Chris is right. Lakers keep hanging around. It was like that for 18 minutes. Lakers keep hanging around.
They hit a 3 to get within 10 with like a minute 15. Lakers keep hanging around.
Don't let up on this thing. Like there's still time left. and Cole G's 100% right. Just thank God Bob Myers wasn't on the call.
That would have been awful.
Give me Doris Burke and Ryan Luco all day. Give me Ryan Sheeran for the Raiders or the Lakers all day.
Yeah.
Or the Warriors. Hell, give me anyone other than Bob Myers ever talking about the Kings again.
But I mean, come on, like you said, Lakers hit a 3 to make it 10 with 1:15 to go. The Kings have the ball, so they're going to wind 24 seconds off of that. Oh, they still got a chance here. I mean, it's not over. Yes, it is. What are you talking about?
Can't underestimate what they're doing.
They're saying light the beam, and Mike isn't even getting mad at them for saying it. It's over.
Normally he does. He damn near got mad in the Bucks game when there was 3 minutes left. They were up by 90. Chance started. You can see Mike look around. Oh, that's fine.
So, but I think the Kings have one more ESPN game this year.
I've lost track. I think I keep being surprised when they're on national TV.
I think they got one more.
It's there's another one.
I want to say because they have like maybe 3 more NBA TV games. But as far as those games,
I think I can look.
No, that's
quick.
their last ESPN. They've got 2 TNTs left.
Oh wow! Oh yeah, one of them's one of them.
One's the Mavericks though. Oh,
okay, that's a big one.
They're gonna be talking crazy Luka that game. Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
and I think that's like exclusive. I don't know if you can turn the channel on that one.
Yeah, TNT, you can't.
Oh my gosh, they're gonna be talking about that.
Take a drink every time they mention Luka and the Kings.
Oh man, don't get me started. That broadcast.
We'll all take work off the next day.
Now, hang on. If it's Stan Van, and is it our guy? Is it Anderson?
Brian Anderson, I think.
They've done a good job. They've covered the Kings a couple times.
Yeah, but they hadn't done Luka.
That's like a mandatory thing. You got to mention
Luka.
That's a storyline. It's always going to be a storyline.
That's where it's going to get crazy, man.
You know what? I'm not going to prepare for disappointment from Stan Van. I don't think he's going to do that. Now if it's anybody else, all bets are off. If
Reggie.
It's your boy,
Reggie,
yeah, all bets are off. If
Reggie,
it's your boy.
Kevin, they could have drafted Luka at 2.
Reggie did good when they played Phoenix, though.
He was
marveling.
Don't do
over
that.
Sabonis.
Don't do that. You're right, but that's not what you're saying. That's not what you're saying. So don't do that because you're saying Luka. Oh man,
that game is gonna. The broadcast on that game. I think I actually
don't let Reggie.
I think I might actually be at that game, so I won't have to.
Yeah, don't let Reggie be on that call.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry
I'm
for
with
everybody
you.
Else.
I'm with you. I'm gonna have to go to that game. That's the 26th.
And then the other one is the Pelicans.
Yeah,
they're on NBA TV.
Third to last game of the season.
Yeah, they're on NBA TV 4 more times.
Weren't we supposed to go somewhere after the Friday night game? Oh, I remember what it was. No, I remember what it was.
I don't even know if we could do that.
Yeah.
Kenny
gonna get us thrown out of the Golden One Center. Man.
I mean, I always love to hang out with you, but you can go home at half if you want to.
Thank you. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk more NBA basketball. I have I don't know if I want to bring this up.
What?
We've kind of because they can't. We'll talk about it. It's just a question. It's a hypothetical. It's not real.
Right.
It's just a question. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River. Phone lines open, by the way, 916-909-1320. We got Chris Biderman joining us the final hour of the show here on ESPN 1320.
Oh, snap. Did you explain to him?
It's all right. Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, at least you know now, Mitch.
Oh, Mitch. Mitch better have my money.
That is my boy. That's my boy right there.
Well, hold on. Steph Curry, whatever, but Zebra PT, happy birthday.
Hey.
Come on, Zebra PT. Yeah,
Zebra
what up?
PT.
Hey, happy birthday. I don't know Zebra PT's name.
I know.
That's
when I
how
see
we
her, I
just
have to
talked
say
to her. Zebra PT, yeah. Happy birthday. That's how we all introduce each other to each other at those events.
Come on, man.
What happened?
You'll see. Yeah, I'm saying, if I had his number, I'd be like, yo, this is what we talk about, man. Oh, man.
He's just trying to be nice. He's just trying to be nice.
Oh, man.
I think it's normally the Sawyer. That way they can just take the underground walk to the.
Somebody did say, that's what I always thought too, but somebody did say, I think it might have been James, that there is another hotel that some teams
Is it the Hyatt? It's the one down the street.
Yeah, I don't know why they all don't say the Sawyer.
Some teams have relationships with franchises. So could be that. Yeah, we've been trying to figure this out, Securin. They might go home. That's
Who's that?
the Mavericks.
Yeah,
It's
right.
such a long.
Because with their Wednesday, Thursday.
But Dallas is like east, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Jesse, come on, man.
Oh, come on, man. Bro. Mitch crazy. Take Mitch's phone away.
Oh, man.
Somebody take Mitch's phone away.
Lord have mercy.
Man.
Oh, man.
Lord. 3-hour flight each way.
They might hang around.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you get home early that morning. I don't know.
You know, it still is a very, very good day. It's not the same because of all the realignment and who knows what it's going to look like next year. Thursday of Champ Week, Thursday and Friday of Championship Week in college basketball was literally one of the greatest days in sports. It was like 9 a.m. out here on the West Coast to 11:30 p.m. Basketball games all day long. That's what's still kind of going on today. But it's just, I've got it on right now, but I have literally not been able to watch the Pac-12 all year because it's about to be over. Like I'm sad about that. So yeah, this Thursday and tomorrow too, it's just phenomenal.
YouTube TV multi-view coming in clutch in Studio One right now.
Oh, you got to cook. Oh, I see.
Yeah, we got 4 games up right now.
Oh, I didn't even think of that, to be honest. I'll fix that. That's my bad. I'll fix
But
it.
yeah, I love.
Wait, how come I don't have multi-view?
Oh, they didn't upgrade your YouTube TV. You got the Studio 2 package.
Wow. Yo. All right.
Hey, you can't do that to me. You
Oh,
can't
wait
do that
a minute,
to me.
wait a minute. What is this?
No.
Late whistle. Late whistle. Challenge flag.
Challenging it.
Okay.
You mind like Belichick at you right now.
I'll review. I'll review.
He said you have the Studio 2 package.
I wasn't talking about premium. Nothing's like someone. That's not a foul.
New York? What are we saying here, New
You got
York?
like a premium peacock.
The ruling on the field sides with the official. Clean comment.
That's right.
Wait, I'm
Clean.
the official. I threw the flag.
But you're not really the official.
New
Jesse's
York
the
says
official.
that it's no flag.
Yeah, you threw a flag on the official. Like I think Jesse's clean on this one.
Me and Mike Brown winning challenges all the damn time now.
So if we're going that way, then the call on the field is overturned.
That's ridiculous.
We side with the producer there.
I believe it was the first time someone threw a challenge flag. Finally.
I think so. Yeah, I think it is the first time a challenge flag has been thrown. Let's get Maddie in here, right? 916-909-1320. Maddie, what's happening, my brother?
What's good with the two homies? How we feeling today?
We here,
Good,
baby.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Lakers take the big L. We love that.
Always.
Just want to get to two quick things real quick because I know y'all like talk about wrestling a little bit, right? So I just wanted to say, man, it's a shame that Triple H health wise can't do another match because I feel like The Rock versus Triple H would be dope this year with kind of the storyline they got right now. Just want to throw that out there.
Yeah,
I like the storyline. I don't know if I like those two in the ring though.
That was the match they set up. What, 10 years ago? When I guess it was 9 years ago. It was 31, right? At San Jose, Santa Clara. That was the match they were setting up.
They were setting up for 32 or something.
Yeah, so
right?
they were setting up. I think it was originally Rock and Ronda against Hunter and Steph. Rock couldn't do it. They started to tease Rock and Hunter in, was it Dallas? I can't remember what year it was. And again, they did a couple of things where it's like this thing might happen, and it never materialized. So they've wanted to do it, but then of course Hunter got.
When was the last time they fought?
Probably not
Hunter and Rock?
Early 2000s, probably, right?
Oh yeah, probably not since like
WrestleMania
before the Rock
20
left.
When it was Mick Foley and Rock versus Evolution, probably.
Yeah, but Hunter wasn't in that Evolution group.
Yeah,
it
he
was
wasn't.
Batista,
Yeah,
Randy, and
Ric Flair.
Ric Flair.
So
Yeah.
They both haven't fought.
They haven't had a match
since
probably.
they ascended to.
Yeah, probably.
where they're
Probably not since the early 2000s. Because obviously the Rock left. He was gone for 7 years. Come back in 14. Did the stuff with Cena. So it's at minimum 2007. At minimum, it's 2007 that they did something together.
I think WrestleMania 20 on this day too.
I was never a fan of WrestleMania 20.
Which one was 20?
Well,
It's
it
the
ended with Chris Benoit.
No, that's the one.
That's
That was the year
21.
before. Yeah.
I went to WrestleMania 21. That was Shawn and Kurt Angle and John Cena. I think John Cena beat Bradshaw. Batista beat Triple H.
That was gone like The Rock.
WrestleMania 20 though was Benoit. Yeah, Benoit and Eddie Guerrero.
Hugging at the end. I saw that video this morning.
And really, I think it was Eddie versus Kurt.
Yeah, because Kurt tries to get him with the ankle lock, and Eddie falls out of his shoe.
Yeah, and he slips out of his shoe. But the big moment was the month before when Eddie beat Brock. That was like the real moment. I thought and then The Rock Mankind, like that was trash. It wasn't good.
Taker versus Kane was cool.
The Garden. It was the return of the Undertaker.
Yeah.
Like
the old school one.
Yeah, they got the American Badass died, and they brought back the real Undertaker with short hair, and he like is coming out to wrestle Kane.
That's just one of those WrestleManias too, where they don't even mention that. I don't think just because of he who should not be named. I guess
you really can. I guess.
Yeah, and I think Big E's right. I think that show opened with Big Show and Cena winning the U.S. title.
Yeah, that's right.
He gave him the F.U. He picked Show up and did that.
Oh,
move.
snap.
Yeah.
Was that it wasn't Mania. I think it was it was Royal Rumble. When Cena came back, do you remember, because he came back from injury?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember, was that a complete surprise?
So depending on who you believe, it was a surprise to us.
That's what I mean. Like, to
because he wasn't due back. The thought was he was missing
early, right?
Mania. Like he was gone. And so they always tell the story. Hunter didn't know. Okay. Yeah, Cena got to the ring and said, "Hey, pal, I'm throwing your ass out." Surprise. Yeah, no, that didn't happen.
That was a big day in middle school. I remember it.
Yeah, no one thought he was coming back for months and months and months.
Because you know how those things
never quite been explained how he got back so quick, but somehow he did.
Because like I said, I wasn't really tapped in, but I see that moment all the time. And it's, it's one of those ones like, and usually the internet and rumors.
Well, part of the reason that's so big is that was the Garden.
Yes.
And like they gave Cena that reaction. And that was kind of when like Cena was getting both the dual reaction.
Mm-hmm.
But that was New York. Like, yo, what? Speaking of, did you see the debut last night? I'm guessing you didn't. No. It was good. They did a really good job.
When Crazy Pop was crazy.
They made it clear Mercedes Moné is a huge star, and the acquisition of her to that roster is a big deal. So the show opens up. She cuts probably a 15-minute promo or so, counting the walk in and, taking in the crowd and all of that stuff. And they did a brilliant job of conditioning the crowd because she can't be the boss. So they called her the CEO. And they got it over like $1 million the first night because they cut the music and had the letters CEO in rhythmic form appearing on the video board. And that conditioned the crowd with like, I think a piped in chant to do CEO, CEO. So when they cut the piped in part, the crowd was eating it up. So they did a really good job. And the show opened with Mercedes and it closed with Mercedes. I was like, that's good stuff. They did a really, really good job with that.
Well, like we talked about a number of different times. Wrestling is better with, two brands. And I hope it works for AEW.
Well, here's the thing.
It was looking bleak for
it's not, but it wasn't. It is working for AEW. There's things that they shouldn't do. Like they shouldn't do house show tours. They shouldn't do that. They shouldn't venture too far off with their TV. They sold out Wembley Stadium in London in a heartbeat. Like they have a presence. Just don't compare them to WWE. That's not what they are. They've been around like, I don't even know that it's 5 years. I'll say 5 years. WWE's been around for 50. You cannot compete. Create an alternate program. And that's what they've done.
Yeah.
They've created an alternate program that's really, really heavy on skilled wrestling from their top stars. They need to get some of their undercard people under control who are trying to wrestle like the top stars, because those are the ones that are going to kill somebody.
Right.
And they need to get some of the stunts under control. But other than that, like they're just an alternate form of the genre of entertainment. That's all it is.
Somebody please tell Darby Allin to stop, please. He did it again.
Please. He did it again?
He didn't jump through glass, but he jumped off the top rope and back just bounces off the side or whatever.
gracious. Wow.
It's goofy stuff.
I'm looking at her.
They're on a good
right
little
now.
run right now.
Mercedes looks phenomenal.
She does.
It looks like the crowd was buzzing, so it's good stuff.
Yeah, they definitely were. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Do you remember what you're going to say?
I do.
Okay, I want to hear
it. What if Kevin Huerter pulls a Russell Westbrook? What if Kevin Huerter goes to Mike and says, hey, Mike, team's really cooking with Keon in the starting lineup. Yo, let me rock with Malik on the bench. Would you do it?
Yeah.
You would?
Absolutely. I mean, one of the reasons, probably the biggest reason why I wouldn't make the change right now is because I don't want to lose Kevin Huerter mentally, emotionally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If he's coming to me, if I'm Mike Brown, and he's saying, hey, I think this could work, I'm all in, like I'm all for it. Let's make this work in the name of winning. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Because now that eliminates the one concern I had. And he's all in. He's with it. All right, let's go. And this might even spark him. This may turn his game up a little bit if, he goes, let me try this off the bench, and he's in a better headspace and willing to try this out to get his game going and get the team going. This may help him out as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
What about you?
If I'm Mike, I'm getting with my coaching staff and figuring out exactly what this looks like. Like how does this, because really everything starts with how does this affect De'Aaron? How does this affect Domas? And how does this affect Malik? All right. And how do we work here to maximize, Kevin Huerter's ability? How do we put Kevin Huerter in a good spot where perhaps he could contribute at a higher level? Huerter has had Huerter's been up and down all year. Some would
Very
make
much so.
the argument Huerter's been up and down both years. And Russ this year was playing really well before the James Harden and the switch. Mm-hmm. Russ was playing really well. So there was kind of a constant, like he's already playing good. We're going to move him to a bench role. He's making a sacrifice there. He continued to contribute. It looked different because he wasn't playing 30 minutes a game or 35 minutes. Sometimes he was playing 25. Sometimes it was 20. Sometimes it was 17 minutes. But if that hypothetically were presented, I'm sitting down with Jay and DC and my crew and Jordy and figuring out, if we did this, what does this look like? And how do we maximize both guys? And if that coaching staff is comfortable in that conversation, then cool, you go with it. If they're not, you hit Kevin with the, hey man, so that's a tremendous idea, but here's why we think it works better with you in the starting lineup and Keon coming off the bench. And you lay it out for him and you give him a thought out explanation of your decision, regardless of what your answer is. Mm-hmm. But just wondering. I don't know that it's as simple as switching Keon for Kevin in the starting lineup and saying, oh, that fixes everything. Like no one was talking about what Keon Ellis could do for this team 2 weeks ago. We've seen it. It looks really, really good. Let's just continue to see it. Yeah. He's thrived in both roles. It's funny because I know we've pointed out Will Z, Twitter, Deuce, like we point, Kings are 4-0 when Keon, 5-0, 6-0. He's got an Undertaker WrestleMania streak going out right now. Then Mike said it. Like, why'd Mike do that? Now he did it. It's a whole story. Mike did it because he was telling a story of how ready Keon is to play. But it gets, Kings don't lose when Keon Ellis starts. And it sits in, now it's a thing. Now it's literally the Undertaker streak. You're watching to see if Keon Ellis starts and if he loses or if they lose.
Is the sample size enough for you guys? Because they're 6-0 with him in the starting lineup. Is like, because are we moving a little too fast too with the whole like maybe move Keon to the starting lineup?
Yes and no. Yes, in that regard, it's probably like, guys, let's calm down a little bit. But the sample size doesn't just include the games that he's starting. The sample size includes the games that he's playing well off the bench, like the 1-2 nights ago. Like, he's playing really good ball right now. And then you've got the praise, and this is what I think really amplifies everything. You've got De'Aaron talking about him. And, of course, to be clear, it's not like De'Aaron sat down and went, whoo-hoo, Keon, boy. No, they asked him. They asked Harrison. They asked Domas. Like, Keon is the subject of conversation right now. And they all have opinions on him. No one is brushing it aside. Everyone is praising him. And that's why Mike gets paid to be the head coach. He's got to make these difficult decisions. The decision to me is Kevin Huerter remains the starter and you work Keon Ellis into the lineup.
Say they were to move Keon to the starting lineup. Do you think Kevin loses minutes at that point? Like, are you giving Keon more time on the floor?
Well, Kevin's losing minutes already.
That's I guess my point I'm kind of like moving to is just, are we going to like not phasing Kevin out, but it's just like how much of an impact is he going to be already? Like, because you said he's already losing minutes as it is. Now you move him to the bench. It's a more diminished role.
Well, much to the frustration of my partner, I think, is Kevin almost has to get off to a really good start every game. And when he doesn't,
if he doesn't, his minutes are just cut that day.
You might see his minutes, reduced a little bit.
And to be honest with you, you go with what's working. If this team is at this point in the season, you go with what's working. If Keon is getting the majority of the minutes or getting more minutes and you're taking some away from Huerter and his team continues, I think right now, I should have this pulled up, but I think right now they're 8-2 in their last 10, maybe 7-3. They got them at 6-4, actually. I thought they were 6-4.
Well, I'll give you a better number because we've been breaking numbers down. We've been, doing these small sample size numbers. February was basically 500. January was basically 500. Well, we're in March now. Kings are 5-2.
Yeah.
They're 5-2 in the month of March.
Yeah. And if that's working, you go with what's working, man. You go with what's working. And as much as I think, or, I would say, hey, you need Kevin Huerter to win or whatever. If Keon's playing well and you're winning, you just stick with that as long as you need to. Whether that's 5 more games, the rest of the season, whatever. You do what you have to do to make sure the winning team is out there on the floor. Because at the end of the day, it's all about winning right now. It's not about feelings. It's not about the way you like for them to win. It's about what's actually getting the W. And if Keon is getting more minutes and this team is winning, so be it. I really like Kevin Huerter. I think he could really help this team. I still believe that. But if the proof is in the pudding that more Keon is leading to more W's, that's what you go with.
Well, I think Damon mentioned it earlier in the show too. Like, Keon has given Mike Brown probably what he wanted from Chris Duarte in the beginning of the season. Where like, yeah, you could play defense, but knock down these couple of threes, knock down these shots. Like, you're not going to need to take 10 shots a game or whatever. When the ball gets to you and it's your time, like, hit the shot. And I think Keon's doing that perfectly right now. Like, you look at his box score or whatever, he's not lining it up 15 points a game or anything like that. I think wasn't yesterday or the day before, he was 3 or 4 at 7 points, but like, he was locking up Dame and all that. Like, he's giving them exactly what they need.
Side note, Duarte's played really well since around the All-Star break. He's done some good things.
He hasn't played a ton.
Yeah, he played well again last night too. So, yeah, they may have found something here with Keon. The question still remains next year, moving for all this other stuff. But right now, whether he's starting, coming off the bench, more minutes, they may have found something.
If you're Mike Brown, do you have to make the decision because their next game is against the Knicks on Saturday? Do you have to make the decision by then? Assuming Kevin's like ready to, like, if you're going to start him or not. Like,
I think he's already made that decision. I don't think he's going to.
Like, he's going to stick with Kevin then?
Yeah, I don't think there's this is fun talk today. That's all this is. I don't I don't think this is happening.
And I also think that's the right move. And I keep going back to the fact that they're not like getting off to these terrible start. Like, it doesn't feel like the starting lineup is the problem. So if you want to get Keon more minutes, just get him more minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to start him to I don't know, play better or do all this other stuff. You want him closing out games, just have him closing out games. That's it.
Well,
I don't think you need to change the starting lineup. Not right now.
Okay. I'm with you. I don't disagree at all. I just think you have to find a way to make sure Keon is getting extensive run.
Keon has earned that. He has proven that he deserves that type of opportunity.
He's a rotational guy, like solidified going into next season. You guys think?
Well, it does.
I'm not saying like he's the first guy off the bench, but like like he's like the not Trey Lyles, but he's playing.
Well, what do you think about what TC said? TC said Malik's going to start next year. He's going to be the starting 2 guard for the Kings, and Keon will take that Malik role off the bench, which
I don't think that's Keon Ellis.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. But I think less of what he meant was Malik comes in as an impactful scorer right out the gate, vibe curator, that whole thing. Keon's going to be the one who kind of anchors the second unit, regardless of who that bench scorer is.
I do think, it's funny that TC brought that up and it's been talked about. I've been pretty adamant against Malik Monk starting, not because of Malik Monk, but I just like what he does.
What he does, yeah.
Off the bench. And I was thinking about this today, and I talked about yesterday how by any means necessary, Malik is, is here in Sacramento. You got to do what you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
And part of that equation is he wants to be a starter, and he can go somewhere else and they'll let him start.
Mm-hmm. Guess what?
I think it's time.
Malik Monk is the new starting 2 guard for the Sacramento Kings.
And I said, hey, in my head, I was just like, hey, get ready for Dame and CJ here in Sacramento. I think that's what it would be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's time. If you're gonna pay him, if he has interest in starting, and that's what he wants to do, like you said, your new starting 2 guard is Malik Monk. You've got to keep him around. And if that's what happens, he is starting, I think it'd be fine. I think it'd be fun. I think he's at the point in his career where he can handle that type of responsibility of being a starting 2 guard.
You're probably working to stagger substitutions as well, like you do with Domas and De'Aaron. You're probably factoring Malik into this now. You're probably factoring Malik and De'Aaron into that too when you're staggering rotations.
Yep, for sure. But yeah, I'd be ready for it.
A lot of what ifs for sure, man. And the most immediate what if is, what if the Kings beat the Knicks? I told the insiders this is a grimy matchup. I mean, I feel like that's always a word that works for the New York Knicks, especially when they're good. Like, the Knicks are never good because they're scoring 120 points per game like the Sacramento Kings or like 3/4 of the other teams in the league. That's not a Tom Thibodeau-led team. But, man, this team is going to scrap and claw and fight, and this is going to be an entirely different type of test for Sacramento this weekend than either of these last 2 games are. Yeah. Not harder, not easier, just an entirely different type of basketball team with an entirely different type of game plan for you.
Yep.
We'll talk about that game as we roll along here. The Sacramento Kings and the New York Knicks coming up this weekend, probably more likelihood. We'll talk more about that game tomorrow. We've been talking a lot about Keon. We mentioned this earlier. I want to make sure we give Davion Mitchell his acknowledgement. We'll talk Davion, and we'll talk some things that we've seen from the Kings in the last 2 days we've been asking for. We've been asking for a couple of things from the Sacramento Kings this season, and we're starting to see them respond a little bit. We'll dissect all that. D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let's do a little kicking it with KC here. All right. Kicking it with KC. You already know what it is. It's your man Kenny Caraway, and no video show previews today. But I did see something that I liked, and that was these Ja Morant citrus mismatch combination. And I only bring this up because, number one, Ja looked like he was about to be Nike's next guy. And then everything that he got involved with, it kind of put a halt on all of that. And kind of took a little bit of the back burner. The Ja ones took a little bit of the back burner. And the books started to get a little more popular out there. And not Nike, but the AE ones got more popular. And people started to buzz a little bit more about these other shoes and kind of forgot about the Ja ones. And the Ja ones was a cool shoe. It's cool, but I was never crazy about it. But I like what he did here. I like the mismatch. I like the two-tone thing. That's something a lot of people are doing now. LaMelo did it with his shoes. Ja did it before with the I think it was ironically called like the police Ja ones or something like that, the 12s or whatever the case may be. I like these. And this is something right here where I don't have a pair of Ja ones, but these might be my first. I like these Ja ones. I have not seen the release date on when these are coming out, but get my eye out for those. Ja ones, citrus, coming soon.
You see Darvin Ham post game saying he wished Mike Brown would tell him what to run on the offense so they could stop it.
You got to stop this, Darvin.
Darvin's still coaching with his hand in his pockets.
What they call them, pockets. That's what they call them. Don't do that. You got some Trae Young, the Adidas joints? No, I ain't got no Fox. I got the Swiper, the Fox, the Nike joints, the Air Max 1s. Oh, yeah. I forgot. I got to get the Sabrinas. The Jazz are going to go. The Jazz are behind the Sabrinas. Do got to get a pair of those.
Where are the books on this list?
The books, or as far as like what I want?
Yeah.
Yeah, they might be number one right now.
Gosh, you like it that much?
Yeah. Books might be number one. Sabrinas might be two.
Yeah, Sabrinas are fire.
Yeah. D-Lo and KC, your man Kenny right here, Kenny Caraway. You know what it is, man. We celebrating today. Nice little season sweep of the Lakers. So, we talking a lot of Kings as we celebrate the season sweep. I got to say, though, while I have Jesse here, Jesse, I was listening to something. We'll talk about this maybe on the 13th round tomorrow. But boy, the people are saying what I've been saying for a little bit. They're uncovering your boy Canelo's resume. Saying it's
I'm not doing this today.
Fight after fight is pretty convenient.
No. I'm tired of people hating greatness. I'm tired of this era we're living in where you just hate on greatness. Appreciate someone for once.
He's just been sneaky. He's just been sneaky with the matchmaking, man.
Kenny's talking boxing.
Tattling on him.
I want to hear this Canelo nonsense.
He's just been a little sneaky. A little sneaky. But that's for the 13th round.
I got hung up on my way back to the studio because, well, our friend apparently fell.
Who fell?
Kimberly.
Oh no!
I was like, she says, "Hey, Damien." I said, "What?" She said,
"Did she tell you this before she got up after she fell?"
Yeah. She's like, "I fell."
What?
I was like, "Wait a minute, you fell where?" She said she was getting out of Complex's car. I'm still not clear what happened, but she just fell. And I said, "Are you okay?" And she said like a couple of things hurt. And I was like, "But you're okay." She's laughing.
What, did she go tumbling or something?
I'm not clear because the way she described it, she said she was getting out of Complex's car.
No, Complex does have like a Jeep, right?
He has a Jeep.
So yeah, she might have
like stumbled.
Yeah.
Yeah, she went down. She needed to tell me before I came back in the studio. I said, this is going on the show. Like, you can't tell me stuff. Shout out to the
oh man.
Shout out. She appears to be okay.
Laughing. Yeah, I'm only laughing because she seems to be okay.
Send your well wishes to Kimberly. She's
get well soon.
I just told she's getting old.
When's the last time you guys fell?
See, that's what I was thinking of.
It's been a long time for me.
I don't think I've just fallen.
No,
Not that I can.
Well, I mean, who does that?
I need to know how she fell out the car.
I need to know,
just falls.
She's got those stupid monitors over there. Just tell her to. I need to know exactly how she fell.
Did she get caught on the seatbelt?
Did her foot get stuck on the Jeep? How did it happen? Because I don't think I don't think
you
I've
know who
just
we need in here
fallen.
for this is Complex. Complex needs to tell us what happened.
Oh, we need this story.
Well, see, I don't think Complex. I don't think Complex saw it. He walked over and saw the aftermath of it. Look, she knows we're talking about her now because she's looking at her phone.
She has to come in here and talk about it.
Look, she almost fell again. We need to get an explanation.
This is bizarre. This really is bizarre.
So I'm sorry. Just grab that. We need. So first of all,
is that one on?
Have her take the mic by the wall.
Oh no, it's not on.
Well, you can talk.
It's not on. No, just no. Just talk right here. How did you fall exactly?
I got out of his car. I was
Right.
completely out, right?
Yep, you were completely out of the car.
And I turned around and I just fell.
What in
the
world?
Like you collapsed, like
I don't know. It may have because he parks by the curb.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know if it had to do with the curb or something. My purse full around around
Oh
my
my
neck.
gosh.
My water bottle.
No,
rolled
that's kind of funny. The first place around her neck. I didn't know that part.
So you fell forward?
Yes. I don't know what happened. I'm sober. Obviously, I'm at work. I'm sober.
Obviously.
Obviously.
We wouldn't.
Bro, this is Michael Scott in the Koi Pond.
That Odyssey. But I don't know. And my butt and my hip hurt.
So why does your butt hurt if you fell
Oh,
forward?
because I fell.
And then you kind of
You
rolled around a little
rotated.
bit. Oh my gosh. She rolled around with the purse around her neck. Oh. Where's security? I need the parking lot cam.
I know. I hope there's not a camera over there. Let's hope.
There's got to be.
Okay. You didn't step on the curb.
Is your
You
ankle
just
fine?
stepped.
My ankle's fine.
You
and,
just
like,
stepped down.
Complex is
Did they scuff?
Oh my god.
Oh, she got a scuff on.
So you scuffed your suit. You must
Yeah,
have
I
hit
missed
the
the
curb, and it
Yeah.
threw off your back, and you fell
guess so.
forward. On your way down,
I
though,
went to my-
rotated and hit your side.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Complex just comes around the car and you're laid out.
He's like, oh, you completely fell.
Did he just say,
Oh,
"Get up, Kim? We gotta
Well,
go to
no,
work"?
he grabbed my water bottle, but
Oh, that was
I got
nice.
up. I'm fine.
Okay.
I don't need help.
All right. So you are okay.
Yeah.
Was
but I
it like the
think
text I sent you? Is that kind of how it
Yeah,
worked?
you See, I didn't say anything, Jesse.
She almost did right now.
I caught myself.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna take some Advil.
Oh my gosh. Do you need to go home?
No, I'm good. But I'm gonna take some
Okay.
Advil.
Well, we love you. The whole chat.
Yeah.
We were all we wanted to laugh. We needed a little further explanation as to what exactly happened.
The purse flinging around her neck. That's the one though. I said, oh man.
So embarrassing.
It's okay. It's just us.
Take a bath tonight.
It's all
Epsom
family.
salt.
I think so.
Yeah.
But if I get down in the bath, I don't know if I can get back up. My bath is like super deep.
Yeah, I would.
Okay, baller.
Well,
no. And I don't know why. Okay.
I would just be careful the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Getting in cars, we have stairs here.
Take the
Just be
elevator.
careful with everything you do the rest of the day. Because Complex isn't always going to be there to get your water bottle.
I feel like I'm in my 40s, like you guys.
Wow.
Oh, okay. Well, calm down.
Wow.
I don't know. When was the last time you fell, Casey?
When I was a kid.
Yeah.
Wasn't in my
that's not
30s.
true.
When I fall?
Oh.
I ain't never fall.
Okay.
I don't even fall in the skating ring.
Fall in the
Thank-
basketball court.
Wow.
I don't dive.
Thank you.
I don't dive. I don't play defense.
All right. Bye.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Gotta go take some drugs.
Get
All
well
right.
soon.
Okay, J-Man 916. Let's calm down. She is. but
How
let's
old are
calm
you,
down.
J-Man? I'll answer that question.
I'm kind of with
how old
Marcus.
you
I'm
are.
with Marcus. Send the video.
There's got to be video of it. I mean, there's cameras everywhere. in this
Nail
damn
on the
place.
head. It's the Life at Odyssey. This is the Koi Pond episode. Oh man! And
poor
Complex,
Kim.
Complex,
Oh, no.
Complex played the role of Jim.
I was about to say, can you imagine the video? We see the video, and Complex just kind of like dips out the way, and Kim falls down.
I'm still fascinated at the idea of her falling, like recognizing, oh no, I'm falling. Protect yourself
Oof.
and turning to the side in midair, and then landing
And then
on
messing
your
your
hip.
hip up.
Man.
Like, I'm just like, was it a fast fall? Was it like a slow
Bro,
fall?
I'm still.
It had to be levels to it. Like
Who do we talk to about getting this footage?
Because when you talk about the purse, that's a whole nother
So
level.
complex parks by one of these like random entrances. There has to be a camera there. You know who we ask? Jonathan.
Yeah.
Snap.
That's
We
our
have
guy
to-
too.
We have to ask Jonathan if this building has security footage right outside that door where Complex Park's at.
Does he park in the one where we come through or the back
No,
one? The back one?
Not even the back one. There's like this
Is it-
side one
is
that
it
I
the
didn't
one
even
that you
know
can see here?
exists. There's a side one that I didn't know exist. And he like parks like right there. And he parks like if the spots
It should be in the
it'll
camera
be
shot.
in the camera. Like if there's a camera there, it caught it.
I'll ask Jonathan right now.
Yeah. We gotta
I'll get up
find
right
out.
now. I'll be back
We
then.
gotta find out.
We were comparing Kim to wrestlers. Actually, obviously not a safe worker either.
No, well, that's what Warren said it. Nia Jax.
That is something
Not
Nia
a
would
safe
do.
worker at all.
It's
That
Nia
is something
Jax.
Nia would do. I'm trying to think. When the last time I fell? Probably was playing basketball. You know, one time I think I don't know how long ago this was. I dove while playing softball.
That's not falling. You intentionally.
When I hit the ground, I was like,
No, this is like a chair getting pulled from under you or something like that.
Where oh man, I'm gonna.
it had to be.
I can't.
Maybe it was at the house somewhere. I don't know.
Have you ever
I'm
slipped
pretty
on those
cautious.
stairs you got? Those stairs
No,
are
I'm
scary.
very aware.
Those stairs are frightening.
Very aware of those stairs. So very cautious.
They're made of marble. For those that don't know, he has marble stairs.
Oh, you can't even walk with your socks on those things.
Yeah,
huh?
it's scary.
Really
Nah,
not.
it's scary.
It's regular
scary.
stairs. What's this guy talking about?
Regular stairs for you.
Well, yeah, right.
Mine are made out of stone.
I'm sure the last time I fell was like walking the dogs. I'm sure. I just can't.
Well, yeah, sometimes you're walking on the sidewalk and they wasn't even or whatever, so you kind of just clip the bottom
Well,
of
yeah,
it.
you do a little stumble, yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. But to actually touch the earth,
yeah,
I don't know
man.
about that.
I don't know.
It's been a while. It's been a while. I mean, knock on wood. I don't want that to happen
Exactly.
at any point in time.
Worst person to touch the floor is Paul Pierce against Joe Johnson.
Oh,
See, I can be fair.
was that? No. That was bad, but it was Jameer Nelson.
Was it
Remember
Jameer
that
Nelson
one?
who got him?
Where he like kind of almost tore his ACL going backwards.
Okay, yeah, I think this is against the Nets, right? I'm thinking of one against the Nets, I think, unless I just got my Paul
He had
Pierce
one against
crossovers mixed up.
had one against the Magic is what I'm thinking of. I think it was Jameer Nelson. I'll find it.
But yeah, that one was bad too.
Davion Mitchell doesn't fall.
No.
Does not get crossed up.
The Keon Ellis has been extraordinary. He's been a fun story to talk about. He'll continue to be a fun story to talk about. Man, Davion Mitchell's minutes have varied a little bit, but he got back in the lineup on January 22nd after the Kings had lost 4 straight. It was that first run against Milwaukee, the Indiana one, the Phoenix one. He got back in on January 22nd and has been playing since then. He's been a part of the rotation. Again, the minutes have kind of gone up and down a little bit, but he has been solid. He has been, we talked about the confidence in which he's shooting the ball. Hasn't gotten the, interesting enough over these two, really good wins against the Bucks and the Lakers. He couldn't get the shot to drop in either one of those.
Right.
But over the bulk of this stretch, he's been shooting not at a high volume, like a Malik Monk or Keegan or those guys, but shooting at a great clip with a lot of confidence. And as excited as we are about Keon Ellis, man, I don't want the way that Davion Mitchell has been playing to get lost.
Nah, I love the way he's been playing. And, these things happen when they win a game, right? Like for a lot of people, not everybody, but, you start to feel good about what you're seeing and some of the players that you see. And I'm just thinking about like the future with this team. And I know Davion has been thrown into a lot of trade discussions this offseason. If you can find something where you get this, this duo coming off the bench of Keon and Davion playing the way they've played, not just in the last few games, but you just mentioned that's 20 games or so. Keon obviously hadn't been playing in 20 games, but he's gotten the opportunity, and Davion has been playing, for a while at this level. I think it's an asset to your team, to your franchise, something you can build on. Because we talk about this too, even when it goes bad. I know a lot of people are looking like, oh, major changes going on. You don't have a lot of room for changes. You don't have a lot of assets to make changes.
That's right. Yeah.
You may have to, do with what you've got. And I think Davion might fall in that category as a guy next year who maybe he wants a fresh start or the King, but you guys need each other. And if he can play the way he's been playing, he's a really good backup point guard in this league. Really good backup point guard. Can start on in some situations. But if he continues to play the way he has, that's a guy I don't think you want to get rid of.
I don't disagree with you. It's funny though that you threw in that last line, because I think the one game over the most recent stretch where I didn't think he played well was the one where he had to start.
Yeah. That was one of the games when De'Aaron couldn't play. It wasn't Minnesota because he played good, but the game before Minnesota, which was Miami.
The game before Minnesota was Denver
on the road.
And Davion was the starter. Wound up only playing 15 minutes in that one. And you got a ton of time from Chris Duarte and Malik. Into something we were talking about earlier in all of this Keon Ellis conversation. Duarte played really well in that game. And I think Mike just made the decision to not go away from him, which is what we talk about with Kevin and Keon and starting and coming off of the bench. And the same, by the way, could be true, like flip. If Keon, I know it seems impossible. Maybe Keon's not doing exactly what Mike wants that night, or maybe they need something more from the offense. And Kevin is playing well. Yeah. He's going to lean on Kevin Huerter.
Yeah,
we've seen that happen before. But that was the one game where I didn't think, I was like, not Davion's best performance in the last, handful of games.
And to be honest with you,
it was an ugly game all around.
It's an ugly game all around, and that's what's going to happen from time to time when you are anybody, but specifically like a guy that's coming off the bench. You know what I mean? Like you're going to have games where it's just that it's not clicking for you. You know what I mean? And, it's all right. It's whatever. You bounce back like he did the next game and get ready to go again.
You know what's ridiculous is I have our text thread open in front of me, so I know when Jesse texts me on my computer, and your Mitch screenshots.
Yeah, no, I noticed that too when I
like,
opened up the text.
I
thread a
have
couple
to
times.
like delete these texts before I go. Like, man, let's get Herbert in here. 916-909-1320. Herbert, what's up, my brother?
What's up, D-Lo? What's up, KC?
What's up, Herbert? How you doing? Hey, man, I ain't forget. I'm gonna get out there on a Sunday morning, man. It's been a busy month, but I'm gonna get out there on a Sunday morning, dog.
Yeah, just pull up, man. We be running, KC.
I'm gonna get out there. You got my word. I'm gonna pull up on you.
All right, because when you do, I'm a J your eyeball.
Hey, Herbert, we will not tolerate that type of talk here on this program. There's second graders and Bruce listening.
Hey, fellas, but I just wanted to say, man, I think Monty McNair, we're not talking about him anymore. I think this Kings team is peaking, man. And I just want to give a shout out to him for being patient and not doing no dumb stuff with the squad and giving Mike Brown, you know what I'm saying, giving him the reins and letting him dig out the gems that was hidden in there, because there was gems hidden on this team, and we're seeing it now. And I think we haven't seen the best of the Kings yet, and I think what's happening now is it's coming to fruition, man, and they're playing as a team, man. And I think more credit needs to be given to Monty McNair, man.
I like that. Yeah. I like that. I also appreciate you. I love the idea of going to Monty and saying, "Hey, man, thanks for not messing this up. Good job. Good job for not messing this up."
Yeah, I mean, this team, you talked about 5-2 since March started. 2 big time wins, man. We have almost, to a certain degree, forgotten what Monday was like. Remember
Monday? What the hell happened on Monday?
No, Monday was the day we came in to do the show.
I don't have no recollection of Monday.
Like we've forgotten that, and that's good.
Yeah,
they've made us forget Monday, and they can do that again with a big win on Saturday, and get one more on Monday. It'd be a 5-run.
The Monday game,
homestand.
The one that everyone's nervous about.
Yeah, right. Everybody kind of like, whatever against the Knicks. They're like, yo, I won on Monday against the awful Grizzlies team.
That's the 4-2 homestand. If they lost to the Knicks, I'm not conceding the game against the Knicks at all.
Still okay.
Yeah, like it's a 4-2 homestand, but you got to beat Memphis. But it's funny. They acknowledge the ups and downs, the good teams, playing well. And Harrison said last night, like, playing these teams, the Giannis's, the LeBrons, like that's never been a problem for us. Like we could play them well. Like we have other issues, and like you don't get to test that on Saturday.
Right.
You've got a tough team you got to beat Saturday. Then you've got to test that on Monday, where you have a team who's just, going in the opposite direction. Tough, still a really tough team.
Mm-hmm.
They're just not very good.
Right.
You could be tough to death. If you're not very good, like you shouldn't lose that game.
Right.
And we're talking Keon and Davion and these guys. Yo, you got Jalen Brunson coming in here this weekend. Jalen is having a season. I don't think he'll get all NBA nods, but he's going to get votes.
Mm-hmm.
He might not get, that accolade, but he's going to get votes.
Yeah. And if Herter can't go on Saturday, I'm looking forward to see what Keon could do against a guy like that.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about what he did against Dame Lillard, talked about what he did against D'Angelo Russell on 2 different occasions. Now you got a guy like Jalen Brunson, a little more physical. Keon is kind of changed what we look forward to a little bit in these games. I want to see how he matches up against these guys, man. And like you said, Brunson probably just miss out on all NBA, but he's an all NBA caliber player. He's had an all NBA caliber season this far, and it's gonna be a tough matchup on Saturday.
Yeah.
OG's back and everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's going to create a whole other host of issues. 916-909-1320. Let's get to Jamel. Jamel, what's going on, baby?
What's up, boys?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, man. Hey, I hope y'all keep reminding yourselves, man. I told y'all that turning point was Mike Brown winning both them challenges, boys. I'm telling y'all.
You did say that.
Won another one
you
last
did
night.
say that.
Yeah, won another one last night.
That's what I'm saying. But hey, man, love the energy, man. Love the energy around the whole city. I'm actually a distributor around North Sacramento out here in North Tacoma, so I get to talk to a lot of people. You know, home of the old Arc Arena. So
the
vibes is out there, man. So appreciate y'all, man. Keep doing what y'all doing. But yeah, hey,
Appreciate you.
those challenges, man. I told y'all, man.
Yeah, you called it.
You called it.
You called it.
You called it.
Mike wins a couple of challenges, man, and the whole game changes.
It really does.
Goodness
man.
gracious! Who
Shout
knew?
out. Shout out to North Natomas. As a matter of fact, did you see what was going on in Natomas today?
Today?
Yeah, this morning they opened a new Costco. They was wrapped around waiting for that opening.
I dropped our friend off after a night for lovers, and that was the first I had known that was happening.
It's right down the street from me. I'm hyped. A little hurt there's no gas there, but I'm hyped.
That's gotta be on the way at some point.
You know, there used to be a Sam's Club on the Truxell, like on the Truxell 80. There used to be a Sam's Club right there. It didn't last very long.
Wonder why.
I don't know.
This one will make it. Natomas looks so much different.
Yeah.
Like that whole, they got those apartments, the condos,
hotels.
Yeah, it's crazy out there to see all that. I only go that far, like when I'm going to the airport or something like that. So once every couple of months, dropping somebody off or something like that. And I'm like, dang, look at all this they got. I mean, even aside from that, they got neighborhoods right around there now. They go as far back as that bend to the airport. Like they got neighborhoods right up along there now.
There's 3 Chipotles in like a 1.5 mile radius.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
They built, so there was always the one on Truxell. Then there was one by where I used to live on Del Paso. Now there's one on Arena. I think it's Arena. It's like, where did this come from? Like, who's like, let's get another one right here.
Can't have too many Chipotles.
I guess not.
I never even get
not.
a chance to get a Chipotle because my family doesn't like Chipotle. So when it's like, hey, what are we eating tonight? I'm always like Chipotle, and I get outnumbered.
Yeah.
And they don't ever like, why? I was like, well, you guys can get that. I'll go get Chipotle. Oh, no. So what? You can't eat with us? Why we got to make multiple stops? All right, man. Let's just go get Chick-fil-A. Yay! I don't want Chick-fil-A, man. I want Chipotle.
Poor Kenny, bro.
That's funny.
And then they like Panda. I don't like Panda. So then I get outvoted on that. And then so
man,
the Panda,
you got a tough life.
The Panda and Chipotle are like in the same complex. I'm like, all right, y'all can go to Panda. I'll just slide over to Chipotle. Oh, I don't feel like getting out of the car multiple times. We got the baby with us. Why can't we just go at the same spot?
Can I ask a question? Whose voice is that?
Both of them. Both of the ones that talk.
We got to take Casey to Chipotle one of these
Yo,
days.
for real.
I'm like, man, I just want my
hey, we'll have
my
Chipotle
carne
Friday.
asada bowl.
The insiders have donut Friday. We'll have Chipotle Friday for you. You could munch on a bowl the entire show.
Yeah, man, I'm a big Chipotle guy. Now, I went to that Jim Boy's out there where you used to live too. That was a nice Jim Boy's.
I wouldn't know.
You're missing out, Jim Boy's.
Sacramento swears by Jim Boy's.
That is the most Sacramento thing in the world.
I'm from Sacramento. I like Jim Boy.
That's exactly what it is. What's up, Ramsey? Ramsey's probably going to give us like a geography.
He's right by Jim Boy's as we speak.
He's by one of the 3 Chipotles. What's up, Ramsey?
No, not too much. I already went in, got what I needed to get from that Costco 9 o'clock this morning. It was.
Hey, what'd you pick up, man? What'd you pick up from that Costco?
Stuff for the house. Just some simple stuff for the house.
Well, Ramsey just moved, so he's getting the setup done.
Plus you had to park all on the side of the building because there was no parking.
Yeah, I saw some
video. And the other Chipotle Damien was talking about, it's right next to Costco. They built a Chipotle, a Starbucks. The Chevron is the reason why that Costco has no gas. And now you got Costco right there at East Commerce, and if you go to the far end, Amelia Earhart.
Yeah, they was out there early, wrapped around the Costco. It wasn't even open yet. I saw a video. It wasn't even open yet.
I can't camping out for Costco is crazy.
I love that Ramsey already been there, been shopping, got his card.
Ramsey's like, yeah, I was first customer.
Yeah.
That's how you know you're adulting. When I got my Costco card, I was like, oh, I'm an adult.
My whole goal in life is to never. What do I need? Amazon. Go to Amazon, order it.
Man, go to Costco.
I went to Amazon.
Or Sam's Club.
I realized I was running out of candles, like Yankee candles. I love them joints. I was like, I wonder if Amazon has them. Sure enough,
they got everything.
They do. I was like, if they have the sale prices, I'm getting them. Sure enough, $15.99. I was like, yeah, I'm on it.
It's a good look.
See, my candles.
The killer for
all my
me
candles
is,
smell like dessert.
The killers. What kind of dessert?
Like vanilla cupcakes or chocolate layer cakes or sugar cookies. My house smell like a bakery, boy. We'll come back. Chris Biderman joins us in about 30 minutes. Plus, we'll talk about what else happened in the association last night that has an impact on your Sacramento Kings. It's on the way here with D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
Whew.
Go check on Kim.
Kim, you okay? Oh, she ain't even there.
Here. She might be at the hospital.
She might be. Oh, man. The worst part about that whole story.
Tomorrow, MJ. Tomorrow.
I'm absolutely going to bust my ass. Yeah, Matt will be with us tomorrow. He's being a dad today. I think he's dad tomorrow too, but a little more free time.
I think you might be a dad on Saturday as well.
It's possible. We can confirm with him.
Is this good? Is hot chicken good? Have you ever tried that?
Dave's hot chicken? Isn't all chicken hot? Like hot, like spicy?
I think they make it spicy or something like that. It's like they do something to it. Facts, Dave. Still hasn't sold any candles yet, though.
Serenity by Jan. MJ says it's overrated. Alfonso says it's legit. So it's a spot. That's the name of the spot. Dave's Hot Chicken.
I think it's like hot chicken is its own thing. Like I think maybe Dave's is like its like own restaurant because but hot chicken is like its own thing though. Like there's other restaurants that have hot chicken. I think.
See. Well, the reviews are rolling in. Damn. Well, we play the hits here. You ask. We could do that. I was thinking the same thing. Let's see. I just love that we pull people from the office and make them a part of the show. That type of stuff makes me so happy.
It's the best.
Where is Dave's? I know there's a Cane's by me in Roseville. I know there's a Psychopath Chick-fil-A, but where's Dave's?
That's facts, Angelo. Kiki's is fire. You get the chicken fries and then one of the little mini chicken sandwiches, pink lemonade, you're set.
Kiki's is the place we did the thing, right?
Yeah, Kiki's is good.
I had their tater tots. Their tater tots were bananas.
Your tater tots is good?
Yeah. Five heat levels. Damn.
Who's that?
Dave's Chicken. Dave's Hot Chicken. Have you had that? Man, that's got the chat buzzing. Jeez.
I might have to go pick up some food after this. They said it's on Arden.
Oh, okay.
Only time I go out to Arden, that may change. One time I go to Arden, I used to go to Nike store and to go to California Fish Grill. But
why is it going to change?
They said H&M is coming to Arden. I like me some H&M.
Okay. I don't think I've ever been in there. Are you missing your remote in there? There's an extra remote in here. I don't know what it's for.
You find the remote?
It's a Val Venus thing. Yeah, you got me with that one. Yeah.
That's an all-time video. I think that was Marlena. I think he was laying in the bed with Marlena, and she comes up under the covers and goes, "You find the remotes."
Val Venus was around probably what, like 4 years maybe? Like he probably went away like around that early 2000s part, I think.
Yeah, then he joined the Right to Censor.
Oh, that was crazy. I think the Val Venus peak, like when he was really popping, was what, about 18
The climax?
months? The climax. I was thinking about that yesterday. I was a sophomore in high school, running around calling myself the Big Kinboski. When you talk to the Big Kinboski.
Did you ever see his shirt?
No.
You never seen his shirt? Yo. All right, I'll see if I can find it. It is pretty crazy. I think our friend at WCW sent it to me recently.
He had a shirt like Macho Man type shirt, like something like that.
Wasn't that?
Oh man, come on now.
It wasn't that. Hold on, let me. Yeah, he had it was. Remember the APA shirt?
Yeah,
it was worse than that.
Val Venus getting a lot of run this week.
Like significantly worse than that.
Val Venus gonna be trending in a second, man. But yeah, that is a bad influence. Sophomore year in high school, run around talking about the Big Kinboski.
Yeah.
Good
Talk amongst
times.
yourselves. I'm
good
sending,
times. Good times.
I'm sending it to you.
I will
right
say
now.
this: did you guys? They talk about right now on PTI. I know we talk bad about the Mavericks all the time, but did you see that Daniel Gafford stat?
Yeah.
Oh, he's made like his last 33 shots or something like that.
33 in a row.
It's a legit, like he's not far from Wilt. Like you almost never can say
Wilt,
that.
I think, is 35.
Yeah.
Is that right? 35.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he's made 33 in a row. Poor Lucas.
I do remember this.
Poor Lucas.
Why is the wording like that though? Why is that the graphic? Oh man.
It's the way that it's written.
That's what I'm saying. The font's crazy.
Yeah.
That's not okay.
And who bought that? Like, who walked around with that Val Venus t-shirt on?
Val, I wouldn't even say 18 months for Val. What is it, about 9 months? Val was really popping.
Yeah, probably. Probably up until I choppy. Probably up until then.
And then there was
I think it kind of jumped the shark after that.
It was still a ceiling. Like I don't even think he fought for an IC title, did he?
I think he was an IC champion. Yeah, I don't think as a porn star you're ever going to get very far. Like how are you going to go on Jimmy Kimmel? Like do you go out like on the Tonight Show with Fallon in a towel? Like you can't do that. Like you can only go so far if that's your gimmick.
I was gonna ask, is that the toughest gimmick to ever win with?
I
mean, there's Doink the Clown and stuff like that.
No, it's not the tough. I mean, you're a porn star. You're with ladies. Like they were gonna like. Of course, he got cheered. I don't know what the toughest gimmick was. Red Rooster might be up there. The Red Rooster. I don't know. Bastion Booger comes to mind. I don't know what you really do when you're Bastion Booger, but
Oh man.
We got a request.
What's that? Oh. You know I'm always down to go over 500.
No, you're 3 and 5.
I thought it was 3 and 4. What the
you're
hell?
3 and 5. We had 2.
Yeah, and that last one you won too, which is kind of iffy as it was.
It was a little
so.
suspect, but it was a little suspect, but it counted.
This is gonna be a tough one.
We had a request for a D'Angelo Russell pocket watching. D'Angelo has 1 year left on his current deal, valued at $18.6 million. D'Angelo Russell been in the league 9 years.
I remember him at Ohio State.
Former number 2 overall pick at Ohio State. His highest grossing year was the 2021-2022 season.
Sign and trade.
Where he earned $30 million that year. 9 seasons for D'Angelo Russell. Career earnings are what for the former number 2 overall pick?
I'm going to say $231 million.
KC goes with $231 million. D'Angelo Russell, former number 2 overall pick, peaked in the 2022 season with $30 million.
It's a good guess.
9
right there.
seasons. $231 million is Kenny Caraway's guess.
Thinking it's under. I'm gonna go 221. My mind is on 218. I'm gonna go 221. I think it's gonna be under that.
You're gonna go 221. And I'm gonna be honest, it's a shameful performance from both of you.
What?
But we do have to crown a winner. And Jesse Tapia get his 6th victory with D'Angelo Russell's career total being $155.9 million.
Gosh, they're paying him like an NFL player.
So I did that a little because I remembered that $30 million
You guys
year.
I think you went way too high with his rookie deal.
Probably that's what it was.
You were thinking way too high.
Well, even a little too high because I remember the $30 million year was part of a sign and trade Kevin Durant. So I'm thinking it's got to match up with Kevin Durant's or come close to matching up with Kevin Durant's contract. And that's where I was like, okay, maybe 120. This one is 50.
Kevin Durant?
Yeah, he was part of the Warriors trading Kevin Durant to
The sign and
Nets.
trade.
Oh, got you.
Yeah, I thought he made a lot more money than that. D'Angelo Russell, anti-baller, anti-bag getter Hall of Fame.
Wait. What? Refresh my memory.
When Kevin
on this?
Durant was leaving the Warriors, instead of leaving as a free agent, he did them a quote unquote solid and did a sign and trade with the Nets. The Nets traded back D'Angelo Russell to the Warriors, and they eventually used D'Angelo Russell's contract to get Andrew Wiggins.
Right. Okay. All right.
But it didn't, like KD got like the 4 year, almost the max, right? And D'Angelo probably didn't get that. But in my head, I was thinking it almost matched up with KD's deal.
Got you. Yeah. I got you. Yeah, they make this a slightly confusing read.
Well, that should be we should void this one then. If it's so confusing, just void it because we don't really know what's going on.
You need to stop. There's no integrity with you in this game at all. I will say that right now.
The information.
You're like Mark
was
McGuire,
accurate.
bro.
It makes it look like he has a $9 million year and a $16.4 million year, when in actuality that's a $25 million 2020 year that he played for the Timberwolves and the Warriors.
The rookie deal wasn't as high as maybe I thought either. And he went from rookie to that Kevin Durant
money,
yeah. Yeah, see that I thought that
but it's only 9 seasons.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I mean, that was 5 years ago now. 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. 2020.
Man.
1920. But yeah. All right. Official totals right now. Jesse is up 6-3.
What a load of crap. When does the season end?
I don't know. We make this up as we go.
The season should end after NBA free. So August 1st.
So August 1st is the end of the season. And then do we start a new one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like any other league.
Season ends August 1st. Just making a note on my official score board.
What's my record again?
You're 3-6, sir.
What a load of crap.
And that's a generous 3, by the way.
That's you guys keep putting that caveat on.
No, because you know what? Hold on, no,
Just
because you
read
know
the
what?
wins.
One
That's
of
all
those
you gotta
wins
do.
is against the newly expansion team.
No, that didn't count.
That didn't count.
That did not count.
Oh.
Hey,
The win.
no, they said it was supposed to count.
No, it did not count. It was an exhibition. I don't even know.
What the hell?
No,
I knew I was really almost at 500.
No.
Bro, you're like Adrian Broner when he fought Pacquiao. Like, oh, I know I won that fight. They know I won that fight.
You know I beat that boy.
That's funny. I don't even know what that is, and that made me laugh.
Adrian Broner getting his ears boxed off for 12 rounds and comes on there and said, you know I beat that boy.
No. All right. That's amazing.
Real quick, Adrian Broner against Paulie Malignaggi. That post, whatever that was, media thing after was over. That's top tier.
That was great. Are you familiar with that, Dave?
Mm-mm.
So Adrian Broner fights Paulie Malignaggi. There was a lot of trash talk before. After the fight, Adrian Broner was like, hey, man, don't get mad at me because I was with your girl. Don't get mad at me because I was with your girl. You know what I do? And then Paulie goes, no, that was my side piece. Don't be bragging about my side piece. Don't be bragging about my side piece.
Wow. Boxing is an eventful
Boxing's different, bro.
art form. You're listening to
That's a
Diesel.
classic roast fight.
Who was the old man, real quick? That with
Larry
Floyd.
Merchant.
Yeah, if I was 50 years younger, I'd kick your ass.
I saw that. I saw that.
Floyd said, you wouldn't have done us.
You li-
HBO should fire you. Imagine LeBron saying that to George Sedano.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Our man Chris Biderman going to join us coming up in about 15 minutes. We'll talk Kings basketball with him. We'll talk some things going on with the San Francisco 49ers as well. Tonight, Dallas back in action against Oklahoma City. This one snuck under my radar a little bit.
You better be doing work tonight. This is a stat pad bowl. Both of these guys.
Dallas and OKC. Yes, indeed. And Phoenix is in Boston.
Yeah, I like that.
So with Sacramento getting back-to-back victories, they were able to move back into the 6th spot where those off days benefit Sacramento. The Suns aren't off tonight. We need Boston to handle business. The Pelicans lost last night in a game that completely flew under my radar. Donovan Mitchell returned for Cleveland. They got a victory. And now Sacramento's only a game back from New Orleans. Well, it's two games because of the tiebreaker.
But still, I mean,
but they're right there.
And you play them.
And you do play them. Yeah, you play them third to the one of the last.
Thing or a bad
well,
thing. You do play them.
Have some pride. Don't be the Lakers.
Don't be AD.
Don't be AD.
So
you can't lose 5 times.
Yeah, please don't.
All right, you go 4-0. That's not good. You can't go 0-5.
That would be nasty.
Cannot go 0-5.
That's not even a series at that point. That's like that's more than a series.
That's a series and then some.
Yeah. First night of a back-to-back for Phoenix. They've got Charlotte on Friday.
Yeah.
So the Kings can mess around and be a game and a half up by the time they I would highly doubt it, but they could be a game and a half up by the time they play the Knicks on Saturday. And the Suns play Milwaukee on Sunday afternoon, I think. Sunday morning.
Suns play Milwaukee. Yeah. That's another one that they have, another big one that they have ahead of them. All of these are on the road for Phoenix. Dallas is on the road as well. So there's no Kings basketball tonight, but there's a lot of Kings implications in the basketball games tonight. So we're locked in. I think that's all of the ones that we need to worry about tonight.
And then we talk about their schedule a lot, but peeking at that
We
Suns
have no
schedule
choice, buddy.
a little bit more. They're on the road right now. They've been on a 4-game road trip. Cleveland, Boston tonight, Charlotte, and then Milwaukee. They come back home for 2 against, and this is more of the Suns post All-Star break schedule. They play on Sunday. They don't play again until Wednesday.
Bro, what?
Yeah. So they got 2 games at home, Philly and Atlanta, but then they go on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-game road trip. That sees 2 against San Antonio, at Denver, at OKC, at New Orleans.
Their schedule has been crazy. Yeah. The amount of days off that they've had. It's like the league was like, hey, let's make sure Phoenix gets some rest here at the end of this thing. Make sure they're okay.
Well, this is also a trip. They play Philly and Atlanta next week. 2 games at San Antonio. That's March 26th. That's their last game of the season against a non-playoff team.
What day is that again?
March 26th.
Okay.
So that's probably another 10 games or so.
Yeah, it's middle of
They
April.
got Denver, OKC, New Orleans, Cleveland, Minnesota, New Orleans, Clippers, Kings, Timberwolves.
Man, those aren't even those are mostly top 6 teams too. I think they're all top 6 teams,
They're no
right?
playing teams. I mean, depending on how you feel about the Kings or whatever. But
well, right now the Kings are top 6. So
That's
as of
right.
this moment,
yeah.
Okay, interesting. That is an interesting little footnote right there. Kings right now are 4 clear of the Lakers and 4 clear of the Golden State Warriors. The Kings split with the Warriors, right?
Yeah.
2-2? Okay.
And
then
they beat the Lakers 4-0.
They did?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Imagine.
Beat the Lakers 4-0.
It evens things out with the Pelicans now. That's why they can't lose 0-5. Like you got to get one. 4-1. We'll take it. I'll never be more happy to be 4-1 against the team, or 1-4, I guess.
So the funny thing about this, I've definitely thought about this morning during the show. I said, whatever, we're gonna have fun. But I did think about, we're doing all this. What if we have to play the Lakers in the play? Hey, look, I think basketball-wise, the Kings are just a bad matchup for the Lakers, right? But then I guarantee you, if we played them, we'd be like, so you're just going to beat them 5 straight times?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. That'd be the last thing LeBron says before they run out on the court. We're going to let them beat us 5 straight times?
No.
AD, that dude owns you.
The last thing LeBron going to say before they step on the court, I can read your mind, babe. I know what you're thinking.
LeBron pre-game the slow jam.
Right, said, do.
Kings had LeBron going through it last night. That plane got back to L.A. He said, put on my love songs playlist. My man was listening to what's the 411 with, he was listening to, what's the joint with KC? If loving you is all that I have to do. Oh, man. That man wanted to think about anything but basketball. Salute to the king. Salute to the king. 30 assists for the Kings last night. 11 steals. Free throw discrepancy, 22-12. Mike acknowledged that post game.
That the free throw thing?
Yeah. He's like, hey, you guys know what it is. We're not going to get the calls. Don't expect them. Don't bicker about them. Don't ask for them. Don't do nothing. We're not going to get them. And for the most part, they didn't, except when De'Aaron got hit 4 times on like one of the, I think it was maybe a play at the end of one of the quarters, might have been the half. And
one of the quarters, because he definitely didn't get the one at the end of the half. Drove to the basket, got smacked in the head on a layup by Dinwiddie. And
yeah, I think that's the one where he turned around and was like, hey, like, nothing? I'm sure that's exactly what he said, too. Hey, nothing. And he said it very calmly, as I just did. But yeah, De'Aaron really does not get calls. It's kind of crazy.
Did you see that stat the other day? I think Securing the Bagley put it out there about the free throw discrepancy between Fox, Luka, and SGA.
I missed that.
I think I retweeted. Let me see if I can pull it up. But it is pretty crazy. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of wild that that's the way these things play out. Let me see if I can find it, because he talked about like in the stat, he talked about like the amount of 3-pointers taken and all this other stuff. And Fox and SGA and the Luka, they take like the same amount of threes or whatever. They attack the same amount, but the free throw discrepancy is crazy. Here it is. Securing the Bagley, still on Twitter. De'Aaron Fox in March. This is all in March. 101 total shots. 29 of those are 3-pointers. 14 total free throws. SGA, 102 total shots. 24 3-pointers. 41 free throws. Luka, 153 shots. 73 threes. He's taken 38 free throws.
Wow.
And as he says in the post, how, Sway?
Wow.
How he had more. Dame Lillard, 98 shots, 54 threes, 30 free throws.
What was De'Aaron's number again?
101 shots, 29 threes, 14 free throws.
Wow.
That is a crazy number.
We didn't mention that. Luka left last night's game with like a hamstring issue.
Yeah.
And I think I just saw he's not playing. I think I just saw that up on ESPN screen as I looked up there. He won't play versus Oklahoma City tonight. I'm nervous that I caught the end of that and might be wrong. I'm gonna try to rewind it.
Joey Bosa, no deal.
Yeah, Luka will not play tonight. Says he left with it. Oh, he said he left with it. Yeah,
just kind of strange.
All right, well, Thunder up.
Thunder up. Let me tweet it out. The hashtag Thunder up. What are the Celtics, Jesse? What are we? Jesse's working with Joe.
No, we're back. I think we're green runs deep, bleed green, something like that. We can create our own if you want.
Bleed green.
I'm sorry, Jesse's in there with who?
Joe.
Oh,
yeah.
Joe saying, "Oh, I see."
We're getting him ready for
no.
the
It's
last
always
episode.
someone. Yeah, no. It's always someone you know.
Let's see. Okay, so I got
Joe getting ready to take me out.
Joe worked in here. He's out. I heard I got to clip Damian sometime.
Yeah, no, Joe getting ready to take me out.
I got the hashtags. I got Thunder Up.
Yep.
I got Bleed Green.
Yep.
And We Are Jackasses. That's also the Celtics hashtag.
What did the
whoa?
Well, you know, I like Jesse and I like Tatum. I don't
Whoa,
like Boston.
How are we supposed to have a Sacramento Kings and Celtics alliance where we're helping each other out? We need us to beat the Suns, but we're jackasses.
Send.
I hope KD goes for 50 today.
Oh, post.
Wow.
Hey, Jesse, you even said you don't like a Boston Celtics fan, like Boston.
I don't like the city of Boston and like
Yeah.
Celtics fans from Boston. You know, you
for them.
you just Seth Rollins that whole thing right now.
That's for them.
You know what's so
Jason
weird?
Tatum knows my heart.
I really don't see your tweets. Did you really hit send?
Yeah, just now.
Oh, there it
Unblock
is.
me, bro.
Thunder up. Well, Thunder up. Bleed green. Hashtag We Are Jackasses. You really put that out there in the universe. How are you gonna explain that to Ryan?
What's the don't like Boston? That's what I'm gonna explain. What's the Celtics home record? They've lost 2 games at home.
3.
3.
They'll blow out Phoenix today, I think.
Yeah, I hope so. Everybody's playing for Phoenix. Everybody's back.
Oh my! Look at this headline. How Victor Wembanyama shattered the rookie wall. Man, that damn rookie wall gets everyone except Vic. Boy. We'll come back. We'll talk with our man Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee when Dylan and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I don't want to do anything else.
Casey, have you seen that video circulating of Conor McGregor? He's hanging out with Oscar.
Coke going on in that room. That hotel room, probably looking like Tony Montana's desk at the end of the scar.
Me, that's who.
There's some lady interviewing Conor, and his jaw's moving side to side. He's wiping his face. Oh,
our main man, Chris Biderman.
What's up, boys? How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
What
I'm
up,
doing
Chris? Warm it up, Chris. I'm about to. Warm it up, Chris. That's what I was born to do.
Somebody try to rhyme, but they can't rhyme
Whoa,
like this.
whoa.
Oh, somebody try to rhyme, but they can't rhyme like this. That's how
Just gonna nod my head like I know the song you guys are referencing.
You might be a little too young for that, Chris. How old are you?
Man, I turned 37 in a few months.
Yeah, probably a bit too young. A little bit.
It's getting real washed over here.
Is there a
Nah, you good. You don't peak till you 40.
What's the
I like that.
What's the day's version? Excuse me. Of the phenomenon that was crisscross.
Today's version? I don't know, probably something on TikTok.
No, Jump and crisscross was bigger than a TikTok song.
Well, what's boy's name? Before Bats was a TikTok.
He's not as big as crisscross. My first thought
Probably isn't one.
My first thought is Sexy Red. Sexy Red in 2023 is probably close to what crisscross was. And what was that, like 90?
Yeah, probably.
And when I say crisscross, like
The
they
10.
didn't last really. It was like a year where they were
That's
one of the biggest things in music.
bomb. I know you hear me coming. Here I come. Y'all don't even know that album. It's the bomb.
Yeah, they used to play that on the bomb.
Well.
Somebody called told David he loves hearing him on the bomb. He loved him.
I was never on the bomb. Never. But that's all right.
But I'm trying to think. I mean,
We'll probably do some 49er stuff here too, Chris.
Yeah,
we'll
'cause they're
start.
trying
We'll
to-
start
they
with the
trying to
Kings,
get
but
things
we'll,
popping
Cool.
we'll get to the 49ers.
I'm trying to see. 21's been around a little too long for that. 21. It might be like Sexy Red. Crisscross was gigantic
Mm-hmm.
during that time. When Jump came out and
People
they're
was
wearing
wearing their clothes backwards.
backwards clothes and these two kids, it was. I don't know how the adults felt, but as
Hey, did we ever ask Jonathan about security footage?
We haven't yet.
Okay.
but as a third grader, I mean, they were top of the top.
Did you guys ever wear your clothes backwards?
Nah.
Matter of fact, I mean,
Because you had to wear like jerseys, like that's what looked hot, and I was too poor for jerseys. I didn't have any.
so now that I think about it, that was my first. I always talk about my first. That was my first concert. Crisscross headlined a nationwide tour. I think Aaliyah was on there. It was either Aaliyah or Mary J. Blige was on there, and it was like somebody
I
else.
think it couldn't have
They
been
were the
Aaliyah. That was too
headliners.
early for Aaliyah.
It must have been
think.
Mary J.
Yeah.
They were the headliners.
Yeah, I believe it.
How old were you guys at your first concert that you remember?
Well,
10.
I think I was 16.
When I was in first grade, my mom had a babysitter.
15.
She had to call out late, so she brought me. We were in the Oakland Arena, probably 1994 or something. It was right when Velvet Rope came out. First concert, first grade, Janet Jackson.
Nice.
Velvet Rope.
There we go. Somebody
Nice.
going on stage.
I think I had to have been closer to. I think I had to have been closer to 13 because I just looked up the album and it was 93.
For
my first concert.
Oh.
Doesn't matter who it was. All that matters, I think Heavy D opened, if I remember correctly. Remember Heavy being there.
I saw that guy like 3 times.
Huh?
I saw that guy like 3 times.
That was the only time I saw him.
I was like, yo, he coming in. I gotta go. Yeah.
And I really wanted to see
that was my
Aaliyah.
guy.
I really wanted to see Aaliyah, but they pulled her from the tour. They said it was because of the Budweiser sponsorship, but I think now we know it was for something else. All right, we're coming back, Chris. All right, we back in here, closing out the show strong, commercial free till the top of the hour. Our main man, Chris Biderman from the Sacramento Bee, and of course, the host of Candlestick Chronicles. We'll get to some thoughts on what's going on in the NFL and the free agency world for the San Francisco 49ers, including the bizarre story with Eric Hendricks coming up here in just a few minutes. But Chris, let's talk about the Sacramento Kings, man. Back-to-back wins against 2 tough teams, the Milwaukee Bucks, the Los Angeles Lakers, and everyone's talking about Keon Ellis, man. What do you think about Keon's recent impact on the Sacramento Kings?
Yeah, I think it's, it's definitely been notable. And what he does is in stark contrast to what somebody like Kevin Huerter doesn't do right now, which is, provide a spark defensively, provide you with a little bit of versatility, physicality, deflections, like those types of things the Kings have lacked overall. And it wouldn't surprise me. Our buddy Kyle Madsen asked Mike Brown after the Bucks game, like, would you ever think about making this Keon Ellis switch to the starting lineup permanent? And Mike said no, but I don't think it would surprise anybody who's watching this team right now. Kings made it to the playoffs, and would it surprise anybody if one of the adjustments from game 1 to game 2 or game 2 to game 3 was that Mike Brown shifted Keon Ellis to the starting lineup? Because it takes a little bit of pressure off De'Aaron Fox defensively. He's not going to have to expend as much effort on that end if you have Keon Ellis on the floor. Keon can guard up, like he can guard bigger guys. He can play passing lanes. He can run the floor. And really the biggest question with him has been shooting, and he shot at a pretty reasonable clip. So the Kings generally shy away from playing guys who they think are problematic shooters who are liabilities on the offensive end. And Keon's proving that, he's not that while he's getting this run lately. So in terms of, what he brings the Kings, it's something that they've lacked throughout the majority of the season. And, talking to you guys and everyone else about the trade deadline, it was like, well, the Kings could really use some perimeter defense. Well, they're getting that internally from a guy they didn't have to trade for in Keon Ellis right now. So it's definitely a big development for them. And if he can continue shooting well, it wouldn't surprise me at all if he ends up, getting more and more playing time as the playoffs get closer.
Hearing you talk about the playoffs and how, maybe in between a game 1 and 2 or 2 and 3, Mike might make the move. It reminded me of that's what the playoffs are about. And I think it was either Channing Frye or Richard Jefferson was on somebody's podcast not too long ago talking about Ty Lue. And they were talking about how the year they won the championship, Ty Lue literally would analyze what that series would call for and would tell these guys whether or not they were going to play. And they all bought in, right? Like whoever it was, let's just say Channing Frye, he was just like, against Boston, they played this way and they did this. And he would go to Richard Jefferson and be like, Rich, this isn't the series for you. Like such and such is going to get a lot of time here. You're going to be mostly on the bench, da-da-da-da. They win that, then they play Atlanta. Goes back to Rich. All right, Rich, they like to play this way. This is going to be the series for you. You're going to see your minutes pick up a lot. Channing, you're going to be on the bench here because they just kind of play you off the floor. And that's another chess piece that Mike Brown may have now if they can get to the playoffs with Keon Ellis. He can look at Keon and Kevin and say something like that. Like, all right, I think, because of what they do on the perimeter, we're going to go with Keon a little bit in this series because of his defensive ability. Say they change or they get to another round. All right, Kevin, I think you can match up better with these guys, your shooting ability. It requires everybody to be all in, so to speak, and understanding of the situation. But finding a guy like Keon Ellis as somebody that can be productive in your rotation, it just adds to what Mike Brown can do now with different rotations.
Yeah, and to me, like one of the most interesting things about it is you remember early in the season how Keon Ellis first started getting minutes. It was, those blowouts in Houston when De'Aaron Fox was out with that ankle injury, and Mike Brown, like Keon Ellis caught Mike Brown's attention by how he played in garbage time. And I was like, all right, so I'm gonna give Keon a little bit more of a shot now because he showed out in these otherwise meaningless minutes, and then he became part of the mix, and he's been in and out of the rotation since. But that was really the starting point of Keon proving that he's worthy of time on the floor. And now, all this time forward, fast forward to March and the playoffs coming up, and the Kings are playing, really good teams with really good players like the Lakers and the Bucks, and Keon's getting all this time, and it's like you can trace it back to then. And so it's just one of those things where it's like even in a game in November when somebody's getting blown out and it seems like it's garbage time, maybe that can be the genesis of something bigger, like with Keon here. So I think it's definitely an interesting story that's happened with the Kings so far this season.
And the key to the whole thing, both with him and Davion, is both of them, Chris, seem to have gotten seem to be for Keon, seem to have gotten for Davion really comfortable on the offensive end.
Yeah, they seem in rhythm, and that's really the question. Like I got, when you go back to what I said earlier, like Mike Brown is hesitant to give minutes to guys who he thinks are liabilities offensively. It's like when you're playing with Domantas Sabonis and you're playing 4 out, you have to be able to shoot. And so he says it to everybody. He says it to Davion. He says it to anybody who's on the floor. If you take shots within the rhythm of the offense and we're spraying threes and it's not just a bunch of dribbling into a contested shot, like if it's a catch and shoot shot, we want you to shoot that. You have to shoot those shots. And Davion, to his credit, despite the numbers being whatever they've been, and despite being in and out of the rotation, he's still taking those shots. And even last night, he's taking a few shots off the dribble still. But I think it's a credit to, the system. Like it's a credit to Mike Brown telling these guys, hey, you might be shooting 25% or whatever it is from 3, but we still need you to fire it up because that's just what our offense is. And so if the Kings offense is playing in rhythm and they're driving and they're spraying the ball and it's not sticking to one guy and there's not a whole lot of dribbling happening, then everybody on the floor can get in that rhythm. And then that's what you see, when they hit a bunch of threes against the Bucks, it feels like everybody's in rhythm. The passing, there's a certain flow to the offense that exists, as opposed to when the ball's sticking and guys are trying to drive and create offense on their own. It's really a team-oriented offensive game plan, and that's when they're playing their best. And you're seeing Keon and Davion buy into that as time goes on.
We've been having some discussion about it the last couple of days, really. But after he goes 6-0, we got to talk about it some more. Say Kevin Huerter is ready to go on Saturday and ready to play, ready to get back in the starting lineup. Do you keep him in the starting lineup, or do you make the switch to put Keon there as your starting 2 guard?
Man, given that it's Jalen Brunson, or is he back? Is Jalen Brunson going to be available? Yeah. So if you have Jalen Brunson on the floor, I would be inclined to play Keon. Just because, and Mike always says it, and we all believe this to be true, right? It's not necessarily who starts, it's who finishes. But I would definitely give Keon that look just for, just so you don't have to have De'Aaron Fox, expending a ton of energy on the defensive end, trying to slow him down. And, you could put him on OG Anunoby, somebody who's a little bit more stationary, right? So I would, I'm intrigued by what Keon Ellis brings, just because it is different, and it's been what sort of everybody's been calling for in terms of, improvements the Kings need to make on, perimeter defense and those types of things. So I would do it. And I think, the Kings generally, they lack a little bit of depth. I don't know that Kevin Huerter is necessarily a small forward, but it seems like Harrison Barnes and Keegan Murray are the team's only like true small forwards who are in the rotation. If you move Kevin Huerter to the bench, then maybe you give yourself a little bit more depth that way. I know he is technically a 2 guard, but he is a guy who plays lots of threes in the Kings lineup. So I would be willing to experiment with that at this point. And if it doesn't work, then you can always go back to it, and Kevin Huerter would be comfortable with that. So yeah, I would play Keon. I would, ride the hot hand because it's been working.
Can I say something? I think this Kings related. I think it'll help. Remember when I told you earlier, remind me to say something
Yeah, I even wrote it down and still forgot.
It was Bonte. Did you see Bonte's tweet?
Oh,
yesterday?
Jesus. No.
No. Bonus on that play where he knocked Anthony Davis down to the floor.
Uh-huh.
King's Muse said he was looking like he was giving birth.
In labor, yeah.
Not my words, his.
Yeah, yeah.
Bonte quote tweets that. He says, nothing empty about this one. Damn.
Oh, wow. Wow. Made Bonte Hill a believer. The question is, and I don't think we've mentioned this all day. He had 17, 19, and 10. I don't know that we've talked about Domas and his performance one time in the last 3.5 hours. League leading triple-double. The double-double streak continues. Bonte Hill apparently impressed by Domantas Sabonis. Is Chris Biderman impressed with Domantas Sabonis?
Yeah, I am. Look, like I don't know how I'm painted in terms of my opinion of Domantas Sabonis with you guys, but no, I was impressed. Look, you look at the way Domantas Sabonis has played against Anthony Davis, and he doesn't play with any fear, and he plays with a hell of a lot more physicality than Anthony Davis does. And you would think, given Davis's length, that that's somebody who Sabonis would struggle with, because we've seen him struggle with, lengthy defenders in the past, and he just has no problem going right into AD's chest. My question would be, like, why doesn't this happen more often? Right? Like just the overall physicality that he's able to play with on both ends, like defensively as well. Like you saw Anthony Davis look timid in some of his shots. Like these aren't, these are shots that Anthony Davis with Domantas Sabonis on him is trying to guide into the basket. It's not like, it doesn't look like a dude who's, a max player who averages 20 and 10 or whatever it is. Like Domantas Sabonis, for whatever reason, is in Anthony Davis's head. And given how good Anthony Davis has been throughout his career on both sides of the floor, it's surprising for me to see him react that way to somebody like Sabonis. That's a credit to Sabonis, because he brings a physicality and in my opinion, like you want that more often, not just against Anthony Davis. Like for the Kings to go as far as they want to go, they need that physicality from Sabonis. They need that defensive presence, particularly in the key, right? From Sabonis. And when I look at his game and what is lacking, it's on the defensive end. Sabonis is an amazing offensive player, right? Like he's touching the ball as much as anybody in the league, not named Nikola Jokic. He's an incredible passer. He can finish in the pick and roll. He can do all of those things, but it's on the defensive end when you need to stem the tide of a game, when you need to stop an opponent from scoring. Can your big men protect the rim in a way that we've seen some of the other defensive centers do it in the league? And that's the flaw in Sabonis's game that I keep coming back to. But when it's against AD and he's doing it against AD, yeah, it's super impressive.
Well, I would also say, Chris, who doesn't he do that against? He does that against everybody, both sides of the floor. Who doesn't he do that against?
Valanciunas.
I mean,
Valanciunas might be the one he doesn't.
Zubats with the Clippers.
He just gave him a triple double the last time he played. Like,
but he gave him a triple double. But is Domantas Sabonis? Okay, Domantas Sabonis getting assists and getting rebounds, while Keegan Murray and Harrison Barnes aren't particularly good rebounders. That doesn't mean that he's playing awesome defensively. I don't think anybody with the Kings would look at Domas and say, he's our anchor defensively, he's awesome.
Yeah, but I would also say, like, that's not Zubats gets 14 points, and we're like, he kills Sabonis. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Like, what Sabonis does, what Zubac does, quote unquote, to Sabonis is not even close to like what Sabonis does to AD. Like it's not the same. Like we're talking about a Zubac guy who gets 12 to 13 points, and we're looking at that as Sabonis gets used or that is a problem on a defensive end. Like my point is, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen any more than any other center in the league.
I would just say the majority of teams in the league, you watch them play and attack the Kings. The way they do it is putting Domas in pick and roll and trying to attack the basket and then spraying outside of that. Right? It's not that in terms of like taking what the defense gives you, like a lot of teams are just attacking the middle on the Kings. And that's just it is what it is.
My thing was they're attacking because they don't play good. No, they're attacking though. Like that's the thing. Attack them, not necessarily on the pick and roll. I mean, just a week ago, we talking about how they attacked Kevin Herter. Like they're
Right.
attacking
Yeah.
these
That's
guys
true.
who aren't playing defense on the perimeter. All of it always starts. People talk about the big man. In my opinion, it all starts with your guards and your wings and them playing defense. Your big man can. Rudy Gobert, he was great, but what he really did was he erased bad defense that was played on the perimeter by the Jazz. Your defense is only as good as what your perimeter players do. And
Yeah,
that gets
that's fair.
labeled as Sabonis' issue, but I think that's a perimeter player issue with the Kings, in my opinion.
I think it's both.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Who's the most important player on the Kings team?
In terms of what?
Who
terms of,
holds
like-
this whole thing together? Yeah, because we have these discussions. Obviously, Domas puts these incredible numbers. De'Aaron's still the best player, but a lot of people draw to Malik Monk. How Malik Monk is kind of the guy who ties this all together for this team.
So game in and game out, a Tuesday against Atlanta, during, the regular season, I would say it's probably Sabonis, right? Because he's your offensive hub. Like he leads the team in touches. Whether or not De'Aaron's on the floor or not, he can run pick and roll with Monk. He can find the shooters. He can get his. But in a playoff series, it's Fox because he's your bucket getter. He is your guy when, you're down 5 points with 3 minutes left. He's going to be the guy you go to get buckets. And I would say Monk is probably your second option in that scenario. So in terms of like who's valuable in those situations, in my opinion, I think it's Fox. And I think it's probably Monk just in terms of just getting buckets, right? But in terms of like day to day, what you need in the random regular season game, when the stakes aren't nearly as high, I would say it's Sabonis because he's everything you run your offense through. And I think, when it comes to those moments that the Kings are going to face, whether it's in the play-in or whether it's in the playoffs, it'll be De'Aaron having the ball in his hands and more than likely taking those key shots.
It's like patience versus urgency. Like you can run everything through Domas and be patient and see how it plays out. Where you get into a playoff series that you're talking about, it's like, well, let's not find out. Let's give the ball to our best player and let him do what he does, and that's De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
Or his partner at Kentucky to just pick up. Yeah,
If he's
let
doing
him
it
do
that
his
night,
thing.
you get it to that guy,
Yeah.
man. And that's the potential dynamic nature of this team. When they really, to me, when they get in their offensive bag, they got a lot of different ways they could beat you. And they have 3 guys that can take over a game, that can dominate a game. Fox, Monk, and Sabonis. Sabonis can do it on the boards, putbacks, the way he finishes around the basket, distributing the ball as well. But to me, that's got to be a scary thing for the playoffs. I think a lot of teams, if they looking at it and being honest, kind of hoping the Kings fall out of the playoffs, don't make the play-in, and don't make the playoffs because, like you mentioned, Chris, when you get to the playoffs, you need those bucket getters. 2 of the best bucket getters in the West are Fox and Monk, and then we all know what Sabonis is doing. That's a tough out because I don't know if a lot of teams always have enough guys to match up with both of those 2 guys on the perimeter.
Which, I don't want to spin it forward too far, but to me, the biggest question facing the Kings is like, you're going to have to pay Keegan at some point. You're obviously going to have to pay Monk this offseason. Is Vivek going to be willing to go into the tax? Like, are you going to have 4 guys making, pretty big money? And is that going to be able to work? Are you going to be able to build a competent roster around those 4 if you do indeed keep all 4 of those guys? And that's why the playoffs are going to be so interesting because it's, if it's Fox and Monk, how are we going to come out of it thinking about Keegan, right? Like, or if Keegan takes a big step, then is it all right? Well, maybe we just bank on Keegan to continue to make his big step and then use that money we would potentially re-sign Monk with elsewhere, right? Like to me, there's a big question when it comes to, 3rd and 4th in the pecking order long term. and I know I'm zooming out and getting way ahead of myself here, but like that's one of the ownership questions you have with the Kings, right? Is when you have to pay all of these guys, are you going to be willing to? Because that's what it's going to take, honestly, if you're going to compete with, the Denvers and, who knows what Oklahoma City is going to look like going forward. Like you have a lot of the contending teams who are well within the tax. Are the Kings going to be willing to go there? And that's going to be, the playoffs and how this season ends is going to be an interesting dynamic to keep track of in terms of that stuff.
Well, there sure as hell is no scenario where they don't offer Malik whatever they can offer him this offseason. There's no like, hey, let's go get this instead. It's like, nope, you get that right there.
Yeah, I would agree. I
was also just going to say, in the effort of fairness of speaking about these people with the same energy, our bad, we did not mention Keegan Murray today. We talk about him when he gets 3 points.
Yeah, we really didn't.
19 and 11 last night.
Yeah.
19 and 11.
And that's just the offensive end.
Yeah.
We referenced a little bit earlier. He was part of the LeBron committee, right? He had to guard LeBron at times last night, like Harrison did and De'Aaron did and so on. But yeah, Keegan, who even acknowledged he wasn't 100% last night, but knew they were going to be shorthanded and want to get out there. Extremely effective. Yeah, you're right. I think we spent so much time talking about Keon, a little bit about Davion,
and laughing at the Lakers.
And trash talking. Yeah, definitely a lot of trash talking today. How would you evaluate? I do want to talk San Francisco 49ers with you, but how would you evaluate Mike Brown in his second year? Like, obviously, expectations are different. Fans are a little bit more on edge. The season overall has just kind of been odd. How do you think Mike has done here this second year with the Kings?
One thing I keep going back to, and I think I say it to you guys every time I come on, is when Mike talks about, it's going to be harder in year 2 than it was in year 1. And when he says that over these last few weeks being around the team, I think he was kind of talking about his job too. Like his job is much more difficult now in year 2 than it was in year 1. And there's, I think there's a battle that he has to deal with internally when it comes to playing to his team's strengths while also understanding its weaknesses, which also sort of goes against his overall ethos as a basketball coach, right? Like we know of Mike Brown as this defensive guy. He was the Warriors defensive guru, coordinator, whatever you want to call it. He's always had a defensive background as a coach. And he comes to a team that probably has a flawed roster when it comes to defense and probably wouldn't be built in the image that he would build a team if he had personnel power. So he's basically in charge of having an offense first roster, trying to get it to play good enough defense, while also understanding that the offensive stuff can be a little bit delicate, right? Like in the game against, I forget, it was Houston or Chicago, one of the losses they had at home. They had a really bad third quarter offensively, right? And we see him go into spells offensively where they really struggle. And I think the line of thinking would be, well, Mike's a defensive coach; they're not doing enough, offensive work. And based on what you hear, if you're around the team, like they work really hard on offensive stuff. They do more offensive drills in practice than they do defensive drills. And it's because it's Mike Brown kind of going through this adjustment of being a defensive coach, but understanding that for him to maximize the potential of this team, he needs it to fire on all cylinders offensively. He can't be taking away what they do offensively to try to improve defensively because he believes that they have a pretty limited ceiling in terms of what they can accomplish on that end of the floor. So it's been, I don't know if I can't get inside Mike Brown's head and call it like an internal struggle, but I think it's an interesting dynamic in that he's a defensive guy who's coaching this offensive team, knowing that he has to get every ounce of what they have offensively for them to get as far as they're going to go, because their ceiling as an offensive team is much higher than it would be if he's really trying to drill down on defense and really trying to be a team that, allows opponents to score 105 points a game or whatever it would be. Right. So, I think it's an interesting dynamic to observe for sure, because, you look at like the decision to play Keon Ellis or Kevin Huerter, like that's exactly where sort of that conflict falls, right? Is like, do you play Kevin Huerter, the guy who you've known to be a floor stretcher for you offensively and who, when he's shooting well, can make you really, really dynamic? Or do you go with the guy who gives you a little bit more of an edge defensively in Keon, who, might give you more versatility on that end and might raise what you are defensively, and maybe that gives you a better shot in the playoffs? I'm sure that's an internal discussion that the Kings are having. And when it comes to Mike Brown in his second year, that's what I find most interesting about it, is that there's this push and pull between, what he knows to be his basketball truths in terms of the importance of defense versus what his roster looks like as a roster that you really have to maximize offensively in order to raise its ceiling as high as possible.
Real quick on the Kings, Chris. What do you think about this team right now? It's almost an impossible question after what they've shown us throughout the year, but I think they're a good team. I think they will be a top 6 team. I think they will be more consistent down the stretch than what they've shown so far. What do you think about this team?
Yeah, I think since they've had the players only meeting when they were in Denver a couple weeks ago, I think that was a pivotal moment in their season. Because you'd hear them talk about consistency and urgency and all of those things. And when the Kings play with urgency, they can beat anybody. We've seen them beat really good teams. We've seen them beat Denver a bunch. We've seen them beat Oklahoma City a bunch. We know that the ceiling, when they play their best ball, they can beat anybody in the NBA. But the big question with a young team is, can they do it consistently? And the bigger question going forward is, can they do it consistently in a 7-game series? And ultimately, I can't tell you I know, because none of these guys that they have proven it. And it's not a slight to them. It's just where they're at in their careers. Like De'Aaron Fox doesn't have a whole lot of playoff experience. Domantas Sabonis' playoff experience is relatively limited. And these are your two guys who are your focal points. So that's one thing I know the Kings talk about a lot is just that they have people in new roles, and they're going to have to learn how to win. And learning how to win in the playoffs means going through it. And so, I can't say that I will know if how good the Kings are until I see them in the playoffs and in those situations. But I think they can be as good. They can't, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they won 2 playoff series, but it also wouldn't surprise me at all if they lost in the first round. They're that type of team where they're so talented, they can beat anybody, but they also sort of lack that experience and haven't gone through the things that a lot of these other teams have gone through, incrementally to get to the steps of being a championship team, because it doesn't come all at once. It's a building process, and they're still, I would say, relatively early in terms of what they're trying to build in terms of that playoff experience.
I want to make sure we steal a few minutes with Chris here to talk about the San Francisco 49ers. Of course, Chris covers the San Francisco 49ers, both for the Sacramento Bee and Candlestick Chronicles. Let's start with Eric Armstead. We find out he's headed to Jacksonville today. A great deal for him. Kenny and I had talked about this all throughout the year. Were you surprised that the 49ers and Eric weren't able to work things out, or did you kind of see this coming?
Yeah, I go back and forth. I don't know exactly what the pay cut was they were asking him to take. The 49ers, this is a team that traded DeForest Buckner, right? And so DeForest Buckner was sort of the model citizen, the guy that you sort of build around, the type of locker room presence that you prize as an organization. And they traded him because they said, well, we like Armstead, we have other pieces, blah, blah, blah. Point being, nobody is necessarily safe, right? And the thing is with Armstead, it's been kind of an availability issue. And it's been, he's missed a bunch of games with significant leg injuries the last 2 years. And he's having surgery this offseason, and he's 30 years old. And it's fair to say, yeah, you're probably not an $18 million a year guy for us right now, which I don't think the 49ers are wrong in saying necessarily. And I don't think Eric Armstead is wrong in saying I deserve better. I just, I can get money elsewhere. I'm not just going to take your pay cut. I'll go to Jacksonville and play for Trent Baalke, where, the guy who drafted me. And he still believes. And, obviously we don't know what the structure of that contract is yet, but 3 years, $51 million on its face. That's not bad. And it definitely looks like a lot more than the 49ers are willing to pay initially. So I think it's just a hard truth of the NFL, and that, what's best for the team and what's best for the player don't always align. And I think it's an unfortunate ending because Armstead, in terms of like how he started and how he finished, Armstead started out sort of, fans were like, is this guy good? Is he a bust? Is he, too many injuries, blah, blah, blah. It turned out to be a really good player and and played his best football in the playoffs. And was a force for them. And I think deserves a ton of credit for that. Obviously the off the field stuff, like I thought he should have won the Walter Payton Man of the Year award. I've covered some of his charitable stuff in Sacramento, and talked to him about that at pretty decent lengths. And, I think all that stuff is super commendable, and what he does for the community is second to none of any athlete, frankly, I've ever covered. And I think he definitely deserves to be commended for that, given how many people he's touched, particularly within the Sacramento area. But it's just an unfortunate truth of the league. Sometimes what's best for the team and what's best for the player don't align, and that's why you see divorces like this happen.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, man. And I know as a 49ers fan and a Sacramento native, I'm going to miss him being on the 49ers. Happy that, he's getting what he's looking for with Jacksonville. But, it is the business. It is the business of football. And it's unfortunate when you have a salary cap. Sometimes you got to do things to get under the salary cap. And there was no right answer in that situation for the 49ers. I'm sure they all love Eric as a person or whatever, but they had to do what they had to do. So that sucks. What else would suck is if Brandon Ayuk wasn't with the 49ers again. What are you making of the noise coming out that the Jaguars are interested and he's interested, and some are even saying the 49ers are interested in what that may look like? Is that a situation where they want Brandon around, but at a certain number, and if he doesn't want that number, they may say, hey, well, if you don't want to be here for that number, we have to look to do what's best for our team as well.
It's kind of it makes me laugh a little bit because it's like a yearly tradition at this point. Like, which 49er due for the big contract is going to have some contentious negotiations, and is there going to be any public posturing, right? Like, the Deebo Samuel stuff was probably the peak of it. Like, Deebo, from what I've heard, was making it very clear he wasn't at all thrilled about the Niners situation, and then eventually came to an agreement on a contract, right? The George Kittle stuff was messy before he signed his contract. Nick Bosa obviously missed all of training camp last year before he signed his contract. So all of this stuff, this noise, the Jaguars are interested in a trade. Like, yeah, of course, any team would be interested in acquiring Brandon Ayuk that isn't already loaded at receiver. So that definitely makes sense to me that would be out there. But until something actually happens and until rubber meets the road, I try not to read too much into this stuff because it is all a little bit of public posturing, and we've seen all this posturing happen. And in the vast majority of the time, it's led to a new contract with the 49ers. So whether that's, Kittle, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, even, almost became a Kansas City Chief when he was a free agent a couple years ago. Like it just gets tenuous, but I think the 49ers do deserve a little bit of credit because as tenuous as it's gotten, they figured out ways to get deals done and keep these guys in the fold. So I'm sure they have a breaking point in terms of, what Brandon Ayuk would have to ask for them to say, yeah, we're not giving you that when we'd rather just trade you. But we don't know what that point is. And the only thing I would say about it, like, my expectation is Brandon Ayuk is going to be a 49er, and maybe it's one of those contracts that happens in July or August after a holdout or whatever. But beyond this upcoming season in 2024, I don't see a world where Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel are both making top of the market money on the same team. And that's where it gets interesting. And frankly, like, there's been chatter about Deebo Samuel and all of that stuff. Like, it doesn't make any financial sense for the Niners to trade Deebo this offseason because there would be a huge dead cap penalty. But they do have an out after this upcoming season where it makes him a lot easier to trade, and he would only have 1 year left on his deal. He could go to a team that wanted to sign him to a new contract. But if the Niners agree to a deal with Brandon Ayuk this offseason, they could in theory shrink his cap number from the $14 million that he would make on his 5th-year option, have it be around 5 or 6, which is typically what they've done with their big contracts, and then have that escalate and get bigger as time goes on, which would make it so, after 20 or going into 2025, that's when it might be difficult to be paying, Deebo Samuel is 28 million or whatever it would be, and Brandon Ayuk in that same ballpark. So for this season, I would say I'm pretty confident that Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel will be on the 49ers, and that Brandon Ayuk is going to sign an extension. But beyond that, I would say, it seems more likely than not, in my opinion, that the Niners do not have both guys in 2025.
Good start to the offseason for San Francisco. Bad start, indifferent start.
I mean, it's funny that the only guys that they've signed are all defensive linemen.
Well, then you had the Eric Hendricks situation,
that wasn't great. But at least for them, I think they feel comfortable in that they can, as good as Dre Greenlaw was, they feel like they can replicate, what he gives them in other ways without breaking the bank on a linebacker. So I think Kendricks probably went to the Cowboys knowing he would have more playing time and that there wasn't somebody like Dre Greenlaw ready to take his playing time away from him. I would imagine there was that, and on top of the financial component. But yeah, I think, it's been fine. I think Leonard Floyd is a really good addition. I think he's probably the best defensive end who's been opposite Nick Bosa that the Niners have had. D Ford had a really good impact when he was healthy, and that pass rush was lethal when D Ford was healthy, but his back and hamstrings were so problematic at that point that, he just wasn't on the field enough. And then, so you look at what Leonard Floyd brings, really good run player, I think he's the best player the Niners have had opposite Nick Bosa at defensive end. So I think that's really good. In terms of losing Armstead, that's tough, obviously. Yetur Gross-Matos, we'll see if he can play inside at all. But yeah, I think it's been fine. I try not to get too wrapped up in free agency because usually the worst teams are the ones who are most active in free agency.
For sure. Chris, we appreciate you as always, man. Thank you for spending so much time on us. We'll be locked in here with the Sacramento Bee and Candlestick Chronicles, and be visiting again soon.
Of course, guys. Appreciate you as always.
All right. Thanks, Chris. That's our man, Chris Biderman, right there. Make sure you're subscribing to the Candlestick Chronicles podcast that he hosts with our man, Kyle Matson of the Insiders, who, by the way, will be with us here tomorrow, along with his partner on the Insiders, James Ham. Matt George, who couldn't be with us today. He's going to be with us tomorrow. And we're working on maybe one or two more to be with us this tomorrow as well. I can assure you of this, though. Vibes will be sky high tomorrow. It's Friday. You ain't got no job. You ain't got nothing to do. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Vibes will be immaculate.
In sixth place by like a whole game. Not
Yeah.
even like,
Well, they could lose
they
six
could-
tonight.
They could be out.
Yeah, they could be back in seventh if Jesse Celtics are what your last
Bleed
hashtag
green.
says. I want to be clear. I do not support that final hashtag.
I want Casey to apologize, or it's not happening.
Just get the job done.
Apologize, Casey.
I'm not apologizing to Boston.
You guys see Chatty House. You see
Just
the
the Celtics. Just say sorry to the Celtics. Not. Okay, just come on. It's for the Kings.
Sorry,
it's for the
Tatum.
Kings. Is that acceptable?
We'll allow it.
Okay. We'll see you guys tomorrow here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos Celtics. Vamos Thunder. Thunder up.
Yeah, we're going to be on that shit tomorrow, boy. Yeah. Come on through. Yeah, we're going to have some fun tomorrow. We're going to have some fun tomorrow, man. We're going to be kicking it like Escape. Yep, just like Kenny said.
Kick off the shoes and relax your feet.
All right, y'all. We've got a mountain of work to do for the other radio stations, so we're gonna go do it. I can't. You know how jacked up this is. You know how jacked up Donut Friday is. 2 weeks ago, we had that stupid breakfast. I'm sorry, it wasn't stupid. They had that breakfast, right? And the guys didn't bring donuts in. Do you know? All Saturday, I was craving a donut. I'm like a trained dog. I walk in on Friday like, yo, where's my treat? I don't get it 24 hours later. I'm like, yo, I need to stop at Whole Foods and get a donut. And they didn't have any.
At least you got your pillow.
I did get my pillow.
That is now my go-to donut. My mom brought donuts in like a couple weeks ago. And I tried to explain to her the donut I wanted. And she was just baffled because I've always just said glaze. And she comes back, she comes over there and she gives me a donut that's a chocolate donut with chocolate icing and nuts on it.
Oh, yeah.
I said, this isn't what I wanted.
Oh, it's not fire.
It's supposed to be a regular donut.
Yo, a chocolate.
icing.
Yo, did you have it?
Yeah, I ate it. It was all right.
Oh, stop it.
Oh,
A chocolate.
No, I take that back. It was a chocolate donut with chocolate icing with sprinkles.
Oh, that's
I said, I
not
didn't
the
ask
same.
for
Yeah, that's
sprinkles.
not the same. That's
The
not
chocolate donut too, like it's not good. The chocolate
No,
bread or
that's
whatever.
cap.
Yeah,
I'm
no, it's
calling,
not good.
I'm calling cap.
It was
I'm
okay.
calling cap.
I ate
The sprinkles
donut
though
I
are
wanted.
L.
Sprinkles are always cool.
No, I don't like sprinkles. It's just like hard sugar.
No,
I don't want.
Bad take.
No, that is not a bad take.
Yeah.
Chatty House, are we pro sprinkles or no?
No sprinkles. No sprinkles.
I'm not, and I've had this discussion with sprinkle connoisseur Amy Trask. I am not for the sprinkles.
I'm not.
No. What is this?
Poor mom. She was so baffled.
No, what is
though. She
this?
was like, what are you talking about?
See, shout out Amos 12 on the team.
Oh,
Chris
look at
Juvenile.
this.
Yep.
No, see, David J. Now that's an adult.
Keep Warren's message out of there. Let's see.
That's
Miss Mac
an
10 doesn't
enjoy.
need to talk. Like
No.
she's got that wrong too.
Right there. Where's Miss Mac 10? Boom.
Wrong as well.
Come on. Come on, man.
Shout out Roddy.
Put a poll up.
So Soren Switzerland on sprinkles. So there's that. Look at Sakir. I know I like Sakir in the back. Anti-sprinkles.
Chris
Hey,
just turned heel.
look
He
at
said
this.
he was sprinkles. Now he's anti-sprinkles.
No. Now look, sprinkles are a waste. Look at that. Come on, man.
You guys are all getting booted tomorrow.
Come on, man. Look at exactly. No need whatsoever.
No, it's like it said its own donut. It's like if you want a glazed donut or whatever, you get one with sprinkles or something.
No.
Right there.
Oh, that's harsh, Zabo. Sprinkles are LA. Jesus.
All right, man. God
Come on,
damn it.
man.
We're leaving.
Come on, man.
Blame
Come
Manny.
on,
Let's go home now.
Blame Manny. Have a good day, everyone. Send your hate tweets to Manny. Goodness gracious.